I'll be back. Nothing. Oh. Mm. So. Yeah, I want to be done. Wait. Cool. Oh, you listening already? All right. What's up, Dust? I'm saying a sentence or something so that you can hear me. Some of it, not all of it. I mean, no, think I had one, but I was a fan of his artwork. What you're thinking about is the 10th, but the 10th is also a very pit-like character. Like it's yeah, yeah. Like what was it? Oh, which one was that? Oh, the other one is what was it? The Max, right? No, but I'm just saying in that kind of style, kind of monster, like big monster, kind of different kind of art. Yeah, I was fan of those. Like the way they looked and even their story is like I could see why they would get him to do the Hulk. Like what you told me earlier that they had been getting him to do the Hulk. I can see that. Like he made a character that's Hulk esque that and made it popular. Unlike the Hulk. Yeah. Well, I know there was a version of the Hulk that was going around that I liked. It. It's probably his. I probably didn't realize that it was him. I'm Mixgate adjacent. They don't gatekeep, but again, but there is like borders and who belongs there and who doesn't, right? Yeah. There's no gatekeepers, but like I said, there's only who belongs there and who doesn't. And they shouldn't. Yeah. Is is yeah. Wow. That that's someone reminding me of, like, when the person was critiquing you in the college and they wanted to say bad things about you, but they couldn't because they knew everyone liked it. Because, like, it's Dale so somehow, so it's still good. Like, I remember hearing comments like that. Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. There is a lot going on here, and I mean a lot. It's like amazingly amount of things going on here, or at least it looks like it. It really isn't. Actually, no, there isn't that much going on. It's just the way that the insects are laid together. Yeah, this would literally fit into the book, and you wouldn't even recognize it being different from anything else, probably. Other than the fact that I feel like it's still just done better, though. See, in fact, I'll say this: this is like Ethan if Ethan had focus. This is the exact opposite of what that guy is saying. This is if Ethan focused and like really wanted to give you a really good picture because this is really good. Yeah, yep. And if you do the link, you'll ruin it. No, but he did it like yeah, that's a rather chapped ass. Because I mean, like you still get a flow out of this, even if it's even despite all the amount of stuff going on. Like you see where this alien is on the left hand bottom corner. It does that. It creates this line that goes up, and then that curve, that hidden curve that's just above it, brings you right back to the top and brings you right back to the focus where you should be. It's really well done. I would say, if anything, I would argue the probably the only part would be like this second page is doesn't have anything going on in it. That's probably, I guess, the only problem because it's a splash page. If this were just one picture, it'd be fine. I guess that's my only complaint, if I could find one, is that you'd have a crease and a staples running through this shit, and then that'd be real sad. Mm, right, showing all the metrics or what analytics. Okay, it says Brooks, despite being a fan of his work, had the temerity to say that Dale Keown missed the mark with this piece and that it lacked focus, which it does, apparently. I guess she agrees. Even though she's calling him out on it, all the usual suspects lost their minds over the criticism. Yeah, like I love how I don't know any of these people. Yeah, yeah, yeah. An actual woman in the actual pose. Yeah, yeah, but that was like an actual animating thing. Like, um, so their issue is with the technique. Hell, again, he could have projected that on the painting and then painted it, and that still would be the same thing, wouldn't it? No, like I wouldn't see this is what I'm saying. Like I don't understand it because like tracing has like a negative connotation. Like tracing is like when you take someone else's picture and you do that exact same picture because you don't know how to draw. And it's always, and if anything, it's been made, it's been made as a use to mock inkers, right? No, no, no. But I'm saying the evolution of this, right? Because at one point it was now just to mock inkers. It's like, oh, you're not an inker, you're just a tracer. You're not contributing anything other than making it darker. So now you're telling me now it's somehow shifted again to now be like, oh, anybody that uses a technique now, because this is an actual technique of something, not yeah, because if you're telling me this nonsense about, oh, this is what they mean by tracing now, like a god boy, has it that changed, hasn't it? I'm still thinking about the whole what is it? Not dogma, but chasing Amy and yeah. Ain't nobody had the heart to tell you. Well, look, just saying that it sucks is not a critique. Yeah, that actually that looks pretty awesome. Um, yeah, it wasn't much of one. Like I said, it's not much of a critique if you're just going, oh, you're just a tracer, and I don't know what else. Like, no, well, you have too much stuff blending in together. It's the problem. I don't understand why there's this huge mix of everybody in this. Oh, that's the where they get that childlike view where like, oh, what is it? Friends and foes can be all in the same picture. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. I know some of these wouldn't be in the same picture with each other unless whatever, but they're all in there. It looks like. I was like, screw it, we'll just put them all in here. Some of them dead, some of them not. Now you wanna talk now hold on, go back to that one. Go back to that one because if you want to talk about overdrawn, because that's what they're saying by over rendering. I don't know why they're saying over rendering. That just sounds retarded. But this would be overdrawn, like where it's just too busy, too much stuff going on, and like my fine art teacher would be pissed if he saw this fucking thing. Like he'd be like, "You should have stopped a long time ago." Yeah, who cares? What was he gonna say? For prosperity and for their posterior. Um, Yeah, see, this would be overdrawn. This is overdrawn. There's just too busy, too much stuff going on, too much of the color palette's the same, and it's all blending together. This would be where you'd be saying whatever the fuck they're saying over here. Sorry, oops. Yeah, whatever they're saying over here. This is where you would be saying this for this, but not that picture from Cyberfrog. That actually was a really well done Cyberfrog picture. And again, and I don't understand this argument over technique because that's all it is a technique. This is like when they were complaining about the remember the Animatrix, the kid story, and they're like, it was horribly drawn. I didn't like it. It's like that's an actual art style, like you Philistines. Uh, the kid story. Remember, it was a scribble drawing or gesture drawing from the Animatrix, the Matrix cartoons. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but at the time, the criticism that was going on about it was like, "Oh, I don't like the way it looks. It looks horrible. I don't uh I don't know why they didn't just do it the regular way." And I'm all like, he wanted to do it like that, and I actually liked it. Like it went along with the story and the fact that it was so frenetic. Like everything was going so fast, and he was trying to get out of there. He was trying to escape. And to see it animated was pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, we needed more. We needed more of that because everyone gets stuck in doing a certain style of, oh, it's supposed to look like this or whatever. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah, this particular one, yeah. Yeah, because like I said, I mean, if you look at it at a slightly far away distance, like the unblown up version of the picture, you'd be like, yeah, that's kind of a lot going on in that Cyberfrog one. But no, it's got clear lines in it and everything. Like, see, like this one doesn't have many. It has some. There's like the swords, the gun. You know what I mean? There's certain little things. There's this what is it, this corner here, this guy, the way he's angled goes along with that guy's head and her arm holding the helmet, directing back towards the center. But that's what I'm saying, like it doesn't have enough to give you an actual path to follow with your eyes. Your eyes are just wandering all over the place in this thing. You have lines to guide you back in, but not to give you a focus of where your eyes should actually be looking. You see what I mean? It's like this has guardrails. So your eyes don't leave the picture, but that's about it. See, and the Cyberfrog one had a guardrail, but that guardrail led you back to the main focus, which was Cyberfrog, the Salamandros, and what's her face? Huh? Hold on. Yes, and you're supposed to have that in illustrations and stuff like see when you take like art history and things like that, you learn that they started doing this when they started having perspective and stuff. Yeah, there you go. See, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, okay. It's a graphic artist. It's a graphic artist. Basically, it's a graphic arts degree, but I mean, I learned everything from illustrations to web design to photography, you name it. I took everything basically. I wanted to know and see everything. And I didn't just take art history, I also took the history of graphic arts, which is where you start getting advertising, how do you do advertisements, and how they incorporated the techniques of old paintings and old style of artwork and made advertisements out of that as well. So Mark Brooks calls himself Baba Yaga. That's about what? That it was fitting to name himself after a witch? Like huh? I'm missing the context here. What? Because I keep seeing Baba Yaga and I keep thinking old hag. So get out of my swamp, you kids! Oh, wait. Sounds good.
You'll probably be able to hear me now.
Okay.
That whole the whole time we've been streaming, it's just you talking to yourself.
Oh, nice.
That's really awesome. I seriously need to
So it's like me talking to
train
nobody,
some.
right?
Yeah.
Silence, then me talking, and then you
So I mean, we could do bullet points. So that was
you can
hilarious,
go you can go back and fill in what you said supposedly,
right? So people are gonna be like, "Where's this guy's channel? We don't know about this sketchbook guy. He's not even here."
right?
Yeah, I had the volume down on. I don't know who turned it down on the
You,
audio mixer. No, dude, my OBS
yeah,
it was acting up the other day. I
yeah.
actually I think I uninstalled it and reinstalled it.
Anyways, so again, like I said, every time I read that, I just think old hag. So why is he calling himself that again?
He is because of the whole John Wick thing, as in like I don't know I what is the connotation that he's a witch or that he's John Wick or because that's the nickname they give John Wick.
Oh, I thought it was just that he was an old B word.
Yeah, it could be that too.
Because like I told you, every time I read Baba Yaga, all I think is old hag. And an old worthless hag too at that. Uh, so he obviously thinks it has better connotations than that. Because that's all the shit it brings to my mind. Like it's an old hag who wants to think she's a witch. And it also makes me laugh because it's like it reminds me when we were calling you Hecate.
Thanks for doxing me, by the way.
Again, Hecate.
Yeah,
They probably don't even know how to spell that. I
yeah,
like literally slowly pronounced it and they still won't get a spelling. Anyways. Yeah,
yeah. Well, it's crazy. Yeah, sorry, Lorenzo. My settings on OBS was bad, and I had the mic turned all the way down. Hopefully, you could hear me better now. Yeah, you were hearing one side of a conversation.
oh my god.
Hey,
So was
Lorenzo.
listening.
No, Okay, Lorenzo was the one I was talking to. Uh, we had an entire discussion of which you probably only heard one side. Let me go over it really quick, some bullet points, so it makes a little bit more sense to him.
I guess. Well,
Okay,
explain whatever he needs to know. I
let's
guess I don't.
go through to Dale's picture real quick. I gotta go down to it. So the where the heck did because we read off Vicky's comment and Vic's comment to Vicky. Now, my concern originally, Lorenzo, was that I just drowned out all the smack talking because it was butthurtedness on both sides. So I actually wanted to see. I know that Captain Evil here knew who Del Keon was, and I brought him in because one, he's actually trained in this stuff, so he could use the actual terminology and everything. And Mark was actually making a critique, a real critique, with the very end being pretty butthurtedness. Um,
Yeah, yeah, he's pretty butthurt.
because he literally said that it was over rendered to within an inch of its life and unfocused, and but because it's Dale's, so it's good.
It's still good because it's Dale's.
Yes,
Somehow,
and that right there,
somehow.
that right there, that is what set everybody off, and that's why you had Vicky defending him, and then you had people like Vic defending EVS or not EVS, sorry, Del Keon. When this piece is actually, it's really good. When I saw it, I'm like, I saw it on my phone, and I'm like, wow, that looks really, really good. And that's on the phone. I can't wait till I get home and get on my 1440p monitor and actually see how well it's done.
Right, really blow this thing up, right?
So this is actually the first time I'm seeing it blown up, and I kind of
Man, this
saved
would
it
be a
for.
nice poster.
No, this needs to be a poster. And
Yeah.
if Lorenzo wasn't blocked by EVS, I would tell Lorenzo to share this out to EVS.
See, like I even said, the saddest part of all this is that there's gonna be a crease in the center of this. There's gonna be a crease or staples or whatever in the physical book. You know what I mean? Like that's the main tragedy of this picture is that, and that's it. All that's the my only complaint is the fact that this picture will be folded, which is very sad.
Yeah.
It's gonna have a horrible crease in it. But other than that, I mean, it's like I said, it's really well drawn. It has very good lines in it. Like I told you, it has that guardrail on the second page that guides you back towards the main focus of which is Cyberfrog, of course,
Okay.
which is
Lorenzo says it's really intricate but extremely busy. That's actually
yeah,
what I.
no, it is busy, but I mean that's EVS's style. EVS always does this.
Yes, and well, you're saying EVS, but he he doesn't know the
No,
conversation we had.
I know the artist is Dale Keown,
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm
but
saying. He doesn't know what we were saying earlier. The discussion we were having earlier, Lorenzo, was basically this, and because I asked him before off camera, before off stream, before I go, to me it looks like Dale is intertwining Dale's style or Dale's signature of art, comic book art, with EVS's concept for this book or concept period because of the way EVS draws. And I had Captain Evil here take a look at it, and he's like, "No, actually, what you said earlier to me that was spot on. He really is doing that. He's doing that spot on too, and it's really hard to do.
yeah,
It's
because this is I mean, if you go through the Cyberfrog, I don't know how many books there is, but I mean, I went through the first one. This is basically how EVS does his pictures. Like he likes to get in there, give you a lot of detail, a lot of movement, a lot of motion. I mean, but to me, I've never seen it even this clean. I guess this one looks far better than what I've seen in even that first book. That's what I'm saying. This would be a badass poster.
right. No.
What was that?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did this because I don't ever use the this thing for streaming. I encoded it to 480p. So this beautiful piece is only being seen at 480p.
So it's like just a
I'm,
black rendered mush that everyone's
I'm
looking at.
such a friggin' boomer tonight, and I hate using that term, but it's very adequate. I get that, but one could argue that Ethan's style is a
Oh,
little too busy. It's all a
that
matter
you're
of
using
personal
this
preference.
you're
Actually,
using this like a geriatric or what?
right? Okay, no. This is I love this. I thank you, Lorenzo, for saying this because this is a big pet peeve of mine when it comes to talking about art. And I know Captain Evo's he's gonna see it right away when I read it. Okay, Lorenzo says I get that, but one could argue that Ethan's style is a little too busy. It's all a matter of personal preference. It's actually not a matter of personal preference. Because when we're critiquing something, it doesn't matter whether you like it or I like it or anybody else likes it. We're looking at what is done wrong in the piece. Because that's how you actually critique art, any form of art, whether it be performance art, from movies, music, or even storytelling, which is the written word, or if you're doing a movie also, and also something like commercial art or traditional art, which is painting, and digital and all that. It's
Oh, whatever medium you're using.
yeah, it's a matter of what you did wrong, not what you did right. And basically, him saying that it was unfocused, over rendered within an inch of its life, and it's too busy, is actually not what's wrong with it. That's what's right with it because that's the concept of the book because it's a swarm of bees. And in fact, in the very piece itself, you see a swarm of bees all around Cyberfrog, Salamandroid, and I forgot the female's character, her name. And that's what's supposed to be invoked right here by the artist to the reader. You're supposed to feel enveloped, like they're being enveloped, but also on top of that, you're
Well,
taking it from the
I,
perspective of the bee.
I wouldn't say enveloped. It would be like more like overwhelmed.
Yeah, overwhelmed. There you go. And I'm believe me, I'm no defender of EVSs. You and I have had discussions before. I have issues with some of the stuff he does. I know that Captain Evil and I have discussed about EVS off stream that you guys don't know about, but
Sadly, like I said, that's basically EVS's style at this point.
yeah,
Is to literally overdraw, like literally give you way too much to look at sometimes.
yeah, and that's what
Sometimes it's focused, sometimes it's unfocused. It depends on what panel
that's
he's doing or what's actually going on.
that's
But
exactly what.
this is roughly like what he does,
Yeah.
but I would say to a superior level. I don't know. It's to me, it's remarkably well done considering the stuff I've seen of Cyberfrog.
Yeah, that's another reason why I brought you on, because I know you're not a big fan of Cyberpunk. So I'm like, I kind of want an honest opinion from somebody that knows what they're talking about, but on top of that, somebody that it kind of isn't a fan of you know, the ribbit over there. I would say
Yeah, I'm like,
that he that Captain Evil would probably be more of a fan of EVS himself than of Cyberfrog.
yeah, like I don't mind EVS. Like I said, I was watching him for a good while. If anything, I got bored, but it's also because he's what is it? I don't know. He's very apparent with his flaws and why people end up going, "Oh, he backstabbed me." I'm like, I don't see how. Like he's very forward with how he is. I really don't understand how people get this way, and him too. He always gets this. Oh, they people betray me all the time. It's like, well, no. It's like they just didn't
Oh,
understand that you were a dick, and then they got offended or something.
oh yeah, EVS is very sensitive, dude. He's extremely sensitive. A lot of people say that he isn't, but I know he is. I've seen the way he went at Doug after the whole thing that happened with them and Doug, but also the dead giveaway to me was that comment that Captain Cummings made, where he called Cyberfrog a Ninja Turtle knockoff. Yeah, he looked like he wasn't ever gonna forgive him for that.
He probably not going to.
Yeah, yeah. EVS definitely sounds and looks like a guy to me that holds grudges. Like I kind of like I don't know. I had that
Well,
discussion
yeah,
with
he
Mike.
doesn't necessarily seem like the forgiving person after he believes a betrayal has occurred,
Hmm.
whatever that may be, real or imagined.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not gonna say anything because what the hell do I know? I don't know what's going on with them, and I don't want to know really.
By the way, Lorenzo,
That's
thank
why
you.
I stopped watching. I don't need to know.
By the way, Lorenzo, thank you for even showing up. I think you're the only one watching. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
If if you can, if you got time, share it out. We'll be on for I don't know, 3 more minutes or something. I'll probably do another live stream just to test like my 1080p. I have a good computer. I don't know how to use it though. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, no, like I was saying earlier, my fine art teacher would have looked at this and he would have had a shit fit. He would have been like, "Man, you should have stopped like
Oh yeah, yeah.
halfway, maybe."
Let me bring that up. That was so funny. Like we were talking about Mark's. We went and looked at Mark's artwork after we saw Dale's piece, and I'm not gonna lie, that Lady Death is good, and I no longer read books like this, but that's a good piece. That's his,
Hold
and
on, let me go to that. Hold on, go to that one.
the Lady Death.
Yeah, okay, it is good. I mean, it's drawn really well, but I wouldn't say that's Lady Death.
No, because her boobs are her signature, and if you don't oversize them, you're not actually giving us the real character. So I understand that, and I think that's a
Yeah.
discussion we had in high school. It's
Yeah,
hilarious
I mean, there's
because
see, and everyone gets pissed off, but that's the way the character is drawn. Like she
I
is.
yeah, I remember showing you a painting where I'm like, "Don't you think this is beautiful?" And you're like, "Yeah, but it's not Lady Death." And we had that whole argument the entire weekend. I still remember that, where even old boy was telling us, "You guys are still going on about that stupid drawing."
Yeah, no, and I will stick to my prognosis. It is not Lady Death. Like you said, it's a good drawing, but it's not Lady Death. That would be like a Lady Death cosplayer.
This is also a really good piece. The Batman he did.
Yeah.
I like that piece. This is a poster right here, man. In fact, Ben Batfleck, eat your heart out. This is what the gray Batman should look like.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
I also like the way he painted the cape. It's really well done. Now this atrocity,
Yeah.
they cannot
Yeah.
they cannot be winners.
Yeah.
I mean, concept. I'm just gonna go with concept first of all. He's lost in. I don't know whether to blame him or Marvel or just both at this point, because again, this girl that looks like she's uninterested in anything in life, sitting at the bench. This guy looking
She's like dead center too, like
right. He's holding his hand right here, and it looks like he's hugging this. Is this a woman? Uh, this
is this a woman?
it no,
Uh
dude, it's a woman. I don't think this is a man. I think this is a woman. I'm not kidding. Like
yeah, yeah, I think you're right.
it,
Either that or that's like some really, really round chest right
it,
there.
it looks like he's taking comfort in her, because he's looked like he's a little bit down. Magneto has lost all hope. Uh,
I mean, Magneto's all in black.
I
Like
don't.
he's mourning or what?
Mr. Sinister looks like he's well, basically he looks like he's Russian with that beard and stuff like that. They've turned him Ruski. This is the one that everybody says it looks like
What's that
a
pink
grown
thing that
man.
he's pointing at?
I don't know. I have no clue. This is the one that they kept saying that looks like a grown man throwing a soy rage fit. The one on top left.
Yeah.
I know people like Rogue. Rogue has had enough and she wants home. She wants to go home. This is
Uh,
this
home being a pine box,
this
right?
is hilarious, Captain Evil, because this is you at the bar not wanting to be there anymore. Right here, this is the I've seen this face from you before.
No, that's me being dragged to the gay club, not wanting to be there anymore. I've sat there for 4 hours with one beer, and I want to go home.
Thank you for retweeting that, Lorenzo. I popped up on my phone.
Yeah, but
If you're still listening.
this is overdrawn.
Yeah,
This doesn't even have any guidelines like to keep you in this picture. Like I said, it just has guardrails like the sword, these swords, the gun, these I don't know what these are. These arches at the top. Where the hell are these arches from? I thought
oh
those were a part of Mister Sinister,
no.
but
They're the it's a background. They're in like think of it like the the arches you
they're
see
supposed to
in
be
Thor.
like
Yeah.
cathedral
There you
windows,
go.
right?
Yeah, that's why I said like the arches you see in the Thor castles. So yeah.
Which makes no sense because then there's like a burning forest in the back, but then there's a tree
Right.
in front of the windows, like, and there's grass. So where the hell are they? What?
Yeah, and we're not saying that the man's incompetent. We're just saying that this right here, this is not a good piece.
This is bad altogether. Really.
That's why we complimented this one and the other one. This is not bad either, but this is, I mean, let's be honest, it's a
Um.
remake of the original, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Hold on. So he did. Hold on. He did this. This is literal tracing.
I love that you brought that up.
This is
It
literal
just
tracing
snapped.
because this is actually already done. This was already done. This
Yeah.
exact picture was already done. This is literal tracing.
So so Vic wasn't bad or wasn't wrong?
So what the fuck is he talking about?
No, Vic was saying he was a tracer.
Oh, that he was a tracer?
Yeah.
He traced it. This is
Vic
tracing. This is
Vic
tracing. That is
Vicky was
tracing.
Vicky was saying
The
that.
rest of it, I don't know, but that right there is tracing.
Yeah, Vicky was saying that he was no tracer.
Oh, Vicky was wrong.
This Black Widow, the Widow herself is not bad, but again, the amount, the copious amount of red tone that this man uses, like to overwarm and saturate his color palette in warmth. And this is a guy
Yeah,
who's partially
this is
colorblind.
oversaturation.
Yeah,
This is oversaturated.
this is an artist
Not only
who's
that,
partially
not
colorblind.
not only that, but you're told go back to it.
Yeah.
You're told to avoid black and red combinations for colorblind people because all they'll see is black. Like the red just turns to grays, dark grays or blacks. So like if you get a dark red next to a dark black, is just all black. They won't even know there's a border there.
Mm.
So this like super saturated is just like a gray mess, I guess, probably to someone that's colorblind.
You just had to dig that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you there's a point at somewhat to school. I argue it's not much more than that, and the networking end if you're gonna bother. If you're not a social person, don't even bother.
Yeah. Okay. Here's
Yes,
where
I'll tell you this right now: you cannot network and be antisocial. It doesn't work.
So he's changed his name right here. Says this seems fitting based off the freak out some people have had when my name is mentioned. Oh, so he's insinuating that he's the John Wick of the Twitter art community. If you ever see this, Mr. Mark Brooks art, I didn't even know who you were, so I wouldn't be afraid of hearing your art name, your name being said. And I do like your Batman. Your Lady Death is good too, but um,
Okay, so it's associated with supposedly John Wick. Well, then I can say then yes, it is fitting because when you say that and your name and John Wick, I'm like who? So I guess it's appropriate. I have no clue who you are.
right?
I feel like Zeb Brannigan. Tell me why. Why I should care.
Because you should.
I
Okay, Vic called the guy a tracing piece of S. Right. I've had enough beer in me. He called him a piece of shit, which I interpreted as an allegation of plagiarism. Well, technically, I mean, he did do a recreation of that Captain America, which is tracing. So he got that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but piece of shit. I wouldn't go as far as calling him a piece of shit. I might call him butthurt because of that last comment he put on his critique, which literally undoes the rest of the critique because you end it with that. You could tell that somebody's really, they're
Like I said,
uncomfortable with the whole thing.
I've heard those critiques.
Hey, Rick is
Like
in
I
the
said,
chat.
it's basically someone trying to say something bad, but at the same time they know they can't because everyone in the classroom likes the person and the artwork. So they know they can't really say anything too bad.
Yes, and he did say that he's a fan of Dale's art. Hey, Ray,
Obviously, he's not
Ray.
he's not a fan he's not a fan of EVS, I guess, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah, and that's completely how could I say this?
Understandable?
Understandable. There you go. Doggone it, man. I'm not even one whole beer in and I'm already losing my train of thought.
Wee.
Um, see, let me read some of the chat here.
That's why I take my herbal remedy.
Right, I get that, but one could argue that Ethan's style is a little too busy. I read that already. Well, it definitely is overwhelming. I read that. Okay, I think even EVS admitted that Cyberfrog was heavily inspired by Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. However, so was Battle Frogs. Battle Frogs? Battletoads.
Battletoads?
I don't remember because I remember seeing we saw the making of Battletoads years ago, and I still don't remember if they're actually based on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Because you got to remember, Battletoads was created back in the era when let me geek out a little bit here. When developing video games took a long, long time. If you were just in concept, you probably would miss the mark if you were trying to get in on a genre that was just created around the time that you were inspired to do it. Because it took years to make one game, like 4 or 5 years. You would be years off of that genre, probably like going away. Like if you wanted to make a video game inspired by Pogs, you would have missed it. Pogs would have not been a thing by the time your video game dropped. I can't clearly see what's going on in that image. Which
Which one?
image? What's up, Rain? Thanks for coming.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is gaudy. Nice pick. Did EVS draw it? No, that was drawn by Del Keown. Del Keown is the creator of Pit. Vic called that guy a tracing. Yeah. Well, tracing doesn't have to be plagiaristic. I mean, if he got permission to do that Captain America piece, um, it's still tracing, but it's not. So it says his last comment was that guy's a good artist. Oh, dude, then they really could have been inspired by them. Then you could be spot on, Lorenzo, because that's about the amount of time that it takes. It was inspired by TMNT myself. I do like TMNT. I'm a huge fan of TMNT. I'm a semi fan of Toads, Battletoads. I played the game and I like learning about game development and stuff like that, but I don't know enough about the story. Yeah, the frogs in TMNT. I would figure that Ethan got his inspiration of what his love for frogs, and then seeing the turtles as to why he would want to do it. The turtles did inspire a few properties that we know of.
Knockoffs? Like
Knockoffs. Rain says, "Are you going to start streaming often, Sketch?" I want to start streaming at least once a week. This one was just inspired because I was talking to Lorenzo, and I'm like, this really should be discussed out in the open because it is. Lorenzo was bringing up a good point. Like I said, there was butthurtedness on both sides: Comicsgate, non-Comicsgate, anti-Comicsgate, whatever you want to call them. But we need to look all past
I
that,
mean, Comics Gate, then the normies, right? Or what?
right? We do need to find a way to look past all that and see what's going on. I mean, even Mark himself was a bit butthurted in that comment, or butthurt in that comment, because his critique was wrong. First off, it looks extremely busy, but that's the concept. It's supposed. In fact, that's what Dell was going for. Without even talking to Dell, just talking to Captain Evil here, and looking at what a professional would be doing for a scene like this, you want to make it that overwhelming. And the fact that he was able to hold my beer EVS, that to me is like, EVS is one of the most detail oriented artists, to the painstakingly, to the fact that it's a detriment to how long it takes him to put out a book. He already draws slowly. If you've seen a drawing stream of EVS, and you're one of those types that can't stand in line behind people, I would recommend not watching that because he does draw very slow. He's very detail oriented in that way. And then on top of the fact that he makes most of his money off of YouTube and stuff like that, he doesn't always put his books out on time, which is something Lorenzo and I have talked about at nauseum, and been completely like added by the Comicsgate community, who still love us, by the way, because we still talk to Vic, we still talk to Dillard, and all the other Comicsgaters out there that we love and cherish and think of as friends. But regardless of that fact, EVS still doesn't put those books out in time, and this is a damn good piece by Del Keown. And I hope that he comes out with his own property, but I kind of hope that not too soon, because I would really love to see Del Keown take Comicsgate work. I'm kind of tired of every
Man, if he's gonna be
creator.
doing it like that, if he's gonna be doing it like that, I would love it because like, okay, when you get an artist, you want them to do art like how your book is going, but you can never always expect that because usually they have their own style, their own way of doing things. So I, at this point in my mind, like if you contract an artist, it's a crapshoot of what you're gonna get. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But he actually went for like literally for the style of the book, and man, he nailed it. It was good. It's great. I love it. Like I said, I'd want a poster of that, and
And you don't even like Cyberfrog.
Yeah, I don't even like Cyberpunk. Uh,
Yeah, and every time I go to your house and I see that poster up, I'm gonna say, "Don't you? You don't even like Cyberfrog." Even though I
nope.
know like you like Keown's work, I'm still gonna literally rub it in your face every time that Del Keown forced you to buy a Cyberfrog poster.
Right? Hey, but good work is good work. I
Okay,
mean,
Lorenzo says that Del Keown is taking over to drawing Cyberfrog. So, doggone you, EVS, I'm actually gonna have to buy another Cyberfrog book. So he's doing the third one then, right, Lorenzo? Vicky is OG CG, but a critic of the direction EVS took CG. Her channel's chat is full of comic skaters. Yeah, and you and myself are both critics of what he
see,
did.
but this, you see, that's the funny thing there. But he's not the leader, but he took it in a direction.
No, see, again, you said earlier that you stopped watching. He actually admitted
Oh,
finally,
he finally admitted that he's the leader of
well,
Confiscate.
that people followed him. He admitted it by not admitting it. He admitted people
Oh,
follow him, but he doesn't admit that he's the leader.
okay. So he admitted to a soft coup then, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, like it's not real cool, but it's kind of cool, you know.
See, because I know what the concept is. The concept is that they wanted to be like a community where
Oh,
the people are dictating it, but that ain't happening, and it's not gonna happen because you, like I said, you'd really want this to be done by, I don't know. I would have wanted them to have created a publishing company at this point.
so Lorenzo says, no. I asked if Dell was doing that. So you got my hopes up, which is really funny, but that would be cool. And I don't think
That'd
he's
be
taking.
nice.
I don't think he's taking it over. I mean, the guy created Pit, and didn't you once tell me, Captain Evil, that if he does a CG Pit, that you would back that book?
Yeah, yeah.
So again, and
Like literally, just throw money at it.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret. This guy's not a cheapskate, but he's not the type to buy anything easily. So,
Yeah, it's like it takes forever for like
so
it has to take. It has to be really good if I'm gonna bother to even spend money.
yeah, Cross says I have a copy of Cyberfrog for someone to buy. Maybe Cross, are you trying to make money on my stream? Cross is the hardest working man in CG, Captain Evil. You've met Cross. You know what I'm talking about.
um, I've seen CG. I've seen CG, so I know everyone's in
Okay,
there.
Rain, in response to Cross, says, Rick, you should trace that book so your comic can have good art.
Hey, hopefully you two could be as good as this tracer,
Right? Cross
this
comic says,
old hag tracer over here,
right? The old
Mark
hag,
Brooks.
the duck on it.
The old hag, Mark Brooks.
So let's go look at. I know Del Keown did Hulk. He actually did one of the Hulks I like. I just never bought that. Like I said, I think he was doing it when I had the comic book store. Hmm. Okay, check this tweet out. It says some of my favorite artwork I've done featuring POC characters to celebrate
uh,
Black History Month.
only one.
Check
Oh, oops.
these.
Sorry, I didn't see Storm there. Like I said, only one. Right.
Right. Well,
My favorite
well, this
characters.
is the bad guy. What's his name?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, he looks exactly the same.
No, it's what I forget his name, dude. It's Michael B. Jordan, but I can't remember the character's name. Killmonger.
Michael B. Boring. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Go back. So he did the movie versions where they look exactly the same. Because did they ever look exactly the same?
I don't remember Killmonger from the comics. Dude, I never read a Black Panther book. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say I know.
Yeah, me
But
neither.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna assume that back in the day, Killmonger did not look exactly like Black Panther.
I don't know, guys in the chat. if you know, did you ever see Killmonger before he was created or before he was in the movie, the
Before
Black
he
Panther?
was movie marvelized.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember the character at all. I don't know if he was a thing. Cross Comics is the Thing and the Human Torch aren't black characters. I was actually thinking that, and Cross said it. Thank you, Cross. You're a German in a school bus.
Technically, the thing isn't even human. I mean, he's a power rocks.
Yeah, I thank you, Lorenzo. I literally have said that before. He says, I really do think EVS might be wise to focus on live streaming and have others run the day to day operations of all caps comics. I think that would be wise because that would lead to turning it into something like a publishing house. Even if it's its own books, it still turns into an actual publishing
It
house.
might accomplish something that EBS wants, like profits.
Now, if we could only talk about those prices.
Anyways, I love how Black History Month characters literally involve someone called Black Panther. And then, I mean, at least Storm has a different name.
Hmm.
She's not Black Storm.
I don't really like Black Panther. He's a real racist character.
Now I would say I don't think it was initially, but then again, I don't know. I'm not
Nope.
sure.
He was created for that entire purpose.
Oh,
Literally,
really?
his name is garnered, if I remember correctly, from the Black Panther Party. Remember, he's created in the '60s.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the okay. And to be fair, I love super rendered artwork, but only the stuff that's still readable, like the master at Arthur Adams art. So Arthur Adams and a hand cramping level of lines, but every image is crisp and clear. It's not detail for detail's sake. Which, by the way, the image that the piece that Dale Keown did was not detail for detail's sake. Um,
Okay. See, that one is detail for detail's sake. See, that's another one. But see, this is sad. This was an actual cover.
yeah, and but to me, this isn't detail for detail's sake. I see where it's drawing you. It's drawing you to old big head up here.
Man, on my screen, trust me, all these people like you might as well be like little bumps and pimples.
Well, I would tell you that you have a potato screen, but I gave you that potato screen, so it wouldn't be fair.
You'd be burning yourself.
Okay, this one I did have a pet peeve here. I do have a problem with this.
The lines.
The details, the chest details that he does on Wolverine and on Cyclops. I don't like that because I tend whenever I draw the muscles out that much, it's usually only because it's a character like a male character that has no shirt on. Someone like the Hulk, the Pit, the Tenth.
Um, they look like they don't even have skin.
But that's what I'm saying because it's first of all, you have to have like 0% or even in the negatives of body fat to see those chest muscles like that.
No, I mean you'd have to be skinless. Like you'd have to be no skin. Like to hell with fat.
Yeah,
They'd be
okay.
like
Yeah, I get what you're
bloody
saying.
muscle and tendons,
Yeah, I get what
and
you're saying. It's usually why it works well on big monstrous characters like that because it's insinuating that the muscles are so bulged out that you could see the definition of the actual single muscles themselves.
yes, but
Which
that
is
does not
why
look right on a small human being. That looks like a person that got
exactly
skin.
exactly. That's why it doesn't look right to me. So you want to
Yeah.
praise this guy? That's all
You
well
know
and
what's fucked
fine,
up?
but that's not right. The editor should have told him that hey, that's over rendering right there, brother.
No, like I said again, overdrawing again, over rendering. Where's this over rendering come from?
Well, that's
What rendering is
I'm
taking place
I'm
that's being
using his.
overdone?
Jeff Potts is here. Hey, Jeff, welcome. I I have nothing to do other than troll live streams all day. Oh, welcome to my life, Jeff. And I work for a living. I still troll uh, live streams all day. Cross Comic says, wouldn't Cyclops be more lighted there? What do you mean more lighted?
Well, he
The
would be. I think he would be like. Actually, he should be darker.
Yeah, because he's in the background. No, no, he actually would have more light. Rick's right because the light source should be the fire beam that Phoenix is shooting. So he actually should be lit up from more than half of his body. In fact, he should his rear left his left foot or left leg should have a bigger bounce light on the top of it. And he should be all lit up on the left arm, the left flank. It should be really dark right under his arm, but like
You can barely even see him.
I'm saying because
Like seriously.
that power that she has emits light, and then he's getting like light from Storm over here on the left. He should be a hodgepodge of just shadows, shadows and bounce light.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's really.
But
It's
that would
hard
be
enough to
done in
see him as
color
it
though.
is.
In this artist's defense, that would be done in better served in color. But since he like over inked it, he's not gonna allow the colors to do the bouncing light effect and all that.
Oh, he's not allowing anyone to do anything in this picture. Like, he's like, screw you.
Hey,
Screw all
we're
that.
supposed to be discussing what's his name's art, and you're trashing Arthur Adams.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just.
You're not sorry. Don't lie on my stream.
Yeah, I'm never sorry.
Um,
Um.
I actually like this. I don't know what it is, but
No, admittedly, some of those other ones were harder to see.
I ain't gonna lie
But
though
yes,
that
this one has a particular.
that,
Um.
that both of them girls is thick.
What was that?
I said both of them girls is thick,
Yes, the top one more than the bottom one. I think
right?
the
Yeah,
evil one. The evil one always has a bigger rack.
I don't know.
That's how it goes.
They could take shots at this point.
This is also very reminiscent of like Lord of the Rings.
Yes, he even crossed that a light from all the fire around his beam.
Yeah, but it would. I think what I'm trying to say is that it would create harder contrasts in there somewhere, and there's none.
Rick made a nice pun. Finally, they do have nice headlights. That they do, Rick. I'll dog on it. Hold on, give me a second. Really, Hector put his brand new, or not brand new, but his used computer components I gotta put together.
He's relatively new.
Yeah, computer components, and he put them right under my desk, and I just knocked them over. So I like that piece. Let's. Okay, this was the first one. This one actually I didn't mind. This is this is not over detailed. He's saying that it's over detailed. No, this one needed to be this detailed because there's
Yeah.
a lot going on. Because it still does its job. In fact, this one is a good one to put side by side with that Kiln one because the eye is the main focus, the eye in the center. But he gives you so much detail on everything on the outside that it's not like I'm only gonna just really design the eye to just capture you, and everything else is gonna be like bleh, you know, which some
No,
artists do.
everything, everything. No matter what you end up looking at, inevitably draws you back towards the center.
Yeah,
Like I said, this started happening because of the use of perspective and things like that. Like where your eye leads, the fact that they're trying to lead your eye to things. They're trying to make you look at something, try to make you see something.
yeah, yeah.
And you got to go back to the old paintings, like whew, most of them were religious, but I mean,
Lorenzo says, "Did you guys see my last stream? Topher was on showing his off his horror comic about the Black Hills of South Dakota. I saw a piece of it. I remember. I think I mentioned something in there, and then I ended up having to go do something. But yes, I actually asked you on another stream, or I think in I don't know if it was on Twitter. I forget because I'm talking to people all day long. Um, I asked you who was drawing. I know Topher's drawing was the one with that guy that looks like he was coming out of the ground or something like that, because that was the book. But the other artist, I didn't know who that was. The one, I believe it was your stream where I said that that artist needs to do a video on how to draw females that are athletically fit with that are athletically buff with 0% body fat, because he did that character really really well. Ah ha ha, Rick. I think I, as in the eyeball, think some of the lighting is off. Rick and his puns. Well, Rick, I think this is actually a good piece. So, Mr. Old Hag here designed this Catwoman. It's not a bad Catwoman. I bet you the drawing looks better than this figure though. That doesn't.
Mm,
That figure doesn't. Oh, it looks better from.
that's the what is it? The Dark Halloween Catwoman, I think, right, or something.
You would know more than I. According to you, I'm not a. I'm not a Batman fan. You rescinded my Batman fan license. And you said no. I dubbed thee a Superman fan from now on.
You are though.
Well, yeah, but I can't be the fan of both.
No, I'm just saying that you're more of a fan of one than the other. That's all.
What? Oh, those are covers. I guess. Trying to see from look for more of his art.
He was trying to say that EBS was actually happy about that. I don't know if you read that.
I did, but I didn't get it.
He was trying to spin that kind of hard, I think.
Oh, oh. So we do have to compare. This is his pencils and ink. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm very fat, so that's very dangerous for me. And say,
Don't go too far.
right, that this. I mean, he's good. It's not bad, but there might be some contention here why he didn't like Dell's piece. Look at the way he does his pieces. I mean, one couldn't say there's a lot of empty space behind there. I mean, it's not bad, and his detail is it's professional, but it's not. It's like, oh, it's good, and you can consider him a pro, and you got to give him respect. But it isn't Del Keown's level of detail.
There's something that's supposed to be back there. Like you can see kind of something, I think. I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm seeing that right.
but I think it's what he drew it on. Already had an image superimposed on it.
Mm.
I mean, it's not bad. I'm not gonna knock on the guy, but you know, can understand why there was that one comment at the very end.
Like I don't know how to fill it in or what.
No, that one comment at the end where he said, "Well, because it's Dale, so it's good."
Like I said, that's just That's just to try to excuse his supposed rudeness. Uh,
Yeah, it's what we call a what do we call it? A backhanded compliment. Yeah, he's right about that one. you you detest the way Ezra Miller's Flash runs.
oh God. Uh, it's like those covers that they were Goo Gaga over there earlier in the thread. I'll also say that he looks like he's running to the restroom.
Wait a minute. How can you say something like that? He has one where he's look. So then he was gonna draw something else. Cause look, it's the same kind of. I guess this is the pencils.
Yes, yeah, I told you.
But look what he says. And now let's render the hell out of some fabric. So are you for or against over rendering, sir?
I still don't understand where they get this concept of rendering. Are they using a computer for this?
Wow,
Do they
this
not do it themselves or what?
would I be right in saying that this thing gives out so much Joe Mad vibes? Actually,
Kinda.
actually more Humberto Ramos. Yeah, more Humberto Ramos. Except that nobody has a grotesquely long neck with a tiny head. I like it though. Is this his?
Hmm.
Yeah, he said from 0203.
Again, why do they keep saying render?
I don't know. It's a term that gets used a lot lately.
I don't know, but people have been using words inappropriately lately, and I don't
Hey,
like it.
Muttman retweeted me. Is Muttman in the comments? Muttman's an artist
That's
as
all I'm
well.
gonna say.
He's the artist that did Hero, that reanimated uh, soldier book that I showed you a few months ago, something like that. Okay, let's
Yeah.
put Dell's piece right there. Let me check out the stream chat. Jeff Pot says a man cannot serve two masters, Batman and Superman. Jeff Pot's going biblical on me. Cross Comics says
See?
that was Catwoman from the 90s. Says the other artist is Daniel Vega from the Tech Corner. Daniel Vega is a good artist, by the way. He's the one that definitely needs to
Yeah.
make that video.
Trust me, I could probably put Catwoman and Dark Halloween, and it'll probably be that version of her.
Daniel is a regular on the Sleestakians. I will be watching more of the Sleestakians then. Two. Hey, he misspelled two. That's why he put it again. Cross Comic says, I hear the branch creaking. No, you did it. Hush your mouth. That branch is going to hold me as long as I need it to. Consciously Stack says, I think he meant Dale's work is
In no way
always
will that
skillfully done.
age horribly. Right?
I think he meant Dale's work is always skillfully done. It is. It is very skillfully done. Lorenzo Slezak says Comicsgate would be more productive if folks stopped arguing on Twitter and focused on finishing their books. True, but then we wouldn't have so much reason to stream anymore, Lorenzo.
Right?
Actually, if Comicsgate art, let me put something in there. If Comicsgate artists would stop arguing so much, let the fans argue about it. Oh, I think I just heard the branch snap. No, you didn't. That was just
Like,
that was just Captain Evil putting a support beam under it. That's what you heard.
well, I think it would be done by the wallet, but again, what do I know?
I do want to do more streams like this. I actually want to do scripted videos discussing some stuff like this, where we can get in more detail and put it down right, and probably put those. I was thinking of putting them on Rumble. Um, I know a lot of people don't use Rumble, but that's kind of one of the reasons I want to put it on there. Is because one, there's not a lot of people. I think Cross Comics is the biggest art channel on Rumble right now, and I'm gunning for you, Cross. I'm just letting you know right now. It's just a you know friendly reminder that I'm still here.
And you'll
Um,
be there.
and I'll be there. What was I gonna say? I know that right now Rumble doesn't. Rumble needs to get its stuff together. It's
Look,
it's
its
grown
community is
immensely,
again obviously significantly smaller than YouTube,
dude. It grew
but at
immensely.
the moment, its metrics of usage and like people doing stuff is way better than YouTube at the moment. Not only that, but I mean, YouTube is algorithmically
Dead.
pretty much demoting everyone that isn't a main news source. So you're never gonna get a growth there properly, even if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's why so many people take so long to get to 1,000 subs, to get to the required time.
Yeah, to do any of the things because they don't want you there anymore. They want they want to be a streaming service to have people pay money.
Yeah,
Like I forgot what is it? Someone
yeah.
was saying that oh it's no longer YouTube. I'm like oh it's still YouTube. It's just that the U is now an acronym. It's like you owe us. It's like you're gonna have to work harder now because you don't make us any money. You don't do anything for us. So we're gonna go with CNN. We're gonna go with Fox News. We're gonna go with anybody else that has ad revenue, that has corporate backing, that has anything.
Okay,
If you're not a celebrity that that can get a million subs, you're not important.
okay. Cross Comics is telling us, with this much rendering, I feel sorry for the colorist.
This much rendering. Again, drawing. Again, rendering.
Well, basically, rendering is what they're talking about is adding the details, the cross hatching and the feathering, to fill out the work to make it look like a piece of art and not just flat, or like John Malin's work. Zing.
Again,
Nah, I love John Malin.
it's like
Not a fan of his work, but I
so
love
like
him.
they take the longer word to say rendering to refer to details.
Hmm.
Ah, bueno, okay, I see where the language is going here. We're gonna take the longer route for everything.
Cross Comic says, "Yep, 148 subs on Rumble. Make that 149."
Hey, make that 147.
Cross Comic says, "I had the time once to get monetized, just not the subs." Yeah, and it's hard to grow.
Yeah, but see the thing of it is you need to keep being there. You need to keep being active. You need to keep doing stuff.
Oh, no, no, that
Like
is.
you're not gonna get anywhere on any platform if you're not pushing out content.
But he was. He would stream like one, two, three times a day almost.
It ain't even in the streaming. It's right now. It's just in the videos. Like again, um, make videos and streams. Don't get me wrong. It's not like you shouldn't do streaming,
So
but like make videos, make content.
Lorenzo says, even the fans would be better off not giving attention to their adversaries. Think of all the free publicity Comicsgate and Fandom Menace have given to Renfamous or even Brie Larson, which is true, and I do agree with that to a point. Uh, just the other day, I was like, I want to see who's live streaming so I can listen to them while I'm working. And the only live stream was on was Drunk 3PO talking about the damn Galactic Star Cruiser hotel again. It's like the upteenth video from the upteenth creator in all that, you know, culture critique stuff. And it's like, dude, enough, dude. That's a dead horse to me. Oh, it hasn't come out. We haven't gotten it. I don't care. I would venture to say that 7 out of 10 Star Wars fans probably don't even go to to theme parks. It's actually a minority of actual fans go to the theme parks. It really doesn't affect a lot of the fandom what they do or don't do at the theme parks. I mean, it's cool if you need to make a 10-minute video for content. By all means, make your money. But a 2-hour live stream by 3PO, then by Ryan from RK Outpost, and I'm just using, I don't think he did, or Geeks and Gamers, and another one by Gary, then another one by Az. I'm like, dude, you're killing me here. Y'all need to diversify your portfolio of content. I mean, most people are sub to the same people, so we don't want everyone's different take. It's just my thing. Like, I hardly ever watch that much anymore, and that's why, like, when I go in there, they're like, they don't even know who I am, and I'm like, yeah, because I barely come in here anymore. But I probably have been sub to you for more than a year now, and I don't even watch you. At this point, I think I should have just unsubbed.
Oh, it's forever, but I have to watch someone like a lot before I bother to sub to them. I
Jeff
don't sub to anybody.
Jeff says, yeah, I agree. Bitch once, then move on. Cross Comics says, sometimes it's hard to tell where one thing begins and another starts or ends. Are you talking about people complaining, or are you talking about the artwork? Because I could see clearly, like the song said, I could see clearly now that Dale has drawn.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I can see everything going on.
Lorenzo says, I just saw a stream about that Star Wars hotel last night. Yeah, I'm done with it. Like, I know
In
that they're
fact,
not insulting the people, but
I'd argue if you took an EVS drawing that's like this and just stripped it of the color, you wouldn't be able to tell hide nor hair what was going on. But in this, you can.
I always wanted to do something. I'll tell you off stream about a video content thing that I want to do because I mean I'm pretty sure these guys won't say anything, but I always wanted to do a versus stuff. Like I want to pit two artists against each other, their art. Like Del Keown versus EVS would be a good. But you got to put apples and apples and oranges together. So you have to actually do some research. That's a lot of work.
Mm, no, that seems like a very hard concept because, like I said, you'd only have to have these rare moments like this where literally he did it somewhat like EVS,
he
and
That's why I said
yet I feel arguably better. But
he told
still, like
EVS hold my beer. He told
you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have many of these. What was
Cross,
that?
Cross Comic says I talk about current things for about 5 or 10 minutes, if that, and then I go from it. I Yeah, I go on from it. The artwork when you start to color it. Oh yeah. No. Well, I mean the borders are set very well. It's just it's gonna be tedious. It was tedious to draw. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be tedious to paint.
But I consider that to be a thing that's natural towards Cyberfrog thing. It looks tedious to paint.
We have a suggestion for our first verses from one comic book artist versus another comic book artist. Rick from Cross Comics and the Cross Comics verse versus Vic King, the artist on Artifice Reanimate on Indiegogo, I think right now. Cross Comics says the foreground you tell easily, but when you get into the background, it would get harder. If they're doing it digitally, I sincerely doubt that because what they're gonna do is they're gonna trace the foreground, and then they're just gonna like they're gonna do the background like by taking the layer off, but leaving the trace. Like put the tracing on a different layer, and then take the background or the foreground off. In other words, cut it up, and they're gonna be able to like piece it fast. Some painters are quick. They have techniques that help them work stuff out.
No, but again, altogether, it's a very Cyberfrogian piece without it being from TVS, right?
Say that again.
I mean, it's Cyberfrog. Like I could see this and be like, it's Cyberfrog. It's not like
Oh no, dude, it's spot on for Cyberpunk.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Dude, his Salamandroid is killer compared to EVS's. The only one I have in the fridge. Doggone it. I'm tired
I
of
think it's because like
turning my
EVS
mic on and off.
tends to freaking make him like so huge you can barely see him.
Oh, sorry, I have to keep cutting my mic out because the oldest one keeps coming in and I'm asking him to do something for me, but you know how he is.
Yeah.
He has to say something. That tastes good. I am drinking Shiner Strawberry Blonde. I knew you were gonna say that. Every time me and old boy drink it, you're like, ugh. Dude, you don't even like your Mexican beers dressed.
Nope. If I'm gonna be drinking piss Voster, I might as well drink piss Voster. I'm not gonna bother with the salt or the lime or any of that crap. Give me a terrible drink straight.
See what the chat is saying. Yes, Cross Comic says Vic is on Melvin too as well, and yes, he is. I forgot that he was doing that. Lorenzo
Whatever
says
that means.
now that Melvin 2 is the second issue of Timothy. I'm having a brain fart. I can't remember his last name. For some reason, I want to say what's the actor's name, Timothy Oliphant, but that's not him.
Come on, I can just straight up say no, no.
I know. Uh, Timothy. Doggone it, I don't know his name. Tim's gonna he's gonna kill me next time he sees me. He's gonna be like, "You forgot my name, bro."
How are you gonna pimp my stuff if you can't remember my name?
Well, I might as well pimp his stuff now that I forgot his name.
Right? Oh wait,
Olson.
I don't remember
It's
that either.
Timothy Timothy Olson. That's his name. I misspelled Timothy.
Wow. There's an O in there.
Yeah, there's an O, right?
Yeah.
Oops. Stupid
Good
thing.
thing I could,
I'm.
good thing you
Uh,
can actually see what you're doing. Because if not, I'd be like, man,
really? And I follow him and I can't find his channel.
nice. It's like, who?
Hey, is Tim off of Twitter? Should I type in the
Yeah,
code?
you know, there's big banning waves going on, so people just disappear. It's just like, wee.
I saw him
Which
not too
why
long
you
ago.
should always be on a new tech device of some sort and be plugging it. Don't be expecting natural growth from a channel that just sits there and doesn't do anything. Like, golly, these people. I felt like leaving a nasty comment to someone about that. They're like, I don't want to use Rumble. Well, you don't put anything on Rumble and you expect the channel to grow. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking.
Okay, this is gonna be Melvin 3. He's already got a cover for Melvin 3. Where's Melvin 2?
Whoa, why is that head so big?
I have no clue.
I mean, it's massive. You are seeing that, right? Or is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
Like,
Okay,
she's got like bobblehead
so
head. Like,
you know, Cross. You just listen to what this man is saying right here. You guys think I'm bad at critiques or like jumping on someone real quick. Notice how I didn't even tell him anything. He's like, "Whoa, what was that?" I'm telling you.
sorry. But again, yeah, I say it, but I'm not sorry. Whoa, look at that head. Hey.
will show it to you over and over. So yeah, he's the creator of Melvin. Actually, I could show you this.
Oh God, why did you stop on that?
What did I? I didn't notice that.
Of all the things to stop on, like, see, you could have stopped at the alligator or even this. The shit with Skeletor, you could have stopped on anything, but that's what you stopped on.
Did you read the one from Skeletor? And people
See,
wonder
but
why
at least
I
that,
waste my
but,
time on Twitter.
but at least that was funny. At least that was funny. That other one was just disgusting.
I don't know who's doing 3. I know Melvin 2 is being done by Vic. Oh yeah, I totally watched that.
Like,
Oh, this is our boy right here, Cross.
if he literally had like a 30-second, like literally just him kick flipping and hitting Leatherface overs and overs and overs and overs again, like just for 30 minutes, like 30 seconds straight, love it.
This is Cross. Cross inked this, by the way. He didn't draw it. He did the inking.
Yeah.
He traced it. But he did it digitally, so.
Again, we don't got the heart to tell you, but you're a tracer.
Yeah, Sid is the artist on 3, and he's the inker. Friends LabCorp says, "Sorry, I thought this was the Cthulhu Cult channel." No, that's 2 doors over to the left. Friends LabCorp, this is the first time I've seen him. Welcome.
It's like you will not find no sea monster shit.
Not bad for a Canadian. That's literally what I said about the truckers thing. It's like, not bad for Canadians, man. Rain says, "Cross ink better, please."
Ink better.
I follow you on Twitter. I follow a lot of people on Twitter. And I'm sorry if I didn't remember you. I think, yeah, I do. I think I recognize your thing.
By the way, I follow no one. I know nobody.
He does. You don't have
And
a
I
Twitter.
probably won't remember your
Dude,
names.
you should totally have a Twitter for the 1 week they'll let you use it, because it'll take you about that
I'm gonna
long
get
to
banned.
get kicked off of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get banned so quick.
The second you enter the politic realm, you'll be like, "Hey, I got banned."
Yeah. Oh, I'll probably get banned even just for the art stuff. Ain't no one want to hear my shit.
Right. So this is Melvin 3, inked by Cross Comics. Where's Timothy at? He's promoting Melvin 3, and what happened to Melvin 2?
There it is. I saw Melvin 2 right there.
Where? Oh. Because Vic's doing Melvin 2, right? Oh, I change my name on YouTube all the time. It says Friends Last Court.
That's helpful.
Right?
Remember that one guy? Oh, wait. They find him.
I'll let you read Melvin 1. Because it's not bad. And it has a lot of potential. He could get another character to hold their own book. He was able to do 2 characters that can hold their own book in the first book. And I'm like, that's actually pretty good for, I don't know if it's an accident or you meant for it to happen, but that's really good for your first outing as a writer. I think this was John Dillard's cover, right, Rick? Melvin 2 is being lettered, I think, says Rick from Cross Comics. Rain says maybe he only promotes Melvin 3 because the art is better. I only trash Vic when Vic is on stream. But I do trash him a lot, so I mess with him a lot. Ah! Doggone it. We need to talk to Timothy about his Twitter.
You're never really looking at that screen, are you?
I looked up to see that bear and that dude making out. This is Glacier Mountain's book. This is Dario's book. That I forgot what it's called, but it's Outrage versus Dark Light.
Is that Yeti in armor soliloquy? Oh.
Of course. Well, here's another cover for Melvin too.
No.
You sound like that Scottish singer, the one that I told you she bought her first car and it was that Audi A10.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh no, oh no,
Yeah. Oh no.
this is too much car for me."
Is he made of sand?
No, Melvin is not my comic. This is Timothy's comic. I do not have a comic right now. Me and Captain Evil are actually working on two concepts, and I want to bring him in on gun trucks, which is another one I'm doing. But I need to go. I need to get a hold of my old army buddies because a lot of that is going to be integrated in there.
My only thing is about the colors. It's just like this, just odd coloring.
Hmm.
Like I don't know why he's yellow and she's red. If they're supposed to be like that,
Timmy, the Lords
I
of the
guess he's supposed to be
Underworld.
yellow, but I don't
Yeah,
know. He looks so much. He looks so
Melvin.
much like sand.
Melvin is like a greenish tint, like
Green?
a yellowish green.
I don't know, but in that particular one, he looked like Sandman. Like he looked sand, like made of sand.
The stupid Chad guy. Sam Keith, creator of the Max. I believe it was the Max, right? That Sam Keith did. Tim is an odd guy, says Cross.
And
What
you would.
what was my MOS? I was a 92 Sierra. Started off as a 43 Mike. I was a quartermaster, but I wound up as a gun truck operator in country because we were just doing a rotation out there, and none of us got, well, not none of us, only a handful of us got to do our actual job, which
Look at
was
that.
okay because I didn't mind it because it was much more interesting doing that, and I kind of didn't like my MOS very much. Okay, Cross says Melvin. Oh no, Rain says Melvin always has weird coloring. Well, Melvin is in black and white. Only the covers are in color. But Melvin is supposed to be like a greenish yellow tint. It's a story told in another galaxy. Cross says they are supposed to be that color. Exactly. Yeah, I said that. Mm, it's not set on Earth. I said that too. It's set way out in space, long after Earth is a dead planet. That I didn't know. You work with vets, friends? Cool. What do you do? Put it in the chat. This is actually pretty good. I'll doggone it. I hit something on my keyboard. So yeah, Captain Evil and I are working on two concepts. Uh, One I came up with, and one is something that he and another friend of ours has done years ago that I kind of jumped in on. We're not gonna do that, but we're gonna do something in the same style, which is sort of like what's it called? The Tick. So it's kind of a not a parody, but It doesn't take itself too seriously, um, and it's gonna have humor in it, of course. But I wanted to make it sort of like the Tick, but also a bit like what the hell is that movie?
Mystery Man.
Mystery Man. There you go. Thank you. And that's what we're going for. We gotta get together now that I'm back at work on one of my days off to start creating the characters and then start fleshing them out. And all that's gonna be is basically writing most of it. And once we can get the characters, we'll look for the situation to start telling the story and just have fun with it. I personally don't need big like an overarching theme. It's nice to have one, and I know Captain Evil's he likes to have one. So being able to work with him like that, that's gonna help me out a lot because I can focus on more character driven parts where he can focus on the overall. Captain Evil here is a huge fan of J.R.R. Tolkien and world building that way. So it's kind of like he'll set it up, and I'm just gonna play in the playground with a lot of the stories that we'll tell. Um, but it's right now it's more in just the concept stage. But hopefully I don't want to put a timeline on it. As soon as I have anything concrete to show, I will. Of course, with Captain Evil's permission. Hopefully, I'll have him on stream so we can discuss it. I may want some artists and writers involved that I've met, but they'll have to be vetted by this guy over here because he's not easy to work with, but it is fun creating the stuff. He and a really good friend of mine that I grew up with, we all met in school, and they had created this little world that they had made based on actual people in real life, and it was just one of the funniest things. It was kind of like South Park before South Park existed, and it was just funny.
In fact, we considered it to be too disgusting and too raunchy, and then South Park happened, and we were like, "Oh, we probably could have done it."
Yeah,
We probably could have done it, and it would have been fine because South Park literally got just about as bad.
yeah, because the thing I liked is where you guys integrated like our culture and in our little neck of the woods in our high school and our middle schools into culture, like pop culture itself. I mean, Mother BB was literally an amalgamation of one of the teachers and the Hispanic Elvis-looking lesbians that would walk around our city.
Yes, and then she also became a religious figure in the storyline as well. Like
Mm-hmm.
where she commanded this construction of a building that was so huge that was in the middle of the ocean that it was an eyesore to everyone. It
Yeah,
could
no,
literally be seen by everybody. So,
yeah, it's really funny.
mm.
But I mean, I don't expect you guys to laugh, but that's the thing that said we should really work on something. But life happened, and then when Comicsgate broke off, and not too long ago, I mean, we've been trying to make a YouTube channel forever, right? Me and
Mm.
you, like
Yeah, I
years
mean,
ago. I mean, back when the Arrowverse first started, we were gonna do reactions and overviews of each episode. Um, not all of them good, by the way.
and then
We
it just turned into a horrible Batman ripoff. So,
dude, we were calling its demise in the second season that people weren't seeing, and they're like, the second season is like most second season. It was like the best, and I'm like, no, they killed off all the talented actors.
yeah, and all the bad parts that they did the first time around, they doubled down on. Like,
Hmm. Well,
okay,
me having studied acting for a little bit, I when you said they got rid of this guy, I'm like, no, that's a bad thing. I'm like, who's gonna carry the show? The main character is not that good of an actor. He's not gonna be able to carry the show. It's just not gonna work.
see, the sad part is that he could have, but he couldn't carry the show the way they were making him play it. Like, this Green Lantern was too serious and too Green Lantern, Green Arrow. He was too serious. Like
Yeah,
he's supposed to be the jokey rich boy.
but that doesn't work. You need to have a personality, and Stephen Amell doesn't have a personality, so he has nothing to
He,
work off of. Hey,
well,
I'm
he has the look, but obviously no personality, right?
hey, I will tell you the truth. Between him and his younger brother Robbie, Robbie's the one that has the personality.
Yeah, they should have used him then.
Yeah, Robbie. Well, Robbie was kind of
And since
young,
he
but
was younger, they could have had him longer.
that's true.
But for some reason, they wanted to do this whole serious Batman
As
ripoff business.
Friends Lab, I am from South Texas.
Awesome.
Okay, let me go back to the chat real quick. Oh, they're talking about this. But okay. Rain says, Rick, what is color? And he spells it COLLOR because I think Rick misspelled something.
No, he spelled color. That's one of the old timey ways of spelling color. Putting
Friends
a
Lab
U in
says
there.
counseling. Oh, okay, so he works with counseling. That's good, dude. He works with vets in counseling. Vets need
Awesome.
counseling. Cross Comment says, I don't like where Venom's tongue is headed. Rick, you pervert. Friends Lab says, is Rick doing the tracing?
Hmm.
On Melvin 3, he is. Cross Comics for what? At Friends Lab Corp. Oh, he's for vets, Rick. He works
See,
with.
that's an appropriate use of tracing. This other business about that's tracing. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's again that one is a technique. The other one is tracing. There's two different. They're two different things. Like I imagine this would be weird if this happened in the time when rotoscoping started, and then it'd be like you're just tracing, and then it never went anywhere.
Oh, okay. So Friends Lab says to hit him up when he wants to. When I want to do like probably the gun trucks one because he's a vet. Um, Cross Comics says I'm inking Melvin 3. You're just tracing. Hit me up.
You're tracing Melvin 3.
You'll get a 20 from me. Oh, awesome. Yes, awesome. I already have a book sold. Friends Lab Corp says at least. Uh, Cross Comics says who do you want to hit up?
You're
Oh,
overpaying with that 20, but we'll gladly take it.
you and my sketch. Cross Comics says I am on Twitter under Cross Comics. Friends Lab says yeah, Rick, we follow each other. Another one.
Hey, come on, Rick.
Where
You
are
don't
you,
even
bro?
know who's following you. And I'll also say this again, Rick. You're promoting your stuff here, seriously. But go ahead, I guess.
No, that's fine. I promote my I
I
promote my stuff on Rick's channel all the time. But plus, again, I told you,
know.
Rick
I
is
know.
the
I'm just.
hardest working Canadian in show business. Yes, Rick is from
Um,
Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Well, when Fidel Castro's son opens your borders up normally, I'd like to go visit you, Rick. Oh, and also when it's not so cold that I could literally turn into a popsicle and just standing outside of your house.
oh no, I'd like to go like then, but again, yeah, I'm not down for literally having to get jabbed repetitively just to cross a border. Thank you. And on that note, Trudeau can eat a dick. But let us continue.
Cross Comic
Um,
says he has personality. I've seen him in other stuff, and it's his cousin, not his brother. Oh yeah, Robbie's his cousin, right? You're right. And no, Steven does not have he does not have a personality. Cross. I'm sorry. I have to correct you on that. I've seen Stephen Amell. His debut was on a show that I don't want to admit that I watched. But even then, he did not have.
hey, hey, you
Yeah.
watch garbage, all right?
Oh, I know.
Just admit
You
it.
don't
Just
admit you're
admit
watching
it.
garbage.
Just admit it.
Okay,
You watch garbage, okay?
fine, dude. It was The Practice by Shonda Rhimes.
There we go. See, that just admit it.
And yeah,
Golly.
he was hot Scott on that, and his acting was not hot.
Yeah, Scott. I remember you talking about that shit.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was him.
yeah.
Oh.
Remember I told you I go the arrow is hot Scott, and you're like,
Mm.
that's that's really gay, dude. And I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, Friends Lab Court says I'm not a vet. Lost an older brother while serving. Mother, mad, made us promise we serve at same time. The next older brother retired after 23 plus years, so I decided he helps vets as I could. Oh, dude, my condolences and thank you for his service. I recently had a family member. Well, we call him a family member. He's actually a friend of the family, but I grew up with him. Well, he grew up with my oldest brother. They were best friends. Made it all the way to sergeant major. He finally retired. Powerhouse or Captain Evil. Sorry, he finally retired as a sergeant major. He said he got tired.
Many usernames.
Mm.
Um,
Cross
no,
comments. What is Twitter? You know what Twitter's is.
the Twatters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Sam
yeah, so
Sam
that's
King.
what I hear. The bird is
Let's.
shedding some feathers there, and it's giving the band hammer to people left and right out of nowhere. So
Who's that? We're gonna look at Cross's website now. Cross wants to promote it. I'm gonna out promote Cross on my channel.
right?
This is crosscomics.ca. It's Cross's website. You'll find all his characters. Well, not all his characters. You'll find all the characters that you will be seeing in future comics. His
This here
Crossverse,
is
as we call
Canada.
his main superhero, is the Canadian Shield. A very diverse representation. He is a I don't know what clan he's from, but he is I think in Canada they call them First Nationers. We call them Native Americans. I grew up calling them Indians. So call him what you want. He's a Mohawk. He's a big dude, and he's a Christian who God sends into the future and gives him a suit that gives him superpowers that would make Superman jealous. Well, at least that's what we're thinking, because in the first book, he threw a tree into outer space with one hand easily. He uprooted it and threw it into space. And I backed Rick because I like Rick as a person, and I like the Canadian Shield. But much like Captain Evil told me that I'm a fan of Superman, so I would like
Hmm.
it. Hey, Dad.
That all lines up. He's more of the Boy Scout superhero.
Oh, so now you're gonna talk smack about my what did you call it when we were playing Star Wars?
Your alignment.
Yeah, my alignment. It's like I would make more money if it wasn't for your damn alignment.
I was a smuggler. What do you want? I was
So
trying to play my alignment. My alignment was greed.
he
Give
has
me them ducats.
his characters include angels, demons, heroes, supporting cast members, and of course villains. Let's go through the some of the villains.
Wow, so the demons are separate from the villains? Do they are they just like a category of evil that's separate?
Oh, I was telling Dust because he was thinking maybe he wanted to jump on real quick for a few minutes. I'm
Sure.
actually drawing a picture of Dragon Breath here. Um, don't know where I have that right now, but this is his character, Dragon Breath. 10 feet tall.
Nice.
He's already put out one book. He's getting ready to put out, I believe, two books at one time, right, Cross? Both, I think it's the Canadian Shield 2 and Snowdrift, who may or may not be an assassin.
Oh well, good job because that's like more books than I've seen from anybody else.
Well, he's gonna put them out, I think, on the both on the same campaign. It says God brought him to our present day.
Okay, so he's from the past then.
Yes, he's actually from a time where I think he was practically disowned by his clan because he went to the white man's God. That when he explained something like that to me a while back, I was like, I kind of want to see that because that's actually that's like a good that could make for good storytelling. So Friends Lab says long family of military family been here since the late 1600s.
Nice.
Nice. Rick is the man, says Friends Lab Corp. Yeah, I think he's a man. At least I'm kind of sure.
I was once a man.
Was once a man. Okay, Cross says he's from the Mohawk tribe, from the Sixth Nation. See, I like little details like that, and that needs to be in the book, Rick, because little details like that make it for me, because it solidifies the character. It fleshes out the character.
Yeah, background is always good.
Friends Lab says when I traveled to Canada, I hung out with the First Nation people. Oh, he corrected me. He uprooted it and threw it into outer space with two hands. So, still not as strong as Superman. I mean, Superman held a black hole in one hand. One hand, Rick.
Right?
Got to step up your game.
You should have been able
You
to
got
do
to
that
keep
tree
your
thing.
power game up.
Should have been able to do that tree thing with one finger, like just.
Rain asks Rick, why did God send him to the future? God sent him to the future instead of using someone from the future. Cross Comic says, well, he could have done it with one hand. That's conjecture, sir. God brought him to our present. Friends Lab says, my family got a lot of Crow and Chippewa. Cross Comic says he will be drawing Dragon Breath on Tuesday.
Nice.
Cool. That's awesome. Oh, and that means you'll be coloring it at night, right? So maybe I'll jump on with you at night. Maybe I'll get Captain Evil to stay up past his bedtime and get on there with us.
I'm already past my bedtime.
Well, not today, on Tuesday. Cross Comic says yes, two
Every
books at the
day or
same
what?
time. No, not every day. Tuesday. Tuesday's not every day. Yes, two books at the same time. That's awesome.
Good work, Kate.
Friends Lab says Rick, this test monkey. Oh, okay. I think that's might be his name on Twitter. Rain says God should have left him in the past. Cross comments, she is not an assassin, not yet, Rick. We're holding out hope.
That she isn't or that she is?
That she is.
Oh.
I think Eagle. It was either Eagle or Elric that was trying to make her into an assassin. Friends Lab says we are shell. Race is nothing. The soul is everything. Good versus evil. Oh, okay, he said coloring Thursday most likely. Cause you do a late show on Tuesday and on Thursday, right? Cross. Ooh. I was drawing Aslan, one of his hero characters. This one right here. Gotta click on the profile. This one right here. I want to get Captain Evil to do one or two of his characters. Maybe like a hero, a villain, and a supporting cast member or something. Dillard did this Insecto right here. I think he did Power Teen as well.
Oh yeah, that power team that I was telling you that doesn't look like a team.
Super Spider right here that is totally not Super Spider Man.
It's like what is it? What's that
Oh well,
one?
yeah, Super Spider is a girl. My bad, Rick. I completely forgot Super Spider was a girl. Bear. Wait, Bear's a hero? I always thought Bear was a villain.
Uh, what was it? Was it 90210?
Oh,
Where they're supposed to be teenagers, but you could clearly tell that they were not.
yeah, I remember you saying that. You're like 90210, dude. They look like they already have like careers going and everything.
I love it. I think on The Simpsons, that's where they made fun of was it Luke Perry, and they're like, "Here's that young teen from that show, and this and that." And he smiles, and it's like all wrinkles. And he turned into an old man.
Well, Luke Perry was a lot older than them.
Oh yes, he was. Oh yes. But I mean, they were already old as well anyway. There, but he was significantly older than them.
Every time I think of 90210, I think of that stupid joke in Mallrats when the fat guy looks at what's her name and goes, Brenda?
Is it Dick?
Exactly.
Or I should say Richard.
Right. Moose. A Canadian sailor? Do you guys have a navy?
Sailing those frozen seas, huh?
Or do you just like patrol the edges on skis, eh?
He's like on an icebreaker, right?
I served with
uh,
Canadians in Iraq, so I get to make fun of your military. Even though, in all honesty, dude, I'd be very, very scared of the Canadian military. They are known for being a bit brutal.
like their weather or what?
Yeah, they're like really nice until they don't want to be. Like when it
Oh
gets real, like they're the living example of when keeping it real goes wrong.
no, I'm sure they'd gut you and then still say sorry.
Exactly, dude. Oh, this is another thing about Del Keon that I forgot to tell you. He's the one that did the run of uh,
The darkness.
the darkness that you like.
Yeah, the darkness. That was the male version of the Witchblade.
Hmm. Some say it was better than the Witchblade. The book, I mean, not the powers and stuff. That the Darkness's book was better.
Probably, but I mean, am I gonna choose him or I'm gonna choose a sexy woman?
Sexy lady.
Right?
Ooh. Oh, we're never gonna get this in the Marvel movies, and I wish we would. Agent Venom.
Nope.
We could do it in the multiverse. Get out of here with your multiverse. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like multiverse storylines and stuff like that. I enjoyed the heck out of that last
Look at that
Spider-Man
pit.
movie.
Come
Say that again.
on, look at that pit.
Hmm.
Yeah, right
I
there.
always like stuff like this because look at how like over like stylized this is, and then this is just like cartoon stylized.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
I do
Great.
too. That's why I liked. I think it was Mark Silvestri that did the because he's the one that created the Darkness,
Yeah.
and always liked that like those stupid little minions that he had, those demons. That one,
Yeah.
that one that came out with a backwards cap all the time and was talking smack.
He killed I don't know how many of those like all the time. I think didn't he? Like he would just randomly kill them. I think didn't he?
I don't know. I
Something.
never read the Darkness. I never read Witchblade either. You're the one that used to read all that stuff. Again, remember
Yeah.
my alignment.
Yeah, I only got certain books though. It's not like a like collected. But if I got a book,
No, I blame Magic the Gathering. We got so into Magic the Gathering back then because we were destroying so many people at the tournaments that we were like, buy another booster, buy a comic book, buy another booster, buy a comic book.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus, we had that attitude of I could always do my own book, and that's gonna be awesome. Why am I gonna buy a book? Because remember, I was the one always quoted saying, "Is I could draw it later on myself. Why do I need to buy that poster?"
I'll make something better later.
Right? Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like his work though, is it? Oh, I guess it is, but it's a sketch. Dude, this man changes his style of doing the shading and the lighting because this isn't similar to his other style. This looks more like the way Mad and Ramos do it. Agent Venom.
Agent Venom.
Hmm. Is that what I said? Or did I say it sounded like I said Asian Venom, right?
Oh, I just heard Venom.
Oh,
I
no, I said Agent Venom.
say Asian Venom. Uh,
See what the chat is saying? We can't see the full screen sketch. Well, I don't know what picture you were talking about. Only about 2/3 of the screen. Let me check my. No, this whole thing is on there. Make it smaller.
don't look at me.
Make it smaller. I don't know why it did this. Yeah, he's right. It didn't show the whole screen. OBS is stupid. Does whatever it wants. That's uh, that's probably the alcohol talking because I know it's just a program and it only does what you tell it to do. I hope that's better.
Oh,
So we were just going through some of Del Keon's stuff. I'm just looking at some fabulous artwork.
yep. That's the stuff right there.
Oh my, dude, do you remember this? Oh, it's too small.
Nope, that didn't get any
Now
better.
now I gotta search for it. You know who that was, right? Come here. I always think about this book because it was one of my favorite from way back in the day. This guy, remember that?
That's it.
Yeah, Death's Head 2000. This is the second version of him.
Hmm.
I remember he put a hurting on the X Men in that one shot. That's the one where the Punisher dies with Spider Man in his arms and Daredevil at his feet.
Yeah.
They were the last three heroes remaining, and during that fight with that creature, it was like a wizard of some sort. But it was it was a pretty good one shot. I always thought he kind of looked like the Predator.
Yeah, from there, yeah.
What say you, Chad? Do you like the Death's Head? Death's Head 2. See, he was Death's Head 2. In fact, my brother has this one still, and he has
the
the
death, yeah, the death of the first one.
yeah, and he has the pull out where the whole cover where he's holding Rogue passed out in one hand, and Cyclops is on the back side of the cover. When you unfold it, you see that he's shooting the beam at him.
Yeah.
Good night, Lorenzo. Thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate your retweet and everything. Have a blessed night. God bless you.
Good night.
Everyone like, share, and subscribe. Yes, thank you, Cross, for saying that. Cross says anti venom. Don't get a Canadian angry. You won't like us when we're angry. Technically, most people don't really know you exist until it's like, oh yeah, the neighbors to the north of the U.S., right?
Or some refer to as America's hat. I don't. I call you the big white waist.
See, I like this. This is sort of like John Malin's work, though, but it has a little bit more depth. Like I would like Malin's work if it weren't like kind of flat. To me, it looks really
Like
flat.
that. Like this is particularly flat.
This one's more flat than the other one. This one's got a little bit more because the lighting actually
Mm,
gives it more.
no, no.
No,
I think you're confusing. I think you're confusing all that silvery metallic thing for depth, and it's not. Like it's really flat.
are you gonna correct me on my own stream?
Yes.
Okay, I was just asking.
I do it in real life. I'm gonna do it
Yeah, and I don't like it in either. By the way,
here. You're not supposed to.
you can piss off. No, actually, I don't mind being corrected. I won't always agree with the correction. I think this is the thing that was killing them. Man, I kind of want to go back and see if I can find all these. I'm pretty sure they're not that expensive. Oh, $1.75. Can we all like pour one out for the days the comic books were $1.75? Oh, look, here's the cover. See, Rogue is passed out in his hand. The hot Rogue.
Now it's what, $40 and wishful thinking of 2 years gone by, right? Or what?
Mm.
Oh
Ah,
no, too soon.
never too soon. It's just perfect.
Damn, $1.75. You're getting that every month.
Dude, how much were the Magic the Gathering cards when we used to play? When we first started playing, they were like $1.50 or $1.25, right? And then
Yeah,
remember when they went up to $2, we were like, dude, are you kidding me? They eventually went all the way up to $3, and we were still playing. I still remember telling the people at the tournament, like, shoot, we've been playing since the packs were $1.25.
yeah, yeah. But at that point, I mean, it was really, really good cards. It was good. They were doing good then. Now forget it.
No, you were doing really good, Mister. I like didn't work and got time to read through the entire rule book, and by the time we went to a tournament, you had a deck that was damn near unbeatable. That guy
You
looked like
crap
he
for the
wanted you
rules.
banned, by the way.
Uh
I still remember that when you did that deck with those creatures, the nightmares, I think they were.
huh.
I was like, you bastard.
Mm.
I look at Rick and I was like, kill him.
Hey, it's his fault because he's such a damn stickler for the rules. Like you, oh no, you can't do that. Oh no, you can't do
No,
that.
this was at the tournament to introduce the cards. You actually figured that thing out early on. I still remember that
No,
because
but
that was
that's what
so
I'm
funny.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like that's the reason why I figured that out because Rick was always harping about what we could do, what we couldn't do, when we could do it. Oh no, but that's not in the rules. No, but they changed the rules. He was always going by the stupid tournament rules. I'm like, okay, well, fine then. I'm gonna bone up on these so-called tournament rules, and I'll show you.
Ara Galenian?
And conveniently, those cards came out
Hello? Hold on.
right then.
Hold on, Captain Evil. Ara Galenian, welcome. We've been streaming, I don't know how long we've been streaming.
For a while, they've been bothering me to talk, I guess, because they're wondering why I'm still up.
Oh, well, people, eh, it was on excellent. Now it's on good.
No, what was I gonna say? So, what's the chat saying?
The chat is saying, give me a minute. Well, that was what I was saying. It said hi all from Ira Galenian.
Oh, really?
Rain was saying good night to Lorenzo because he took off. And Cross was saying that's better that the stuff is showing. Cross, did you ever read the Dead Set comics? Uh, See, this one came out way later on, and I never read this one. What the what? Please tell me this is cosplay and not from a movie, cause
Is that Pazuzu in the background?
no, that's
The
the
Black Panther.
Black Panther thing. But I think that's the female armor, or
Or
it's
is it a female wearing it?
no, it's on a
No, I'm
dummy.
just kidding.
It's on a dummy.
The female armor. Uh, like I said, was that Pazuzu? You could
Dude,
have sworn that was Pazuzu.
see, they on Twitter they had a no, it was on YouTube. I think they had a see, Comics Gate is Comics Great had a thumbnail of Pazuzu with a boner on and Cecil's head on it.
It's like, hey, Pazuzu's evil enough without adding boners to it.
Right.
Okay.
Here's one show that you guys may in the chat may get mad at me for saying this, but a show that I always think is highly overrated, even though I've never seen an actual full episode, just pieces of it. But it was just like the hype, like the show never grabbed me, no matter how much they tried to. Was Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Like,
Oh no, you want to talk about one Supernatural? How the hell did that thing go for like 28 seasons or
oh,
what?
that because it was just beefcake material for the females, man.
Jeez, and how like Georgie's sister was all like, I love that show, and she's a lesbian,
Yeah, I was
so
gonna
it's
say,
like,
isn't she into chicks though, not dudes?
yeah, but even she can't resist beefcake. Like I'm like, golly,
She was like, what's her name from what the fuck is the name of that movie? The sequel, Kick Ass, where the mean girl bully is telling her about how women are just naturally attracted to beefcake men, and she starts having that reaction to Kick Ass when he has his shirt off. What's her
well,
name?
yeah, and like,
Hit Girl.
yeah.
Mm, yeah, that show. I'm sorry, that show never grabbed me, and it was never like, oh, it's a great show. And yeah, nah.
I wonder how well this black version of Buffy's gonna go.
Wait. What?
Oh, you didn't know about that?
No, I didn't. That's why I said wait. What? I thought that was kind of obvious.
Yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but she's black.
That's hilarious. Well, dude, I just saw a trailer for Cheaper by the Dozen with Zach Braff, another remake of like the third remake of that same movie, but now it's him and Gabrielle Union.
So it's like cheaper by the 3 dozen, right? Uh, they
Marsupio found
are,
this in his
are they
grocery
shopping
store.
at Sam's or what?
No, this is Marsupio. Oh, you're talking about the movie? I don't know.
Yes, I'm making a comment about both things. I think simultaneously. Weirdly enough, it's like, are they shopping at Sam's? Um,
OG Ninja Turtles.
right? You see that freaking Shredder pimp walking with those pizza boxes?
Yep. They'd never do that,
Why? They're gonna get drafted.
right?
You know that they literally put that up there that the women are gonna get drafted, and then they started bitching. And I'm like, I thought it was all about equal and shit, and you can do anything a man can do. Go out there and soak up some bullets, then.
I want to shout out this kid right here.
No? Oh, no. Okay,
No, no,
I'll just leave it
I,
there.
I think I've talked to you about that. That I started
I'll
laughing
just I'll just leave
because
that laying there right there.
because it was funny
Oh,
that
by the
they
way,
wanted to get draft. They want equal rights, but the second you actually want to send them off to war, they're like, Mama, what?
yeah,
Um,
my F no. But you know it's funny? I don't want to see them out there. I don't want to see them being killed in droves. I don't know what, but I will say this is just hypocritical of their asses to be like, oh, we want everything equal, and then that shit happens, and they're like, oh, fuck no. All I'm gonna say. I love it. It's like in that Stand Against Evil where they're supposed to pull the eyeballs out of this demon, and he's all like, "Hey, ladies, you want to step up and do it or whatever?" And they're like, "No, you can do it." And it's like, "Oh, I thought we were all equal." And
right? Mm,
yeah, but now it comes time to pulling eyeballs out of a demon's head. It's like, "Oh no, you don't want to do anything, right?"
yeah, we got to do all the damn dirty work.
hmm
Um, I want to shout out Noah T. I think it's Noah T. McTedis. Sorry if I butchered your name, kiddo. But this kid, like, I bought one of his books just to check it out. It's a 20-page book. I still need to do a review on it. Not half bad for a kid who was 15. I think he turned 16 or 17, something like that. I'm not too sure. I give him a happy belated birthday. But his art has gotten a lot better, dude. Like I could show you his art from the first campaign. Um, in fact, let me see if I could pull that up on Indiegogo.
Oh, excuse me. What was he say? Yeah,
Trying to see.
happily shout out all these people while mercifully tearing down other people. It's great.
Oh, it's called Mavericks. I couldn't remember the name of the book. I
I
think this is what.
apologize on his behalf.
Okay, let me show y'all this. This was his
Ah,
original art, and I want you to see this, Captain Evil. This is the way he drew his last book that I bought from him. See this cover?
yeah.
This is his interior art, right? And
Okay.
this is his art now for this next book that he's doing.
Nice.
And dude, just look at this, the perspective he's using. I mean, that's good growth.
Mm-hmm. Good use of lighting and coloring.
Yeah,
It's from good.
he is penciling, inking, coloring, and lettering the entire book by himself.
Awesome. That's good stuff.
And it's 60 pages for like $20.
Mm.
Still a low
Okay.
page count for a $20 purchase, but I don't think that he would get picked up, much like a lot of these other former pros and stuff. So I have a pass on it. It's a book a book by book basis when I say something like that. I give flack to those I know can start a publishing company or work with another publishing company where they can bring prices down or even create their own because they've made so much money. Kind of give back to the consumer base that has built your wealth and built your brand. But someone like this, they're not gonna have that shot that easy. And just the fact that he's like, I mean, look at this, dude. You could tell that the wind's blowing right here. Like he's picking up his art by a lot, and I completely appreciate that. I haven't backed this book. I'm talking all the good things about it right now. I haven't even backed it, but it's more because it's not really my kind of stuff. But I will say that if it is like your whole motif, the whole doggone it. Let me read this. After the events of the first book, Mavericks is left in a state of grief for the tragic loss of one closest to him and returns to Earth to find his city in a state of upheaval as mutants who he thought he killed tear it apart. A galactic conqueror, a mastermind who had manipulated previous events to his benefit, has made it his focus to annihilate Mavericks' will to live and humiliate him publicly in front of the galaxies before slowly killing him to discourage any fighting spirit within the citizens of the planet who the conqueror plans to make into his slaves. Actually, that doesn't sound half bad. I might back this after all. But I just wanted to shout this kid out because that's like sticking to it. And I, if you look at this, doesn't this remind you of old school Kevin Eastman art from the Ninja Turtles? The way he uses single lines for the hair.
Yeah,
Because
but
remember we used to kind of like clown on April O'Neil from back in the day. It was like it looked like she had the white girl fro.
yeah.
Yeah, it's it's really good though. I do like it.
I particularly like those two upper panels.
Oh yeah, the perspective on the scenes. I really
Yeah,
like
but
this
that
one right here. The center one where they're around the coffin.
yeah. Yeah, I love that. Like the whole atmospherics and everything. That's good. Good stuff.
I get a Spawn vibe from his character every time I see him. I mean, is it just me or does he give off that Spawn vibe?
It's probably the cape and the chains.
Right? I think that's what it is.
That'd be like if it's Spawn in like
It
I don't
keeps
know Captain
it keeps
America.
changing every picture I see. It's always a different person. The ghost of Kiev.
Hmm. Yeah, because that's probably the real truth of it. It's probably different people. They're acting like there's a new Red Baron up there, like shooting people down with a shotgun or something. It's like he's already knocked out 9 people today. And the truth of it is that he also could be one person. Like he could get shot down, literally parachute down, run to another plane, fly back up there, and do it again. They used to do that back in World War II.
Right?
They're fighting the Luftwaffe. Lego Mario.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. comics. He said his kid has him drawing Lego Mario, and he goes, "I hate drawing Legos."
Still better than stepping on
Yeah, it is, dude. If you've ever stepped on a Lego, it's like
them.
I've stepped on
uh,
Legos and I've stepped on Hot Wheels. Upside down Hot Wheels hurt like nobody's business. Cross Comic says there are a lot of artists younger and better than me, and Rain tells them yes because they work harder.
yeah.
See, and they call me brutal and harsh. While he is way younger than Rick and already better. Rick, you should really work harder.
Ow.
Did I see the diagram of Preston?
Well, it speaks volumes if he's the hardest working Canadian. But then again, it's cold as fuck up there. I wouldn't expect to get up to much with it being that cold.
Cross, you don't remember being. Oh, okay, yeah. He says he didn't read them. He didn't read the Death's Head comics. So, doggone it. How can I baptize if there's no real children? Oh. What matters in most in a video game? Graphics, story, or gameplay? Gameplay. You don't believe me? Ask how many people have asked for a refund of Battlefield uh, 2042 because the gameplay is awful.
Well, it doesn't have a story and it doesn't have what was the other one?
Graphics.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's not. It just doesn't have the graphics either. It doesn't have
Preston.
any of the three.
What Rain? What Preston? There's a few Prestons. Preston's diagram. It said scroll up.
I'll be back.
All right. One of the reviews that I want to do, I bought the first two issues of the Mary Sue comic book by George Alexopoulos, and while I like the concept of the character, I don't think it's done very well. Now, Captain Evil here has a different opinion than me because I've shown him the art and he was like he didn't have too much problems with it. Preston Poulter. I don't follow him, so somebody must have retweeted it. I have to check to see anything with Preston on it. Speaking of George, I have him right here.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yes, I don't have a problem with him right there. Hmm. I was telling them that one of the one of the books that I want to do a review on. Doggone it, that's stupid. Who did this? Ryan. Doggone it, Ryan. No, neurotic and salty liked it. That's why. That doesn't surprise me at all. Was the book Mary Sue, the one that I told you where I don't think that this doesn't look like finished art.
Yeah.
And I was telling them because I did have some issues with it, that I like the concept of the character, but I actually backed that book to see what it would look at, what the printing was gonna look like, because he actually printed it at home.
Mm.
He bought a special printer to be able to make his own comics. I went all the way up to the Ninja Turtles thing, which I started right here. So no, I didn't see nothing by Preston Poulter. Like I said, I don't think I follow Preston Poulter. How the hell do you spell his last name?
that
It
one
was
right there.
it was the horses one. No, that was Salty Cracker and them. It was a diagram of the donkey show. Talk on it, Raid. So last time I
That's
listened to you,
it.
yeah, it was this one. Good morning. So the French anatomy book tries to illustrate how horses' bones are similar to ours. Oh my gosh. Talk on it, French people. I'm gonna leave it on there just for that.
and then I get it, and not one part of this doesn't look right. Nah,
Ah,
it's good.
dude, that's what
It's
Ryan
good.
Keno posted. He said Cenk Yoger loves this picture.
Oh, I'm sure he does. That water buffalo.
The water buffalo. Dude, he is being sued.
Oh, good. He deserves it. Actually, he deserves worse, but again, I'll take what I can get.
Right.
I'm all
If
about equal opportunity
if any
justice. I
of
don't
you
care how I
guys
get
like,
it.
if any of you people in the chat like to listen about like current events and political stuff with a little bit of jokes intertwined, let me know because I would love to do a show like that. But it would be over on Rumble. We probably started off here for the first 20, 30 minutes. And I have to do it with Captain Evil Stopper because he keeps up with that. I don't keep up as much. Usually because I'm either at work or I'm goofing off with you guys on the different streams. But I do follow like Liberal Hive Mind, Salty Cracker, and a lot of these people. So um, I get a lot of the information. One of the guys that drops a lot of good information is BCP, the Black Conservative Patriot.
Patriot.
Not perspective. That guy's more. He's trying to be like a black version of Salty Cracker, and he doesn't put out as much good information. The other guy does. He's a black
It's
Christian
more
that
news oriented.
yeah that runs it like like a news organization.
Um, there's also the BCP report, which does. It's run by his kids, but it's even more like just straight news. There's no
Ain't this the truth?
analyzing it or talking about it. It's just like here, this is what happened.
Ain't this the truth right here, dude? I filled up. I think it was yesterday. It's 3:29 in our city. Captain Evil, you know where we live. The fuel should not be that expensive.
No, but I mean, Bidenomics, baby.
Hmm. And again, gameplay.
He said it himself. He was all like, how we get Americans to have less things is make things more expensive.
Right. My
And if you don't know what I'm talking about the Great Reset. Again, remember, people, own nothing and you will be happy. Whatever the fuck that means.
That's Preston. I didn't get the joke. I do now. What is up with that dude? Pocket Jack Comics on Twitter, I think is his name. This guy has like a weird obsession and beef with what the heck? I barely saw this. Somebody has a PlayStation 5 hooked up to an old CRT TV
Damn.
with two big old speakers.
Enjoy the game the way it was originally meant to be enjoyed, right?
There it is again.
There it is again.
Doggone it.
Just in case you missed it.
There's Geeky Sparkles from Clownfish. What? That time Jubilee was really into Tim prior to her being a vampire and the mom of Dragon Baby.
Oh, when things were normal and sane, I guess, right? Is what you're trying to imply?
Hmm. Wait, what the
Fuck a
what?
vampire and a dragon
Jubilee is
baby,
not a
man.
DC character.
Right? But again, still mentioning this was back in a time when things were sane, I guess.
You know that there's a lot of people on the internet that don't like Jubilee from the '90s cartoon. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they find her annoying. You didn't know that?
Yeah, she's supposed to be. It's like when people say, "I don't like Naruto. He's annoying." That's his personality. It's supposed to be like that. You are supposed to be annoyed. Doggone it, Marsupio. Yeah, this right here,
That's
the female.
that's like that's like in wrestling when they're like it's the heel and they're like I hate that guy. It's like you're supposed to.
Oh, friggin' Johnny Redcorn over there.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Um,
just saying. I mean,
so
if he didn't make him, if he didn't make you hate him, he failed at his job.
I got a question. The new video game Horizon Forbidden West. This is art related. Rendered, and this is actual rendering, right? They rendered they rendered the character fully in the nude, and then they put clothes on her.
Remember, kids, linguistics counts.
Right? They rendered her fully. So if you get close enough, and
Are you
you
talking about what is it?
you know how you lose basically a video game when you get too close to a building, it like removes the building so you could still see for the perspective. So if you zoom in on her chest, it will remove her top, and then it will remove the bra piece at the bottom, and you'll see that they rendered her nipples.
Uh-huh.
And we were asking, is this a good thing, a bad thing, a perverse thing, or just real dedication? And I told them, why can't it just be both?
Two things can be true at the same time.
I mean, that's dedication. They literally rendered her completely in the nude,
By the way, that's a quote from Disenchantment that I thought was really funny.
right?
That she loved him, but she also wanted him dead, and she was all like, two things can be true at the same time.
Here you go, Rick. This one's for you. We stopped the fascist prime minister, and he's got blackface. Rick, can you tell us why your prime minister is so obsessed with painting himself black?
No, I don't think you can. Look at that Judas.
Who? This one?
Yeah.
She's a Judas?
Oh yeah.
We already knew she was on their side. What did she
No,
say
no,
this
no,
time?
no, no. Like, trust me. Like, she's controlled opposition on their side. She's coming out on
Oh yeah,
Fox News
yeah. She's
again.
the
If there
straw man.
isn't if
She's
if there
their
isn't
straw
more
man.
of a yeah, like
I knew that from the beginning. She's their straw man. That's why I stopped backing Black Rifle Coffee because they backed her. Oh, well, she called them to task. No, she didn't. I mean,
what?
it was fun to watch her like
There's more than just
demolish
that.
Kamala, but
There's more. There's more than just that to fucking dunk on Black Rifle Coffee. I was gonna say
no, I said that was one of the reasons.
I I was gonna say to JP that he should really take the shit off the desk, but it's always during the We Lie news, so I feel it's appropriate. So just leave it there.
Supreme, there's a character I haven't heard of in forever.
Uh, Probably
Okay,
because of the name. No,
I was corrected. Thank you, Cross. Cross Comics says that was from the Marvel versus DC in the 90s. I think that created the Amalgam Universe. Do you know what the Amalgam Universe is, Captain Evil? All of the above.
no, but I could probably guess from the name, right? That is literally all of the stuff stitched together.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what amalgamation means. Like it means all these things just jumbled together. So what did they do? They just jammed all the universes together and said, "Hey, we're all one." If right now for this, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, I
Something
don't
like
know.
that. But that was cool. I didn't know that Jubilee and I think it was Tim Drake. They hooked up.
Again,
Okay,
what
go
was
ahead.
that
Shut
early?
up.
You're saying that's early '90s again. Once again, when things were sane, right? In comic, retardium. Uh,
Oh, if Justin Trudeau had a dog. What? Oh, what's his name? Wise Guys has one of these. He has one of these.
it feels
A
like it would
mouse
be good
pad.
for your neck.
It's a mouse pad. I think it's a mouse pad. No, it's too big to be a mouse pad. I guess it is for you.
Yeah, that's to be too. Oh yeah, no, that's the small mouse pad.
Yeah. Now that's a waifu piro.
Yeah, like I said, it looks more like a neck thing.
No, they make a mouse pad where your wrist lays on the cleavage. Wise Guys has one. The cross comment says they merged DC and Marvel. Yeah, Amalgam was made in 1996. Oh, I didn't know Evil Stopper yet. I hadn't met him yet. Stop being over dramatic. It's a Gundam. Nothing is killing you except for your bad comedy. Sketch for my fan art of Spin from Zero Team. I guess. It's not bad. Cruz could predict all he wants. Caught him lying Ted for a reason.
Canadian cruise.
Kim Jong Gi. Okay, Captain Evil, I have you on here. This is awesome. Um,
You
I
finally remember something.
yes,
You
something that I
forgetful
think I
bastard.
mentioned in somebody's chat and they didn't believe us. Okay, Kim Jong Gi draws out of memory reference, right? And he'll just stand and draw out of memory reference over and over, right? Do you remember? I told them this is not spectacular. I mean, his artwork is beautiful. I'm not taking the man's skill away, but this was literally something we used to do as teenagers. We would like just test ourselves to see how much we could draw just from our memory. Like we would
Yeah.
hardly ever reference anything, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that or the reference material was so small, like you needed a computer to blow it up to even really see it. I'm talking about like these small little. They're smaller than your thumb pictures.
Yeah, so I'm like, I mean, it's cool and everything, but like I see people like go ooh, oh, and I'm like, why?
Well, you should be able to. I mean, if you do something or you've
If you draw
drawn it
enough,
enough,
yeah.
yeah, you've drawn it enough. You should be able to do it without any reference material. I mean, it's good to have it.
Cross copy says that is a boob bed. Yes, it is.
Now what?
The the waifu piro,
Oh, well, you're getting two pillows for your wrist. That should be good.
right? So in covering or
Amazing.
yeah, in summation, Del Keon's piece was exactly what it was supposed to be, and it did exactly what it intended to do. That whole thing with um, that whole critique was,
Oh, from the old hag.
yeah, was off. I mean, it in the end, a critique is usually an opinion, but it's supposed to be an opinion that's based in factual opinion, based in fact, and in fact, it may look busy because it is, but it's supposed to look busy. Um,
Well, no, like again, the thing that should separate a critique from a person's opinion is that a critique should have like it's not even just that you did something wrong, but it should be like, oh, you could have done. There should be a positive to where you can fix it or do something better. If you're just saying, like I said again, if you're just saying that it sucks, you're not helping nobody. You're not making artwork better. You're not making an artist better. You're just merely spotting an opinion. Again, anybody could do that. So you're trying to get back to the thread. No, that's a
yeah,
screenshot.
yeah, I'm trying to get back to the
There
thread.
it is. I think that was it. One of those. No,
No,
it's still not it. It's still screenshotting it.
there it is. Well, that was Peter Samedi. Now, okay, I laugh, but I laugh at both sides, guys. So I'll be honest. If there's a burn on either side, I'm gonna laugh at the burn. If you burn me, I'm gonna probably laugh at that burn too. More than likely, I'll laugh.
Hmm.
But all burns aside, this is a great piece, and I'll reiterate why it's a great piece. It's literally Dale doing what Dale does, but intertwining what the concept that Ethan does, and kind of like doing an Ethan, but telling Ethan, "Hold my beer and let me outdo you in your own style."
Yeah, let me show you perfection in what you're trying to do.
Right? Let me show you what your artwork is gonna look like when you get old enough to be called an artist.
Hey,
Again, I like Ethan's art. I'm not gonna lie. I do like Ethan's art. I think he's a great artist. I think he's. I. I won't go as far as to say he's one of the greats, but I think he is a great artist. I wouldn't
yeah, and I mean,
probably
and
wouldn't put him in my top 10,
I
but
wouldn't knock his contributions to the comic book
industry as a whole. So
like canon and all that good stuff.
yeah,
But as for his own particular stuff, I mean, it's good, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I neither would I put him in the top 10 either.
but Dale,
But
Dale
man,
would
if
be
you were producing stuff like this, I'd be like, whoo,
right.
yeah. Like I said, the saddest part of this is that there's gonna be that line there in that crease in this picture. Other than that, I mean, beautiful.
No, I think he should make this a poster, and kind of for two reasons. One, because it would be a good troll, and again, who doesn't like a good troll? Two, because it's a great piece. And three, because it's already had a lot of free advertising. And that's what you want, free advertising. So I would definitely do that. Do I think it's cool that I wouldn't consider it an ad hominem against Vicky that Vic said, if you like a tracing piece of shit, because he wasn't talking about Vicky.
Well,
He was he was saying that her taste is bad in so many words. And I'm not defending Vic, believe me. I don't need to defend Vic. I constantly make fun of Vic, you know. But he's a cool guy and he's not a mean guy at heart. But he is one that will he is loyal to a fault and he is loyal to Comicsgate to a fault. So I'm not gonna lie about that. I've actually had discussions with him about Comicsgate. And about when I mean Comicsgate, I'm talking about the bigger creators like Ethan, Shane Davis, Grant Nolan, John Malin, people like that. Heck, I even still count Mike Miller as Comicsgate, even though he hasn't made Comicsgate money in a while, or not on comics at least. According to him, he's making all this money on NFTs. Don't know.
yeah, we'll see about that.
Well, yeah, I don't wish ill will to anybody, but those things are. I mean, they're just a risk. I mean, comic books themselves are already a risk. So,
Oh, whether you wish it or not, ill wind is coming. It doesn't matter.
but this piece is great. Just look at the detail he put on Salamandroid's face as opposed to the detail that EVS does on Salamandroid, and the size too. The proportions that he uses for Salamandroid are a lot more solid than those that EVS uses. I mean, they're both big, but for some reason, when EVS has drawn him, he looks kind of awkward.
That's what I'm saying. Like he makes him so big that it's like hard to even fit him in the picture, and like I don't know.
Hey, Lorenzo, I thought you were going to bed. He says, "Is loyalty. Loyalty to Comic Gate is loyalty to the customers, not loyalty to the same some X Pro." Well,
No, I think at this point, it seems like it's more about being low to the brand, and it is a brand at this point than it would be to the customers because man, the pricing is kind of ridiculous, yo, and that's not customer friendly.
See, I'm not the only one that says it. And this guy has purchased comics in his life, so it's not like he's not a customer you would want. I'm not I'm not lying. I'm not the only one here that says that these books can be very expensive. Think about it. Some people spend $100, $200 a month. Those are the kind of people that can buy these books at these prices. But then you have those people that have one, two, three books in their pull list, and it's usually because they're kind of picky with what they buy, but they kind of want to support you, and they're not going to get a book out of supporting you. I don't think it's fair.
But not only that, but I mean, like I said, from my perspective of this, it's like think about the amount of time involved. Also, like you pay $40, a certain amount of time goes by. Hell, you could die. The person that's making the book could die before they even get you the book. Like,
I think you had mentioned that one time, and the second that you said it, I was thinking about the creator of talk on it, that manga book, Berserk. How he passed away recently, about
yeah,
a year ago, and I'm like, somebody was saying, "Oh, we'll never get to see it finishing that," and somebody like literally on that thread literally said that was his fault. He took way too long. He took too many breaks. He goes, that this manga has been running for years. You guys, I've been.
yep,
He literally said, I've been buying this manga since I was like a teen, and I'm already like late in my age, and he still hadn't finished it,
yeah. I'm middle aged already. I'm like, yeah, I'm
which
becoming
is true.
elderly, and it's still not finished.
Which is true
Yes, and
because
that's
I
that's the
remember
problem
that.
with creative works. Like you could start a series and never complete it. Like there's written works that are like that. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien esque works where they had like 7, 8 books in a series, and the book line never finished because the author died.
Hmm.
Like, not cool. Not cool, especially if you're a fan. You want to see the artist complete their work. Hell, you want the work, right? You want to own it, to see it, to read it,
Hmm. Yes, you
and you
do.
ain't gonna get any of that on this timeline. Like the time it's taking for this to get pumped out is like forget it. Like, and you can tell me, oh, COVID, life, this and the other happened, but back in the day they used to pump these out, and I won't say that it's the quality wasn't there because obviously there was at least some good storylines going on, right?
Hmm.
There was some good drawings going on. There was some good comics happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just the thing.
Yeah, and then you also have, the doggone it, I had a brain fart. Never mind. I had such a brain fart where like I had it there and then I just lost it about
Yeah,
not
but this
about not
waiting.
finishing the art and not finishing the project. It's just with everything that's going on and like what's that guy? The Game of Thrones guy. He still hasn't finished it. And according to like
Oh, it's done. He hasn't finished it, but it's done.
oh yeah.
He killed it. He just hasn't finished it. Mind you, I'm not a fan. Have never read any of this stuff. Haven't even watched the show. It's just that the fandom just bitches so much that you know what's going on, even if you don't care.
Who is Mark? Holy smokes! Does this guy have his own channel and he just subbed to me? You see this on screen? I clicked on it because it says he subbed to me.
Okay.
You do know this is the guy whose art we were just talking about.
Oh, I know. This is gonna be the quickest unsub that's ever happened, probably.
Well,
Fuck
I don't
these
know. Maybe
guys. He's
maybe he liked the opinions.
talking all this shit.
I mean, he is a fan of Dale. He does admit that.
I mean, if you're a fan of Go Orc, you should be a fan of Dale. But I mean,
See, there's a joke that
Just,
one will
just
have
saying.
to include the book in one's. Lorenzo says there's a joke that one will have to include the book in one's will for when the book
Golly,
finally arrives.
right? And I bequeath the book I never received to whoever. May you find enjoyment in the thing I never got to see.
I don't know. I ordered the buckler, and if that thing didn't arrive before I kicked the bucket, I would have left a note with one of my kids to burn it when it arrived. I don't want people to know that I bought that thing. Not because I don't like Dillard or the book, but because there are some stuff. That's the last thing I want. Is like, hey, he bought this. Let me read through it. Ah, no, it's a guy's testicles being sewed together.
It's like burn it and then send the ashes back
Right.
and ask for a refund.
Okay, I think this is Mark's work too. Where is it? Avengers number. No surrender is weekly. Avengers written by Wade. Yeah, with Mark Brooks on cover art.
Heidi's all gonna like drop kick someone in the crotch right there.
Who? Spidey? Oh yeah. Oh well, no, but yeah, because there's not enough
Hiya.
separation. Squirrel.
Hiya.
Squirrel's gonna eat it right in the gut.
She's gonna take one to the shirts.
Right. What was that? Where they kicked her in the crotch, and then she just makes that face. Oh, it was Rose, right? The from So I Married an Ex Murderer.
Mm-hmm.
He kicks her right in the crotch, and she just makes that face. Look, here's another one.
Yep. Crotch kick.
But then again, Scarlet Witch kind of deserves one.
Or what do they call it in Letterkenny? Crotch shot, right?
Oh, Illegal Alien Comics. I kind of like that name. Says they love Mark Brooks because he is pretty much the only professional that keeps engaging with them. That's not true. Um, well, maybe engaging. Yeah, I would say that he engages where the other pros just talk smack or do it from behind a block wall. Again, EVS is an idiot. He could be making a deal with Dynamite to publish all caps and other Comicsgate books, and Dynamite would get people like Dale and other 90s artists. Yeah, but the problem is also the fact that he doesn't. He wants to make that money that he's making right now. He's not gonna make that
Again,
signing.
what is it? What does that song say? It's again providing solutions is giving me alternatives and I decline. Again, no, that's not an option. Again, EVS doesn't want to work for someone else. He doesn't want to give anyone else any part of his pie that he's made. So no, but simultaneously, neither does he want the responsibility or the work to do make a publisher. So
Right.
that shit's not gonna happen either.
Let's look at some Vic King art. I gotta pick on Vic for a little bit. I think Vic might be listening. So Vic King got involved in this too, and somebody put his art on blast on Twitter too. I forgot where it was. If I could find that thread again, I'll show it to you. So he is currently drawing Artifice Reanimate for Smirk the Alien, and I forget who else is working on it. So forgive me, guys, if I forgot. Oh, Raging Mantis and Barbusco. And
Be ever mindful that he is gonna forget your name, your book, your everything.
just be glad I remembered it on the day that I was actually streaming.
Yeah. Remember, be glad that he remembers anything at all.
Right now, I drew this character right here. I drew this character a preliminary sketch. I still need to. I'm gonna I'm gonna fully render it, and I'm gonna take heat for saying that I'm doing that. From this guy off stream, he's probably gonna tell me, "You mean you're gonna detail it?"
Right.
Um.
So I'm gonna spend an enormous amount of hours detailing this. Okay. But I'm gonna tell
Now,
you the long way of saying I'm
I
rendering it.
give Vic a lot of crap. I love Vic. I think he's a cool guy, but I do give him an immense amount of crap. I
Again,
treat him. I treat him like he's Captain Evil.
if you think my opinion of your artwork is a reflection of your personality, I feel sorry for you.
I I freaking I treat Vic like he's Captain Evil over here, and Captain Evil can tell you, I'm being nice tonight. I could be very mean. This is the person that
he's
makes no
being
sense.
he's being nice tonight. Again, he tells me that y'all complain that he's brutal, and y'all again,
Yeah, you're like
I
the tame one of all of us.
yeah, the tamest one is brutalizing y'all. Then
Oh my gosh, there's a Dillard in here. Oh, by the way, you know who he is. This is Dillard right here.
only God can judge me. I always laugh when I see that tattoo.
Dude, I love it when it's a girl that says only God can judge me, and then they put the Moses figure on top and says you're a whore. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Come on, Vic. You don't have any of your art on here? Doggone it, Vic. And you wonder why I make fun of you.
And this literally says that it's to back back artifice on Indiegogo, and there ain't anything on here.
Just at the very top. Pablo Romero. I like this guy's art. Pablo Romero is one of the good ones. He's Argentine, I believe. I want to say that. Okay, here's some more Vic King art on Artifice. I need to find Vicky's.
There's some horrible perspective things going on in that one picture.
Oh no,
Just letting you know.
I'm getting
That
tired of
one,
being.
that one with that one with that girl with the bike. There's like
I
horrible perspective things going on
I'm
in that
getting
picture.
tired of being the one to tell him because the last time I told him, he got so upset with me, he challenged me
What?
to a draw.
Hold on. What about the perspective thing?
No, because I always mess with his art. I always talk smack
I'm
about his
seriously.
art.
You really need to go back to that one.
Oh, here's his. This was his Doomsday or not Doomsday. Doggone it, really. Help me out here, man. You're on my stream for a reason.
No.
You gonna let me drown?
Right to say just leave him hanging out
Dark
there.
side. Dark side. There we go.
There you go.
Where is that?
Is
Okay,
it? He'll get it eventually.
come on. I hope he sees this stream so he could hear you say this, so you can see that I'm not the only one that says things. Yes,
Okay.
Lorenzo, Pablo is very outstanding. I actually love Pablo's work. Lorenzo,
Okay.
hold on. Before you start, let me read the chat. Lorenzo says EVS had that secret deal with Dynamite while telling his customers he was blacklisted from the industry. I do remember I think because Dynamite is where Billy Tucci works, right? I remember hearing about him having a deal with it, but but that doesn't mean he's not blacklisted from the. Because I mean, Dynamite's still considered independent, so having a friend in an
Yeah, like what
independent
what what
isn't not
EBS means by
secret.
that is he's banned from the legacy ones like DC, Marvel, all the big ones don't want him.
Dillard takes full responsibility for the fact his book is late instead of disrespecting the customer for complaining about late books like some creators do. Oh yeah, I know. I just like to give Dillard shit because it's Dillard. I love Dillard. Dillard's a really good family man, really cool guy who can't stand me anymore. So I don't bother
And
him anymore.
simultaneously, he's still late on his shit.
Yeah. Well, no. Um, the printer fucked him over. Like the printer
I don't care
had
why.
issues, and they didn't. No, hold on. Let me finish. They didn't tell him on time, so I could
Facts
understand
also don't care why.
where he didn't have any other choice, and he was at least honest about it. But is he still late? Yes, he's still late.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Again, facts don't care about feelings. He's still late on his shit. Anyways, let's get back to this flat
Lorenzo,
picture.
hold on. I still have two more chats. Lorenzo says, I really like Vic, but it was kind of funny that the guy told Vic to take up tracing. It was one, yeah, that's what I was talking about. It was one of the very few things Comicsgate posting their L's tweeted on out that was entertaining. That was actually funny. Again, I laugh at burns on both sides because a good burn is a good burn. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It just is. Actually, I'm not sorry. It's comedic, and it's very few and far between the people who have a good comedic timing. And when they do, even it, like I said, even I've been burnt. Dude, we have another friend that's really good at it, and he's burnt me like so bad that I'm like, dude, I'm just laughing. I'm laughing my butt off.
Burns all day.
Rain says, "Hail Dillard. I hope I get heaps of free stuff with my late book." Um, I don't need more free stuff. I don't
Oh,
need free stuff.
sorry.
I just need a break.
Heaps of free stuff.
Rain says, "I only burn people on our side." Now, burns go both ways. If a burn is like a perfectly served tennis ball that you're gonna hit, like, or a perfect pitch you're gonna hit right out of the park. If you don't take it, that's your fault. You should
Mm.
take it.
To me, a good burn is like when they spike a volleyball and it smashes someone's face in. That's pretty much what it
Would
is.
you give somebody the Spalding tattoo? Okay,
Yeah.
I digress. And now, Captain Evil, you have the floor. Take Vic to town.
It's this drawing. Like, you had to come back to this thing because look at this thing. Like, I love how that shotgun is completely flat. Like, it looks like it could just be laying there, even though it's in someone's hands. Or whatever gun that is in her hands. It's just flat there.
It looks like a sawed-off shotgun, like a pistol mixed with a shotgun.
Yeah.
I'm looking more at the awkward angle.
Yeah, yeah, it's a horrible awkward angle. Like all of that is awkward. Um, there's wow, that look at that chest.
Hey, those are actually like, oh man,
Not, not, not.
Vic's gonna
I'm
hate.
not.
Vic's gonna hate
I'm
me.
not.
Those are
I'm
good
not.
boobs for Vic.
I ain't talking about the tits. That's the sad part. I said her chest. You kind of look at that chest, like it's kind of like I don't know, but that isn't even the thing. To me, it's that leg at the bottom.
The one behind it or in front of it?
The one behind that's too long, and then the one in front that's too small. Like way too small.
You have the floor. I'm gonna
And
I'm gonna turn my mic off so I can stop biting my lip from all the laughter.
in fact, that back leg is just floating there. Either that or the bike doesn't have any width at all. Like literally, it's just like as if she were just standing there with nothing in between her legs. But supposedly, there's a bike between her legs. Supposedly.
Yeah, basically the legs should be open at an angle,
Yeah.
like when you're standing on a bike. Because when you stand on a bike, a motorcycle, your legs are in a V. It's kind of like you're doing a wide stance.
Exactly, which means that the toe would point out, but it's flat. Everything I'm telling you, the things that are wrong in this are flat. Somehow we're seeing the front of this bike, but that looks flat. But I'm gonna just say it's just because there's no detail there. But yeah, there's like just like I said, it's just perspective things that are wrong. Like that man, that leg,
Rain
that
asks.
foreshortening on that front leg is just bothering me. It's so fucking bad.
Rain asks who drew this. Vic King drew this, I believe. And then there's this one. This is not half bad to me. I like
No,
it.
it's not bad. I think that statue in the back would be a bit more broken if it's actually flying forward from the explosion. Probably, it'd probably be a bit more broken than that.
He's already. He's sending me a message on the vault.
Oh, he was listening.
I told you. Lorenzo says I tend to tone my comedy down a lot on YouTube due to censorship. This is why I want all of you guys to follow us to Rumble, because there is not no censorship for that stuff on Rumble. Uh, Lisa
Yeah, I'm gonna
Kwan.
be hard pressed. I'm gonna be hard pressed to censor myself. So good luck with that.
Lisa Kwan, thank you for joining us. She says the front wheel is the most glaring issue. Yes, the front wheel is actually at an odd angle, and
Yeah, I
and
mean,
and it's oval.
yeah,
Okay, it's oval. Like
it's not round.
yeah, you would be getting a katunk 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 when it rolls like an egg. Oh,
Yeah, but I kind of didn't want to even
Vic's
bring the
gonna
wheel up since it's not even completely drawn.
Vic's gonna
So
be so mad.
I just kind of wanted to ignore that. But okay,
I want to see what he said. Here, quick answer.
you'd be like, hey,
I'm not gonna tell you what's going on, but I am laughing.
okay.
I'll, I'll let you meet Vic if he invites you in there. Then you could laugh with me on that shit.
Oh no, no. That's all right. I don't need to know that.
Yeah. So Lisa says that the front wheel is the most glaring issue. Um,
Really, the front wheel is the most glaring issue.
I actually would
I
say
still can't
the
take my
leg,
eyes off that fucking leg.
the leg, the leg to me is the most glaring issue because that makes this all this beautiful detail that he's done on the back end and the front end is all for naught because it looks like the foot is coming out of the motorcycle.
Yeah, like her leg is going through the motorcycle and
Now
coming out the bottom.
the wheel is oblong, but also the
It
um
it
the
tapers in a
winch
weird way at the bottom.
the windshield and the front is actually facing at the wrong angle because the center is her hips. So her hips are facing at that angle. That angle is the same angle that these for the way the wheel is. That's the same angle that the
The front end
yeah
needs to be,
the headlight and
and
the windshield should be.
they're not.
Remember, we had a ball buster in for perspective growing up. So uh, old Pete over there, remember making that comment that she looks like she has Down syndrome, but he was constantly on perspective with too. He's like, that doesn't look right, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was quick to point that shit out.
And since he was like into cartography and what the hell's the other one called? Architecture. He'd always notice it. I know I used to like flick him off like fuck you, man, get away from my art.
Shrapnel up that statue in the back a little bit more, and that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean the statue looks good, but it would be badass if it was breaking.
Or more broken.
Yeah, because it would make it solid. Because to me right here, it looks like an actual person. But if you were to break it, you could see it's a statue.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a
Yeah,
statue.
that's a good thing to think about. I didn't even think about that until after you started saying it.
Either that, or I mean, it's like one unbreakable statue. The damn thing, only the bottom broke. It's just like from what looks to be a pretty big explosion.
What? Good night, son. Oh, he knocked him out. Again, don't mess with a guy between Cobra Kai seasons. That stupid scene.
Oh, someone got so hyped during that girl fight, huh?
Mm-hmm. No, he would be Fidel's son. There's like people investigating that if he might be the illegitimate child of Fidel Castro, because
Um,
his parents were swingers and they found that his mom actually had an affair after they had swung with Fidel Castro.
there's also like, oh, I don't know, all the facial features that look exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
it's kind of spot on. Not to mention that his supposed dad's only like 5'8", and Fidel's like like 6'3", and Trudeau's like 6'2", 6'2" and a half, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I have no clue what that is.
Oh,
I think this is she was joking. I don't think she actually has all those piercings. Doggone it! I'm gonna have to tell this boy
if
about.
that was the Titanic saying I'd hit it, is like you were supposed to. You weren't supposed to like dodge it and get scraped and sink. Like,
Yep.
you were supposed to hit it.
You run from this unless it's at the bar.
For the glory of the empire.
Hmm. He's actually one of my favorite characters from the Next Generation.
Koth, I think, right or what?
I forget his name. He was the one that took over when the old guy died.
Yeah,
Vic, if you're listening, Vic, you need to put more of your art on your stream or on your
right.
thread. Sorry. And this
Like
is
maybe
Mandy's.
only that for a while. Because I like know all your interests, but do I know your artwork? Nope.
Doggone it. Vic, you should buy and sell G.I. Joes. You have so much G.I. Joe content on here. Don't get me wrong, I love G.I. Joes. Mm-hmm. Vic, where can we go for all that cool Vic King art?
Not here apparently.
Doggone it, let me go back to the
Does he
chat.
have a personal page? Maybe it's all on his personal page.
Oh, I don't know if he does. He is like Timothy, says Liam's baby. Hey, Liam's baby, good to see you, man. Liam's baby's funny.
Does he have a private personal page where he posts all his work?
Okay. Let's go back. Let me read some some chats really quick because we'll stop right here. Oh, this is from Hero Shack. Chris T. He's on the draw along with us. I haven't been on there for a while, but he's usually on the draw along with Rick on Saturdays on Rumble. You guys should watch. Okay, Liam's baby says beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I'm gonna pull a line from a previous stream and be like, I would just make art. I don't watch it.
Uh, if you're talking about our critiquing of Vic's work, that's we're not critiquing whether it looks good or bad. We critique what's wrong with it, and I usually do that normally, because what people like is subjective. But yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lorenzo says, my sketchbook, I put your YouTube channel on my YouTube featured channel list. Unfortunately, I'm unable to sort the list, so it's at the bottom of the featured channel list. That's fine. I could come back up. Lisa Kwan says, the leg is terrible. The foot angle doesn't match the perspective, and he's obviously using a DAS model, but doesn't know what he's doing. I like Lisa Kwan. I'm gonna check her channel out. Lorenzo says, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and press like. Yes. Liam Baby says he belongs at the bottom. Liam's Baby says under a horse. Ah, no, Liam's Baby. I'm gonna give you your fourth black eye with it talking like that. Just kidding. I like Liam's Baby. He's funny. Again, I that made me laugh. Liam's Baby. Maybe he doesn't want you to see his art. He is like Timothy.
He doesn't want anyone to see his art.
So Cross, if you're still in the chat, Cross is I think work. Yeah, no, Cross is working on Trolls with Chris T. He was working on it when I drew that sketch up the other night. Um, no, I don't want to caption anything.
Damn.
That's a new
Was
project
that
from
Steven
Washington.
Tyler or was that like
Yeah, that was Steven Tyler, the one that
I
said
was gonna
tap.
say either that or it was like freaking what's his face Mr. Captain Swallow's freaking melted, I guess. Melted in the sun.
Big King back artifice on sketch card sale. Look, here's some more of his art. Here's his Melvin. I actually like his Melvin. Oh, Creepsters from Nasser. Hey, I just bought this book. I like that. Mm-hmm. Well, Vic's thread is a bust.
Ooh, this man.
I do constantly. I don't need to be told that. Freaking Glacier Mountain.
Well, that'll learn us to try to promote someone's art that doesn't exist.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say if you want to be doing memes and I don't know whatever other nonsense, like keep that to a personal one, I guess, because like it'd be nice if we could see your artwork. Damn it!
Okay, Vic. What the hell, yo?
Really?
Biden made into a Marvel superhero.
He's a strong, empowered woman.
Okay, look. Let's go to Tank. Tank's another artist.
Like he'll have artwork,
Hopefully,
and then he doesn't.
right? That's not his.
I'm all like, I'm not holding on too much hope here.
He has a character called Scalpel Zero. Mm, I know he promotes a lot of people too.
I think I have a kitty freezing outside. We'll be back.
All right, go get the kitty. Okay, let me read some chats while he's away. Um, you Cross, are you on my Discord? On my Discord, not your Discord. If you are, jump on so you could talk about trolls.
Hmm?
I was telling Cross.
Oh, lo, lo,
Yes,
lo, lo, lo,
because
lo.
he says he is working on Trolls Exposed. I don't know what the story is about. It's. I know it involves a lot of trolls, like because I saw him drawing a troll and a bridge, but I don't know what it's referring to. And Tank is another Vic, but well, actually, no. Tank promotes other people, but he doesn't have his artwork on here. I drew some pics recently, says Liam's baby. I'm trying to learn that Cuphead style. The old what is it? The 19
Animation.
Yeah, the old animation style. I actually like that style.
Hmm.
Rick, what's Trolls Exposed?
But
Is
how
that like
dare they bring
exposing
up
us?
an ancient time that was filled with racists and ists and ists and ists and all this other bullshit,
I
right?
love what Liam's baby is saying. He says, uh, Rick, what's Trolls Exposed? Is that like exposing us? You a snitch? In all honesty, I actually thought that it was gonna be a spoof book about all our trolling. Cause during the time that they were announcing it, like you had all this trolling going on.
And you're like, finally, we're gonna air the dirty laundry.
Right? Let me see. Let me see if you're on here. Lorenzo's dedicated. He's going at everybody. I love Lorenzo. Let me see if I can send you. It just says mysketchbook340. Uh,
I find that comment to be very hilarious. I think if you're a person that bought something and it's still not there, you have every right to complain.
which comment? Oh, that Lake Books. I think that's what they were talking about that stream.
Yeah, that it's only anti CGers doing that. I'm all like, no. I think if you bought a book and you didn't get it when they said you were gonna get it, think you pretty much have a right to bitch. Especially if they're not giving you any information or any valid reason as to lateness.
Hmm.
The customer is gonna be always right, even if he is an a hole.
I sent you an invite, Cross. Check your Discord. I wonder if Chris T has
That's
it.
funny. Lorenzo actually responded to him. Go back up. I want to see what he said.
Oh, okay. Where?
Right there.
No, no, no. This isn't a response. He's quote tweeting Lorenzo. He's responding
Oh, he's
to
pretty.
Lorenzo. It's
Okay, well,
fine
let
if
me see that at least.
you don't mind waiting for books, but I can think of nothing more antithetical to the founding principles of CG than calling the customers losers for wanting their books on time. If it's this is truly how you feel about the customers, then my hashtag wallet's closed. Super CG points out the very
That is
few
correct.
projects from. Oh yeah, you need to mute. If you're watching the stream, you need to mute it.
Yeah,
What's up,
so
Rick?
Hey, what's up,
um,
Rick? I didn't even hear you come in. I thought it was Captain Evil Stopper. That's why I was telling him because I didn't know if he was watching it or not.
uh,
So, what is Trolls Exposed about?
um, it's it's sort of like an anthology. It's got multiple different stories in it about trolls from past. present, if you will. You know, fake ones, but like the monster trolls. Up to like today's world where you have internet trolls.
Oh, I was really thinking this is gonna go towards those nasty toys, but okay.
No, they want to avoid those. Don't want to
Oh,
get sued.
that's the one you want to avoid, huh? Okay, all right.
Hey, nobody wants to get sued, right?
Um, yeah, but then again, they're just I don't know. They're hard to look at. I'll give you. I'm just gonna say that.
Lorenzo, tell Vic to get his monkey butt in here if he's awake. I know he's working on something. Wait, if he's with his mom, tell him he's cool.
Okay. So does this mean I've actually joined your Discord now, or?
Yeah, because that's the only
Yeah.
one you stayed
Okay.
on.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna
Not a
keep
lot
it.
of people in your Discord.
Well, yeah, I mean, I told you I was barely setting everything up, and then I got thrust back into the 9 to 5 work.
Yeah.
So, and tonight Lorenzo and I were going at it in the vault, discussing the Del Keown stuff. Um, and you gave some of your thoughts on it, so I appreciate that. But I wanted Captain Evil's perspective on it because I know that he knows this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
what's going
yeah,
on with them? I never even heard anything about
what
anything that's going on.
when did I unfollow Chris?
You probably didn't unfollow Chris. Just like YouTube, Twitter has this awful habit of unfollowing people on your behalf.
Oh no, this is a brand new account. Did he get banned? Did his old account get banned? I'm
What?
I'm his
I
only
told you
follower.
that. I told you that's happening.
No, it doesn't matter how old or new. Twitter will unfollow you from somebody.
No, I mean it
Had them.
literally says that he only has me as a follower and nobody else. He's not following anyone.
Um.
And unless this is a fake account.
Uh.
But it's
Put
Hero
a link
Shack.
to it in my Discord or whatever. Let me look at it. Or Discord or Twitter. Just send me a click of the profile so I can I can check it out.
Because I know that I was following Chris. That's weird.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Lorenzo says EVS hasn't given updates on his Rainbow Brute book for 10 months. Didn't even know that. Ewan's baby says Lorenzo
I
needs
thought
that
Rainbow
Canadian
Brute
Shield
was
time
out.
machine. No, it's not out. Liam's baby says Lorenzo needs that Canadian Shield time machine. Well, also he needs Jesus or God, because God was the one that made him travel. So I guess that's the point. Sorry if I killed your joke, man. Vic, Liam's baby says Vic is busy fighting Vicky.
Did you I guess you never sent
That's
me.
a losing battle. He needs to stop that. Lorenzo Sleestack says a lot of customers are telling me they no longer consider themselves CG. Some have given up on Western comic books altogether. Yeah, I know a lot of them that did, and a lot of them that have channels did. You could tell in when they've reviewed comics that were given to them for free. But they just kind of don't want to go toe to toe with some of the bigger names.
Yeah.
Lorenzo says
Consider myself CG.
Chris has 2 accounts. Liam's baby says I only support people I like in CG, which so far is only Dillard. That's hurtful, Liam, but a good burn. I thought he liked me.
It's hard to know who's CG. Take it me, like I consider myself CG, but I don't shout it from the rooftop. If you know what I mean.
No, Liam's baby's he's got good wit, man. He hit me where it hurts.
Well, that's good, I guess. I think. I don't know.
Um, dun, 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 dun.
So yeah, it's a bunch of different stories. You know, I've put in a story. Chris's wife Diana is doing a story with her couple of her daughters.
Cool.
You know, so it's gonna be pretty good. You know, it's. I think it's one worth supporting. Oh, you don't have a comic thing. I do. Sketchbook doesn't, but I do. The Canadian Shield, #1.
Oh yeah, see, here it is. Trolls exposed. Yeah, it's okay. I put Chris T Hero Shack. Okay, yeah, here it is. We'll bring up some of the. Dude, this thing gives off like vibes of Wicked from the Wicked Witch of the West. I mean, it's a good piece, but it's like, is this from the project?
Let's see how much.
A modern day lady troll from a Cheers
Yeah.
reference only.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, the Slee stacking. This is this supposed to be like a Cubone? Yeah, it is a Cubone. Dude, all the thumbnails crack me up every time I see Lorenzo stuff. This one I like. This is like a David Letterman.
Cool, cool. Liam's baby says, I backed Skunk Girl as well and bought Canadian Shield Digital.
Ooh, he
Well,
backed
thank
Skunk
you.
Girl. That means he's been around for a while.
Yeah. And Melvin Digital.
Yeah, I got Melvin Digital.
Yeah, so did I, but
Dude, I heard
I
you're
think
gonna do a collab with Chris on a crossover between Canadian Shield and Cyclopean.
yeah, I've gotten 16 pages of it written. Let's see, probably have to.
So you have 16 pages written already.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm on page 16. 2 panels of said what's happened on page 16. I don't know how big it's going to be. I'm just writing. Crossovers are usually bigger than normal floppies anyway, so.
And I hope Captain Evil didn't fall asleep on us. That would be cool. My first stream though.
Yeah, it's just one night, you know, it had been talked about. One night I couldn't get to sleep and I wrote this first 6 pages.
So is there anything you could share?
Liam says I've been trolling Rick for a long time.
Trolling who, Mark?
Liam's baby said it. Trolling me. Cross Comics. He's been trolling Cross Comics. Liam's baby's been trolling Cross
Everybody
Comics.
trolls Rick. I had a blast when I first found your channel. I was like, oh, this is the place to be. This is fun. I still think it is. We're missing a few people. I'd like to see them back. I'd like to see Elric on a regular basis.
He was on a couple days ago. He was on earlier this week.
Flit Amarant. I kind of missed him.
Yeah.
You said Evan Hotep is taking a break. I'd like to see him come back.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back, unfortunately. You know?
Well, I wish him the best, and I hope everything turns out for the best.
Are you Test Monkey, Liam? Either that or Raven.
I'm looking for some of Chris's artwork.
Still?
Hope Raven, that is.
I'm what, like you're still looking for the artwork?
No, for Chris's artwork.
That's for
So
Melvin.
okay,
That's Chris
go
is
ahead and
there.
fill in Captain Evil Stopper here on Trolls. This is the book that he's working on. That's gonna be
Yeah,
working
I can.
with Chris T from Hero Shack, right?
Yeah, let me.
I gotta take a quick break if you catch my drift, Captain Evil.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. You guys hold the fort down and talk to each other.
What fort? There's no fort here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Canadians. Did we burn down your fort again?
Hey, we burned down your White House.
No, you didn't. You were a British colony when that happened. You weren't an actual country.
Well,
You can't
we
claim that.
burned.
Yeah, you
We,
can't claim that. You're trying to take credit for something you didn't do.
well, we
You weren't
burned.
even officially a country. It's like you're trying to tell me that the wilderness attacked and like trying to take credit for it.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't for us, you'd have a
It's like
pink house.
the Canadian Gooses.
Yeah,
It's like,
your
we're from the
main
Canadian
building.
Gooses.
Your main building would be the pink house.
Mm. Yeah, our poor melted candle of a White House, right? So what's up with the trolls?
Yeah, like I said, I was saying earlier, it's an anthology book. Chris is writing most of the stories and drawing most of the stories. It's gonna have a whole bunch of stories in it. It's gonna have he's doing like little type cupcake hostess ads, if you remember those types of things, or Twinkies or whatever, involving a troll.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like merchandising, right? Like basically.
Yeah, like he's doing it like you'd have like a DC superhero or a Marvel superhero, saving the Twinkies or whatever, or
Yeah.
Hostess cupcakes or whatever. Uh, there's a bunch of those small ones, and then, like I said, he's got regular stories for internet trolls from way back, monster type trolls that for bridges and stuff like that. Um, not necessarily bridges. I'm sort of doing the bridge troll thing.
The traditional troll.
Yeah, I'm doing an ogre versus a trolls.
All right, all right. I'm back. Dust is watching us in the living room.
And then, of course, he's also doing.
Dust is awake.
Dust stays awake longer than me. Dust and Ashes. Ashes will be awake till like the sun comes up, and then try to pretend like he's been in bed.
I was sleeping all night.
I don't know what you were talking about. Go touch his laptop and it's hot because he just turned it off.
But yeah, the
Talk
picture
on
that
it.
you see
I gotta go get
there
my phone.
has
I'll be right back.
the picture that you see there has a bunch of the different trolls or characters that are in it. That was some concept art. See whether I can find something a little better by Chris.
Okay. Really? Are you putting on a performance now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Never.
Are you just trying to kill dead air?
Killed dead air.
Why? Where did Captain Evil go to?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a better picture for the trolls exposed.
Yeah, we're still on that.
Let's see.
Since I can't see the chat, I would be doing that too, but
Yeah, you can just open it in another window and mute it so that you don't.
I don't think I have any speakers on this one right now.
No.
Where am I going to?
Oh, oh, it doesn't matter though. It'll pop up on ours. So mute it anyway.
Here's one of the trolls from his book. Oh, you can't see it. Let me switch over to Chrome.
Anyways, am I going to YouTube or what?
Yeah, you just go to YouTube and mute it. Okay.
Victor Violence. That's you even get if you sign up early, you can get.
Well,
I'm not sure whether it's a print or
I don't know how
if
to.
you get sign up early. Because he has a pre-launch up right now.
Yeah. Where's this at so I
Uh,
could look it up? Because I don't know how to share the
Indiegogo.
Discord.
Indiegogo. Well, this card you mean, or just click on me to show me, probably.
Well, no, I'm not sharing the Discord on the thing.
Uh,
So I didn't set
okay,
it up like that. We have to talk about. I have to learn that
okay,
from you. I have to learn that from you so I could.
okay. Go to the magnifying glass at the top there for search. Trolls
Okay.
exposed. Just type in trolls exposed.
Okay, so what's it on YouTube?
Chris T is
I went to your channel and it's not there.
Yeah.
My channel.
Let me.
No, playing the.
There you go.
I'll send you the link.
He does have a video there. I think it's all right. You might want to mute it first before you try and play it. Make sure it's not too loud or whatever.
I hope that's loud enough.
I can just hear it myself.
I don't know, but that was seizure inducing that first part.
There we go. I'll send you a link right now. That way you could sub to me on the channel.
You need to watch all those wipes and movement there, like. It goes from dynamic to disorienting if you're not careful.
Dude, I completely forgot you bought that mannequin. Have you even used it?
No, but I mean, still, I have it. I always wanted one. I have one now.
I've owned like 2, maybe 4, and I've never used them. They've always broken.
Oh, but you had them around the time when your kids were gonna be playing with them, so that's kind of
No, I bought one for Dust when he was already like 15, and he still found a way to break it. I texted you the link.
No. That's Captain Evil Stopper that you did that, right? For?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you already subbed to my channel.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and this is a different channel.
Liam says, featuring the talents of Rick Piper. What talents? But yeah, as you can see, there's a whole bunch of different stuff in there from the video.
Dust just came into the room to tell me that mannequin broke on its own. Don't blame me for it.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do.
You got Vic in the chat.
Because that's what heroes do. Oh, do we have Vic in the chat? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Why is he in the chat?
I don't know.
Hail Vic King. I'll take a drink for you, sir.
Hail the king.
Which king, doing, man? You should get in here. Hey,
which king? Which king? That's left to be.
Hold on, Rick. This is Captain Evil Stopper. Say hi, Captain Evil Stopper.
Hello.
I wanted to show him some of your artwork. We were critiquing some.
I was
Well,
gonna,
he was
I was gonna,
critiquing some of it. I was laughing. So, by the way, we were looking for more of your artwork, and I can't find any. All I found was your dark side and the stuff you've done for Artifice.
At some
yes,
point,
your Twitter feed is surprisingly lacking in your artwork.
I'm supposed to be getting a snowdrift from Vic King in the mail.
By the way,
Hopefully.
This is making me feel awkward because you two were literally going at it right now on my Twitter feed. That if anybody heard the whistling going on in the background from my tablet, and then you're in here, oh, nice and buddy buddy. See, we're all like family. It's like your brother. You look at him, you're like, you and you. Then you walk out and it's like, hey, you want something to drink? Yeah, I'll take something to drink. Ooh, Liam's
I
baby
think that
says, "Hail Vic King, son of Martin Luther King." Vic, you got some black? Hmm? Something you gotta tell us, Vic?
something you gotta tell us, Vicky?
He only supports the people he likes in CG, which is only Dillard.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
I read that. Oh, you weren't here. You had gotten up to go do something. That I had read it earlier.
Yeah.
I think you went to go let the cat inside.
I went to go do a lot of things.
Who let the cats in? Row, row.
You see what I gotta deal with all day at work?
Is like he's from the code. He knows how it is when animals are gonna freeze to death.
Rick, do you own any animals? No.
I
Rick?
used to have a cat, but it died of old age. So
Sure. Is that your story and you're sticking to it?
yes.
Speaking of which, we just had one die today.
What? I'll ask you that later on.
Oh no, it was Spanky. It was that street cat.
Hey, that's hilarious. Where the heck
Just
is...
straight up died like out of nowhere. Just weird.
Yeah. Lorenzo says he invited Vic here.
Yeah, I told you earlier. I told him to tell him to get his butt over here.
But it seems he just said hi and now he's not participating in the chat. Unless he's coming in or he's just lurking.
I don't know if he has Discord. I'd have to. I need his Discord info so I could invite him.
Rick, did you do the cat bit for women? No, I'm wacky. I do crazy things like that.
So I got a sub from Mr. Mark Brooks. Thank you very much.
Yes, he has a Discord, Lorenzo. I'm not sure whether you're invited to it. It seems to be a very private matter at the moment. I just found out about it like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, now that's disheartening, Rick. I told you about my Discord on one of your Saturday draw-alongs, no less, in front of Dust.
He didn't send me an invite. So I'm supposed to remember it.
He says he doesn't see a link.
Yeah, it's because it's not StreamYards. I'm too much of a boomer. I have to figure out how to do that. Shoot me your Discord username or whatever they're called on the Vault, and I'll send you an invite to the Discord.
And again, you saying that is an insult to boomers, considering that even octogenarians can outwalk you.
Hey,
or you could just send him the link in his DMs and Twitter.
You know why
to the Discord.
You know why I can't walk. Shut the fuck up.
This is the first time I can actually say I can't walk, you fucker. And you're actually making fun of me for it, you dick.
Oh, hell yeah. It's like hilarious. And by the way, the thing I'm mentioning is before this. Like this is before this whole current situation you're in. So don't even say that. I'm talking about literally old people walking up a hill, going way past where you were ever able to go.
Oh, when I was
They saw
fat,
the
not
they
when I
saw
was
the
young.
sites. They saw the sites of which Peter only bragged about, since he
That
didn't see them.
dude, that was 300 pounds going up a mountain. Of of course, I'm walking slow. I knew that motherfucker was gonna say some shit. That bastard.
Of course. What do you mean? Like you knew he was going to? Like, jeez, that was the funniest thing ever. Like he even pointed out, this is exactly where he stopped.
That motherfucker said I'm streaming like he didn't know I was streaming. I fucking put him on the damn thing for piece of shit.
Somebody's getting
I
frustrated.
told him to notify you.
He's either frustrated or drunk.
Why can't it be both, Rick? Huh?
Yeah,
I
it is
can
both.
Okay.
multitask.
It is. It is in fact both.
I could multitask. I'm not even tipsy yet. Shut up.
Is this angry screaming or busted hearing screaming? I'm afraid it's both.
So, two books in your next campaign.
I don't know if you're
Work,
still here, Vic, but still, you need to put some artwork on your thread.
man. Hold it in and then spit it out so you can talk clearly.
Again,
You
more artwork on the thread.
sound like you're choking on something.
More artwork on the thread. Do it.
Can you send a link to your Discord channel?
Me?
No, I'm asking. Is there a possibility to?
Yeah. If you go in Discord, if let's see, can I get Discord up here? General, there. You can see my Discord right there
Yeah.
now. If you
Yes.
click on me, um, let me.
It says in the corner, create invite.
If you come up here,
Yeah,
right,
but
to where it
when
says
you.
my sketchbook, and then there's invite people.
Mhm.
I see the thing
Oh,
that says
oh,
general where we're at, and it says in the corner, create invite.
yeah, and then you can even edit it and make it to be it never expires and no limit. Generate new link, and then you can copy it and then paste it wherever you want.
Ah, okay. So
Hmm.
I'm going to do that. No, I gotta paste it over here. Where the hell are you? Where is it?
So here's some stuff on my trolls exposed. Story.
Did y'all talk about that?
Yes, Lorenzo. I have a Discord. I was gonna say I have a sketchbook.
Is it all right if I send Lorenzo the link to your Discord?
Yes, please. Oh, actually, I just sent it to the vault, so he should be able to see it. He's in there.
Oh, okay.
Rick, do you do that cat bit for women? Says Liam's baby. You should. Then we can do. We can both be black eye brothers. Oh, a frozen. Well, how long would it last? Because I mean, literally, he could just walk outside into his yard and like stick his head in the snow.
Who?
You, if a
I
woman.
don't have. I don't have a yard. I live in an apartment.
Well, okay, you could walk out into where there's snow. Basically, I'm saying it's cold and there's snow, and you could put it on your eyeball so you don't get a big old shiner on it that easily.
Don't slip on your ass.
Oh my gosh, is that Vic?
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
So what's going on? What are we looking at? Some tracings?
It's, no,
I don't think Sketchbook
I
knows
don't
what
have.
he's looking at
I
this
don't have
point.
your art up.
I don't trace. See, everybody can tell I don't trace.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, no, we know we do a trace. Yeah.
Hey, I'd rather
Hey.
grow. I'd rather grow organically and learn how to do this shit on my own than. So you see, I think if we're up to par with my stream that I'm watching on the YouTubes here. All right, this picture here, right, in particular, this is a prime example of what I'm talking about. It's just a bunch of photo reference shots that have been kind of hodgepodge together. I believe they call it photo slamming or smashing or something like that.
okay. Oh, who are you
What
looking at?
picture, Vic?
Huh?
Who are you looking
What?
at?
You're talking
What?
about a collage?
We can't see what you're
Collage.
looking at. We can't see what you're looking
Looking
at, Vic.
I'm looking at this Mark. I'm looking at this Mark Brooks piece.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me. Okay. Let me.
It's
go
got
to
all
it.
the
Okay, we were
X-Men.
looking
It's
at
got
it.
all the X-Men.
Yeah, we were critiquing that one earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about that one.
Oh, am I way behind?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'll catch up. I don't need to be there.
Much like in art,
I just thought that's what you guys were.
just like in art
Yeah,
and
I
in
don't care.
life,
You
you're
know
behind.
something? I posted a simple thing on the internet, right? Saying, look, guy's a tracer. This is my opinion, my
Okay.
observation. I explained it over and over, and all I get is like salty tears from these people who think that they're like his best friend. It's like, you know what? He doesn't know you. You don't know him. I said something about him, not about you guys.
Oh no, but you like insulted something they like, so that it's like you insulted them personally, which is weird, but that's what they do.
Dude, look.
Yeah, Vic.
Okay. So,
Vic, just wait. I'm gonna get on a bus, and me and my homies are gonna come visit you.
yeah. All right.
Because you
I know.
insulted someone's artwork.
No, I'm referencing another guy that supposedly messed with him and trolled with him. I want the Southie to come out of our Boston boy Vic here.
All right. So is the guy in red? Is that supposed to be Bishop?
I don't know.
That
Which
one
So
on the
look
guy?
left?
Look at that face and look at that and look at the pose, right?
Well-
and tell me that isn't taken directly from a freaking photograph.
Can it be Bishop?
Right.
I mean, he doesn't have that scar over his eye.
And they're all like all the characters, with the exception of a few, are in almost like fashion poses. Look at Emma Frost. That's definitely traced. Was that supposed to be Jean Grey? Definitely traced. Emma Frost traced. Now, mind you, after he traces, he does go in and he'll like he had to draw her holding a sword. You know what I'm saying? But that's probably like a beach volleyball pick. Like I just don't get it. You can see the difference. Okay, take a look at something like that, and then take a look at the Mr. Sinestro in the background. He probably actually had to draw that one out.
That
Yeah,
could
because
have
the
easily
proportions
been
are
a
off on that one.
That could have easily been a pose. Anything.
No. No, I see what he means, because that one, the proportions are a little off on that one, and you can tell.
Yeah, it looks like one of Vic's pieces.
Thank you.
That arm that's pointing is too short, and the neck is too long.
Is his coloring? This,
Wow, I didn't
he
even see
does-
Storm's neck. Look at Storm's neck. Oh my god, she looks like she's one of those ring lady neck things.
Well, yeah, she is wearing the rings, so that's kind of
All of them?
yeah. She is.
Like all 20?
Well, I don't know about 20, but she's wearing them.
Because it's like way too many.
I lost count.
I remember her having a lady's neck, not like one of those weird extended necks.
But everybody draws different characters differently, a little bit like that. So
Oh
Yeah, but
I forgot.
I mean, here's
Rick's gonna get uncomfortable with our massive smack.
I think that's it. I think that's a
No.
distorted. I think that's just cover for distorted character right there. I think
Yeah, we went through this one earlier today. The
it's
this
also just busy, crowded, and it's not even like planned or anything. Like it's not a
Yeah, and this is not actually. I mean, take each individual character out, and it's colored beautifully. But this is, I mean, Mark Brooks has definitely colored. He's got painting skills. I'm not saying the dude doesn't have skills. He's got painting skills, right?
not here.
But yeah, this is not his best.
I
This
know
is not his best
I
piece,
love this
right?
Batman. This
No.
Like
Batman's
it
nice.
color wise, it just doesn't work very well.
I'm still trying
But I
to
mean,
figure out what that pink thing that fucking Sinestro's pointing at, or Mr. Sinister. Sorry, what Mr. Sinister's pointing at. What is that pink thing? I guess it's supposed to be fire, but it doesn't look like that.
This Human Torch looking guy.
Yeah,
it's
what is that?
it's bisexual lighting fire. Aren't you with the times? Like Mark Brooks is.
No,
It's
no, I'm not. I'm not an old hag
Yeah.
like Mark Brooks that I know what that is, what it's even referencing.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
the old hag
Like-
reference is because that's what Captain Evil thinks when he hears the word Baba Yaga. He's like, because it means
Bab-
witch, so he's like, it just means like an old hag to me.
Yeah, Baba Yaga from it's
It's the John Wick.
No,
reference.
he's trying to make a John Wick reference, but that's not what Baba Yaga really is from. It's an old witch. Like if you know what Baba Yaga really is, you would never think of John Wick. John Wick is not going to be the first thing you think of.
No, not at all. Not at
Yeah.
all.
So it actually all it reminds me of is like when back in the theater times when they first started doing theaters that the all the women's part had to be played by men. That's what it makes me think of. So
Yeah.
he just making me think he's a cross dresser or something. It's not making me think of whatever he wants. So
I
it
think
ain't happening.
I think he was trying to go for something like Alex Ross would do with this, but nowhere near as
Yeah,
good
see,
as
there's that
Alex Ross.
comparison again, and if he's using the technique that Vic is talking about, it's not akin to Alex Ross. Alex Ross he's more like Norman Rockwell, where Norman would pose his people up and then paint, or like
Yeah, but
Captain
there was
Evil
like a
saying.
point to all the posing. This is just like they're all jammed together.
Well, yeah. Again, he's a more modern, and I'm not defending the guy. Doggone it, why do I always gotta look like I'm the asshole here?
Player,
Well,
damn it.
Well, I'm not saying is it nowhere any good as Alex Ross, especially for that piece. But it was just
hey, let's not get carried away, Rick. I'm not a huge Alex Ross fan either. I'm not. I mean, he's a great painter, but those designs, I'm sorry, man. I grew up in the '90s reading comic books and in the late '80s, so don't come at me with this is that freaking old school design. I mean, I like it a bit now, but I mean, I'm getting old.
well, I just more mean in the realistic fashion, like Alex Ross. You know, I think he's trying to capture that, but especially for the X-Men one,
There's the tracer.
Yeah,
That's the tracer.
the Captain America one.
There's your tracing right there.
Where?
The Captain America one.
Show it again.
That's tracing.
Because it's an exact replica of the original.
Oh, the original.
It's just in his style, so
Tracing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Captain Evil's actually much like you. He's actually gone to art school, and yes, I'm referencing like that time that you thought I was making a joke, and I asked if you went to art school. I was actually asking you, asshole. I wasn't joking with you. I didn't know you had gone to art school.
oh, well, it's hard to tell sometimes, brother. You know,
Because I fuck with you so much, I know that. I have to. I have to.
No, you don't, but it's okay.
Friggin', I know this. Friggin' art schools, art programs are brutal. And we have good teachers, so they're brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay. I don't know. I'm keeping my mouth shut from now on, dude. I'm just like, whatever.
Oh, come on, Vic. You're amongst friends.
Yeah, no, I mean, like all these people, are all crazy, man. They're all like getting butthurt because I said freaking
Yeah, but I don't
Mark
pay.
Brooks was
I don't pay
not
attention to
you
what they
guys,
say.
not you guys, but
No, no, it's like I
not
told
you guys.
Lorenzo. I don't pay attention to what CG says and what anti CG says. I was actually looking at the critique because now let's pull this shit up. I actually want to see this again because this is what started the whole shit. The fucking and I'm on his. That's a good thing. The Del Keown shit started this, and
Yeah, exactly.
he said that it was unfocused, rendered within an inch of its life, over rendered to within an inch of its life, and unfocused. But because it's Dale, it's awesome.
Yes.
No, it's not awesome because it's Dale. It's awesome because it's awesome because he did it right. I mean, if you
Yeah,
know,
because he did a good job. It's not what is it? Like I said, that whole entire comment is exactly like a critique you would get
Yeah.
in college.
It's a beautiful piece, right?
well, no,
Like,
it's not just a beautiful piece. It's actually a great piece, and I'll tell you why it's a great piece. Because this is a hold my beer moment. Del Keown out Ethaned Ethan. You get
yeah,
what I'm
kind
saying?
of, yeah.
That's not an easy thing to do, and then he did it by intermingling his own signature art process to it,
Into it. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's hard. Now everybody's like, it's too busy, it's focused. It's a swarm of fucking bees overwhelming the main characters. It's supposed to be that way.
Now wait till Kyle puts his magic on that shit. You know what
Dude,
I'm saying?
Kyle's
Yeah, exactly. Like
badass colorist.
I can't wait to see this thing colored. In fact, like I said, again, my only problem with this is the fact that this thing is gonna have a crease in it. It's gonna be
If
folded.
if
I'd
any
rather see this as a poster. Like
if Mark Brooks is still listening, if anybody had any right to really talk shit about this, it should have been EVS. It would have been you made me look bad on my own book, fucker. It's kind of like
he'd have to admit that though. He'd have to admit that
right.
though. I
It's
don't know if
kind of
his
like
ego
when
could allow that.
what the hell's his name? Donald DeLay was. We were having a conversation. It was me, him, and who is Rob Willis, and he's like, "I fucking hate you, Rob, but I love you at the same time." He's like, "Yeah, because Rob does really good work with like musculature detail," and it was like, "Yeah, dude, I could understand the jealousy's there." Now you got to put your book out on time, there, Rob. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so like that comment that dude made was just butthurt. That's it. Like so butthurt.
Yeah, I didn't take it that way, but I know a backhanded comment when I read one. I mean, I give him to Vic all the time.
Dude, when I was I had told you about the when I was in college, I was the supposed golden boy, the guy that could do no wrong. Like every piece of artwork I made, they were just going goo goo gaga over it, and my critiques would end up like that when someone didn't like me. They'd be like trying to
Yep.
say something bad about it, but at the same time not, and be like, oh, but it's still great, because he does great work.
Cause
Like because they know everybody likes it.
they
They
didn't want
know.
he didn't want to get the teacher pissed off.
Yeah, they want to get a good grade for their technique, but at the same time, they don't want to say anything good either. So to me, that's just funny. Like again, yeah, that's all complete butthurtness right there.
I want that piece now from Dell. Like if they make a poster or something, I'm definitely gonna buy it. I mean, I know it's gonna be in the book. So do you know if Dell's doing the whole book, Vic? Because I know you keep up with EVS more than I do.
Or did he just do this splash page in
Vic,
the
Vic,
cover or
Vic,
whatever?
are you still alive?
Yeah, what is this for exactly?
It's for the third installment, I think.
This could be the cover for it.
I know he's doing like, how there's always an additional book. Like he always has like the main book, then he has an additional book that goes with it. That's shorter.
An ash can?
It's not quite an ash can because he does like, so the main book is like what it did, like 48, 60 pages, however many Ethan winds up doing.
Sure. But
and then he puts out like a second book that's only like a regular comic length, 20 some pages. Like with Death Sting is the one that's with this new book. Actually, he's got two with with Wreck Planet.
Hey,
Uh,
hold on. Jeff Potts left, so later's Jeff. And okay, his baby starts laughing. I saw Vic destroying Vicky on Twitter earlier. You were going at it with Vicky again. Uh,
yeah,
Lorette.
I said, because Vicky posted this thing about the Dale Keown piece, right? And I'm like, do you really like that tracing piece of shit?
By the
Because she
way,
was supporting Mark Brooks,
yeah,
and I'm
I
like,
saw that. Hey, Mark Brooks is not a bad artist. I'm not gonna lie about that, but uh, that was funny though. Um, because I started talking. The whole reason I started the stream was because I was talking to Lorenzo, where he was saying that it was ad hominem, and I'm like, it's not an ad hominem. It's a harsh critique. It's kind of a backhand. You did the same thing Mark Brooks did. Um,
yeah,
you called him
and
calling
that's
him a tracer is akin to him saying it's good because it's Dale. That's the same thing because tracing is a technique. I mean, fuck, when we ink, we're tracing in some way, even though we're adding more detail and more depth to the
yeah. I
art.
don't
It's
mind
still
people
tracing.
tracing their own shit, right? I don't mind people.
But you don't like it as a profession, though.
No, like, why would you trace? Like, I wouldn't trace photographs.
Well, see, no,
I
but I'm
might,
saying like, see, but this is the thing. Like, again, I don't know. It's weird
So
because like I could see about having reference photos and everything. I mean,
according
I
to
can
even
see you using.
whether
I
whether you trace them or not, but it's just like because usually tracing involves literally just copying what's there. Like you don't know make any extra modifications at all.
yeah, and that's not
I
inking.
can.
Inking makes
Yeah,
modifications,
You know what I mean? And
but it's
you see,
it's an
it's
insult
kind of
when
a
they
hard
do.
line there because, like I said, there's like rotoscoping and stuff like that, and that had its place. You could call that tracing. All of that is
it is.
tracing.
It is tracing, and I don't really approve of rotoscoping.
Wait, did you like He-Man back in the day?
When I was a kid and I didn't know what rotoscoping was, sure. But
Don't try to
but
save your
even as a
ass
kid,
now.
even as a even as a kid, it stuck out to me. Wow, they're just looping the same walking and running actions over and over
Oh well, yeah,
again.
no, that's looping, but rotoscoping is
Happens in a
literally
lot of cartoons.
animating over over live action recording. That's what rotoscoping is.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, here's the thing.
Vic's a
Uh,
blasphemer, says Lorenzo Sleestek. Vic, are you blaspheming?
what?
Because of
What?
the
Why am I?
He-Man
Makes
thing.
them laugh.
Oh, because of the rotoscoping. It's tracing. I mean,
See what I mean? Like, see, because there's technique, and then there's, and then there's tracing. I can understand what you're saying about the tracing, but I mean, like,
Actually,
only to a
wouldn't
certain
that
degree.
wouldn't that be more outlining? Because then you
uh,
could. Well, they
Yeah,
had
because
the
I mean,
guys.
you're basically using them as a frame,
you're
and
not you're not you're not taking the time and effort that goes into creating the illusion and the
and the depth yourself. Yes, yeah.
image yourself. Yeah. So I do call it cheating, right? It makes more sense in the sense of like it makes more sense in the sense of like the movie industry because it's a product. It's that's
Yes,
more of a
that is correct, Lorenzo. Waking Life was entirely rotoscoped,
uh
Hey, oh my
and
gosh! Hold on, hold on, hold on,
that
hold
other
on.
drug one that came afterward.
Shh. Dillard is in the chat.
Oh, really?
says, good evening,
Really?
artists.
You stopped conversation for that?
Well, have you sent Dillard an invite to this Discord yet?
No, I have not, but it is in the vault, and he is in the vault.
Ah.
I have no idea what any of
You're
that
welcome, Lorenzo.
means.
Liam's baby says the real king is here.
Oh damn, Liam's baby.
Fuck you, Liam's baby.
Lorenzo's scary.
Lorenzo's baby is sketchbook. I swear. I think so.
Lorenzo's not sketchbook.
I think you're like.
I get accused of being sketch.
I think you're confusing two people too at that.
Look, I get accused of being sketch therapy. I get accused of being Liam's baby. I've been accused of being Elric. Who else am I? I'm never me.
I don't think Lorenzo and the Gerber baby are the same person.
No, they're not.
I could be wrong.
I have no idea who's. Liam's baby's funny as shit, though.
Liam's baby
yeah,
might
Liam's
be
baby's
Pope
hilarious.
Raven. Might be, I don't know.
That would make some sense in the jokes that I've
Who?
seen Liam's baby do.
Who is it? Who was it?
Pope Raven.
No, you're not. They said sketch. They said you're funny. You're not sketchbook.
Oh.
Hey.
You know, from any other person that wouldn't hurt, but from you, that fucking hurt.
And yet the silence is like it went over everyone's head.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to make an apology. I'm going to apologize to Vicky.
Why?
Apologize to that tracer, Mark Brooks, and I'm just going to start tracing. I'm going to be like, look at my lovely traced picture. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, but you got to trace the right things. You got to find yourself a girl with a
You
half
can't
shaved head.
trace the right things.
I could trust me if I wanted to trace, I could pick out the best freaking pictures to trace that would blow fucking everybody off from fucking, because I would pick some crazy shit.
What do you talk about, blue, Rick? Not Rick. Vic. Doggone it.
Listen, yeah, we're done. We're not doing the. This is super straight Saturday and Sunday.
We're getting everything confused. We already blurred the days together. We're blurring everything else together too.
Well, Dillard says he's been accused of being Alex Ross and Brandon Bellinger.
You know,
no, probably half the people here won't know who that is.
I talk a lot of crap about Dillard.
After all, most.
But I will say this: he does paint similar to Alex Ross. I ain't gonna lie, he does paint similar to him. And we have a Lorenzo sleeve.
Dillard?
Yeah,
it's
Dillard.
It's super CG Saturday.
It's a vision of the Slee Stacks.
Right?
Yeah, remember, I'm not anti CG. I know Vic didn't call me that, but I'm super CG. That's how you answer it. Like, someone's like, how dare you have a criticism, that might actually make CG better, No,
yeah, exactly.
It's super CG,
Cross.
Sorry about that, Vic. It started going. Things got kind of little maybe negative in tone, and like what it was in the text. Things don't really come across all that well.
No, I hear you.
Vic,
There's just one in there. Like, I didn't mean to start swearing or anything.
Don't worry about it, Lorenzo. Vic's a big boy, figuratively and physically, so he can take it.
Well, I don't remember, what did I use? Did I use the word ass or no? I don't think that was it.
No, I only get upset. I only get upset when somebody fucks with my business, and when
so that's why you get mad at me.
And when a little bit. And that's and when somebody threatens my life, you know what I'm saying? Other than that, I don't really get upset.
So you're saying
I didn't think you were upset, but I want to make sure. I was just getting a little stressed out. Was all because here it's like now it's like 2:30 a.m. I don't remember what time it was then, but it was late, and I was just trying to
I don't get upset when I get honest, constructive criticism, even if it's if it's delivered a little harshly. Now, if it's delivered destructively, I'm not even what I posted with Vicky isn't really attacking Mark Brooks, right? Or trying to defame Mark Brooks, because if I was going to do that, I would be posting to his his Twitter feed, right? I'd be trying to affect his business. I'm not. I'm stating an opinion based on my observations.
Yeah, you're Voldemorting. Very
So what is
cowardly,
it
by the way.
that I don't really know?
I didn't Voldemort
Sorry.
him.
You,
No, I
you
used his name.
did you?
Yeah, he tagged him, I think,
No.
did he?
I didn't tag him. No,
No?
No.
I didn't tag him. If somebody else tagged him, I don't know.
No,
It's
Vic only
fine.
has one nut drop. The other one's still up there somewhere.
Okay, well.
I have
I
it
mean,
open
you.
now so I can see. So now I can
Okay,
see.
so I mean, tagging him still would have been like at
everybody's,
least like calling him out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have.
I've got it set up now so in Discord so I can actually see people's avatars. Helps me know when people are speaking because there's that delay, and then there's a little delay in my head too. I think, and I don't always. My brain doesn't process things fast enough. I don't think.
You know what I love too is
Really?
like people that even though they were kind of like not CG but not quite anti CG, who I never had an issue with, who I've always supported and helped and retweeted and helped promote their campaigns and was always really nice and friendly with them, right? Well, takes nothing but just saying, I think Mark Brooks traces a little to get them to turn the knives on me. It's like,
Wait a second. You call him a piece of shit, right?
well, Mark Brooks, he is.
I don't know. See, I don't know anything about this. I just know a couple of friends of mine are fighting with, or on
been
Twitter,
going-
which is
He's
kind
been
of
going.
Okay, hold
silly.
on.
He's been going
I'll
after.
say.
Hold on, guys. Let me read the chat. Liam's baby says,
Yeah.
Hail Lorenzo, my anti-CG brother. Dillard says, I have decided that I will do book 2 in black and white for sure. I also have enrolled in an online class and I will devote myself fully to the noir style.
By the way, that happened and like we just kept talking about I don't know what, and that just stayed there in the background.
Okay, and then Liam's baby again says, I get upset when people say Rick's or Shabby's art is good because they actually believe it and then never improve. I just care. Then he says, that's awesome, Dillard. I can't wait to back it. Dillard Draws says, I will become the greatest noir artist in 5 years, and the recognition will likely follow 3 years after. That's 8 years. Wait, weren't you the guy that said that you didn't want to wait 2 years to make some spectacular piece of art by having to go train in digital art? Damn it, Dillard.
Not only that, but like Noir's dead, so why the 5 year long wait to be the best? And why is it gonna take 3 years to recognize that?
I don't know.
Because it has to take 3 years.
Hey, does
It has to take 3 years. Like 3 years after he dies.
No, just 3 years after he. Just 3 years after he becomes the greatest.
Honestly, that's when recognition for an artist happens. Is after they're dead, not during. Like,
Well,
seriously.
now,
well, guys, I'm gonna take off. I gotta get up in about 5.5 hours. So.
oh yeah, for church. Have a blessed
Yeah.
night. Get some rest.
So we'll see you all probably Monday,
Okay.
maybe
Okay,
tomorrow,
God
maybe
bless you.
later
Alright.
today
Thanks
in
for
some
coming
chats. I don't know.
Good night.
I just got here to say goodbye.
God bless everyone.
You too.
Bless.
God
You
bless you.
too.
God bless you.
Good night, Rick.
Night.
I think I just killed the moment.
No, you didn't.
Like once I got here, Rick left.
No, he
It's
actually
like, man,
does
it's
have
late.
to wake
If
up.
dust is on.
Well, that is true. Dust is like Vic. He keeps Vic's hours.
Who does?
My son, he acts like he's not. He didn't go to sleep like right before I got up to go to work.
I know. Well, Vic's hours are like, they take a toll some days, They take a toll some days.
Maybe it's all those Snickers made in the air fryer.
Shut up!
I like how Vic referred to himself in third person, and now I'm referring to Vic in the
So,
third person,
Vic,
even though Vic's here.
Vic, when are we gonna see those T-shirt designs the Vic Can Take It and the Transy Lee shirts. I want those.
No, I can't do the. I'd love to do the Transy Lee shirt, but I mean,
Dude,
we would get.
I was
We would
thinking of a
get.
design where it's a skinny dude with boobs in like a shorts and then a bikini top and then on the back do the back of the dude and have a tramp stamp that says insert here with a whale tail coming out.
You could. That's funny as shit. You'd have to find one of those print on demands that won't cancel you.
Oh, dude, if I could get the equipment, me and Captain Evil Stopper know how to silkscreen. You can't stop us from printing it. It's our own stuff.
All right.
They can't tell me what to do. Dillard says, I agree with the new guy. I can't wait for Jim Lee and George Paris and Alex Ross and Sam Keith and Todd McFarlane to die so they can finally get the recognition they deserve.
Hey, some of them are the living dead, so you're gonna have to wait a long while.
Yeah, he was talking shit to you because he's literally telling you you're wrong. They already got
Unless
the
he can't take you
Oh,
guys, but just kill them himself.
I know what he's trying to say,
Liam's baby.
but I
says,
can also argue I only know half that list. And like I said, some of them are the living dead, so he still has a long way to wait.
Liam's baby says,
Oh no! Some of them are the living dead.
I wonder what
Yes.
Rick gives when the offering plate comes around. Maybe some of his business cards.
So I'm still confused over this whole thing between Vic and Vicky, and why, and like, what's the deal? So there's like a page or two that this one artist is drawing in one of the Cyberfrog books, or and then
One
somebody
artist.
else.
If you
And
just want to
that
say
Cyberfrog art.
one artist, yeah.
Yeah, he's drawing like one page, or is he drawing the whole book, or what's the deal?
Lisa Kwan says plenty of money being made by living artists. And Dillard says that Rick's signature is worth $7 American to Liam's baby. So maybe half a signature.
I mean, so what was that drawing? So that drawing was that from Cyberfrog?
I don't know why there was that comment about the money. We're not talking about money. We were talking about recognition.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that.
The drawing going to be in Wrecked Planet or what?
The Wrecked Planet is the next one, right? I think this is the third one.
Oh.
Yeah, this is work for the third one, I think.
Yeah, because Wrecked Planet was already like halfway in when Dale actually even announced that he was going to be CG.
Yeah.
Why are people arguing about something that we're not
Wait a second.
Like for 5 years or something?
Is this the cover for? Is it?
You know, like I don't.
Is this the cover for the Second Chance campaign, though?
Still waiting, huh?
Is this the cover
He's doing a Wreck Planet Second Chance campaign. Is this the cover for the Wreck Planet Second Chance campaign?
I don't know. Let's go to Indiegogo and find out. Does he have it on?
Does anybody know what this actually is?
What the image is?
Or why people are arguing over it? I don't understand. Why did that other guy chime in?
Oh, the image on the stream is Dale Kwan's splash page, right? Or the Cyberfrog?
Yeah, it was Dale Keown's.
Yeah, Dale Keown's.
Keown. So, why did this other? So, is it? Does this other guy have something against CG, or was he just making a comment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's been going hard after CG for the last 2 months. Easily.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, he's made himself.
I can't see it. I can't. Like, if he was going after EBS, I can't see it because EBS has me blocked. This is
he's gone after all.
EBS has you blocked.
Yeah. That's why I hold Lawrence in high regard. I can't do that. Get that shit done. Like, I talk so much crap to Vic, and Vic hasn't thrown me on. The only one that you know, like, stopped talking to me and ignoring me was Dillard. He stopped reading my chats, and I'm like, okay, I think it's time.
Don't think I haven't thought about it, Sketch.
Wait a second, Dillard's in your chat.
Remember, you could take it. No, he tells me, he goes, I read them to myself, but I don't read them out loud. Yeah, I was like, that's funny. And he really does. I actually, like, I was watching one of his streams, and I was commenting him, like, okay, I guess he never saw it. And then he sees where I said that I'm leaving because I had to go do something. And he's like, that's when I read his chat when he says he's leaving. I'm like, the
Oh, so he doesn't have you
motherfucker.
blocked or anything.
No, he
It's
doesn't.
just
He
you
doesn't
post
block.
in his chat and he refuses to read your.
Yeah, he doesn't block anybody. So I give him a thumbs up for that. He doesn't block anybody. In fact, he got after somebody for doing something on his channel without his permission, which is cool. I have respect for Dillard in that aspect. I don't even see Wrecked Planet.
He didn't say nothing when somebody was threatening my life.
He said he didn't know. Quit bitching. Damn. You still going on about that shit?
That shit.
I told you
Really
it's a
let that thing go.
troll. It's a troll.
Memes, baby, it's Dale Keown's drawing it, not Mark Brooks.
No.
Mark Brooks is who we were talking about.
Yeah,
Making
Brooks
a
is the
comment.
guy who was complaining about Dale Keown's
Drawing.
Could you imagine like like threatening somebody's life on the internet over some?
No, Lorenzo. Get away. Don't go down that hole.
Oh gosh, that seems so pointless. I've like, but I've seen that with like videos and stuff. Like somebody like gives some sort of maybe follow forward tip or something, and like somebody would threaten their life.
See what I mean? Look at this artwork. See how it's really busy? The detail.
But it has to be like a credible threat. I mean, people can tell you they're gonna kill you all day. It's not like it means
Who
anything.
knows?
Here's the thing. Saying you're going to putting out a bounty on somebody's address and saying you're going to show up at their house with your boys and kill them, that actually is a credible threat.
I'm sorry, I opened a can of worms.
I told you,
Did I
Lorenzo.
go to
Damn
the
it.
I'm sorry, I should have listened to the host, the show's host.
I guess so, but I mean, like,
Honestly,
do they
try to
live
be
near
better in the
you?
future. If you have me,
'Cause, I mean, if they're in another country, that's
No, he's not in another country. He's
or
actually
even in another state, it's still
he's
kind
one-
of too
he's
far.
one
Yeah,
state over.
he's about a 5-hour drive from me, maybe 6 stops.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that one.
Don't give Vic any.
yeah, it's creepy.
He could take it, but still, don't give it to him.
No,
No, I'll give him that one.
Lorenzo,
I mean, if it were like
Vic's voice. But who is the other guy? And also
a significant distance away, I'd be like, well,
hold on, let me
who
answer
can
this.
care?
Dillard asks, so I recognize Lorenzo's, Rick's, and Sketchbook and Vic's voice, but who is the other guy? And also, does he have a channel? This is Captain Evil Stopper. This is, if you remember that stream where I was telling you, I have a friend that knows about animation and everything. I could ask him. This is that friend, and he will be featured on my channel from time to time. I don't know if he has any aspiration of making his own YouTube channel, but I'll let him answer and take it from there.
Yeah, anything you want to know about animation that you feel you need to know, just ask.
No, tell him who you are.
Oh,
Are you a fan of rotoscoping?
I'm just a fan of art, period. Like, to me, rotoscoping is just a technique. Like, gesture drawing, line drawing is just something that you can do. It doesn't mean that you don't have ability or talent, but it's an art style. Like, like the way they did Cuphead and all that. That's an old art style. You know, you can bring something old back and do it a new way.
Okay.
But yeah, that to me, that's all that is.
I'm
Like I
sorry.
said, and I understand the complaint of tracing.
Hold on. Sorry, Liam's baby. I didn't mean to do that. I hit something wrong and I actually timed him out.
Message deleted. Oh yeah, but yeah.
I'm a boomer.
I mean,
okay, leave me alone.
in the form of rotoscoping, like we have brought up, or I brought up the kid story from the Animatrix, because that was done in a fine art style drawing, a gesture drawing. and a lot of people didn't like that one. I did because I like fine art drawing, but yeah, I mean, like I said, to me, rotoscoping is just a technique. That's all. Like I liked Waking Life, and I liked that other movie that for some reason the name escapes me. It's that one where they're taking drugs. It was done by the same people that did Waking Life. They also did that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think maybe they were on drugs when they made.
I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with either, to be honest.
It had Woody Harrelson and what's his name?
Lisa Kwan is asking who drew that. Now the one that I'm showing is the X-Men that cover that Mark Brooks did. It's on his YouTube.
Wolverine died.
That's the one he traced. Yeah.
The one full of tracing.
But
But it's also just like a badly planned picture. Like
that's the
I
one
was gonna
that
say,
the eyes don't go anywhere.
to do a better job, but it's
Vic says
big mess.
traces. So
Yeah.
I'm
That's
saying
that's
allegedly.
another clear tell sign of tracing is like when you have stuff that's like, oh wow, like that's a beautifully drawn Ileana. That's a beautifully drawn Cyclops. That's a beautiful, whatever. And you're going,
Yeah, there you go. Scanner Darkly. Thank you.
So you
Thank
just
you,
took
Dylan.
figures and then put it in one.
it looks like a photo collage.
You didn't really just draw those. You just took all those characters from different pictures and just put them in there. Bam! It's an art piece.
Yeah,
I'm
Dillard's
proud
a
Well, then
plethora of old movies.
there is some
like that.
there is some skill involved because he's got to then draw in the costumes, probably change some aspects. Like he might have to change like the arm so that it's holding like a sword or a gun or something like that, right? But
What Lisa, the words Vic is talking about is the fact that each piece is probably individually traced from different photos for the photo.
That part doesn't work.
And then they're superimposed together.
What I think is cool is
it's just a mess.
I heard Norman Rockwell would take
He
take a
different
photo and then he would somehow trace it, but he did a really good job with it. So I don't quite.
Hold on, Lorenzo.
Like you said, Norman Rockwell used a projector probably.
Hold on, Captain. The reason Vic is saying this is because of the poses. When you get simple poses like this, a lot of the time you can speculate that they're photo slammed because of the fact that you can get somebody to just do a normal pose like that, or it's kind of like Greg Land. Like all his females look like they were orgasming instead of screaming or emoting. It was all an orgasm because he was always accused of taking photos from porn. And this is the same thing here. Like you could see this.
They can really tell someone what he watches.
The X, shut up, boy. Whoever is wearing the X helmet, you can find that pose on a Walmart ad. You can find the pose next to him on a Walmart ad. So you can get pictures and then photo slam it to be able to get basically the foundation so that you can start painting over it. And like I said on Twitter to Lorenzo, I told him if you look at a YouTuber called Ross Draws, he has a set of videos where he takes a photo of his friends sitting down around a couch and then he makes them into the Teen Titans. So it is a technique that's used by graphic design artists. It takes the whole coming up with a whole pose and getting it
eliminates the guesswork.
Yeah. So I understand that. Is it tracing?
Yeah, photo slam. Did you make that word up?
It's actually called photo.
Even I wanted to say that, Dillard.
It's called photo bashing.
All of these words are made up.
You can all go to hell. That's Juggadu.
There you go.
But yeah, that's basically what Vic is saying he's doing.
Now, Lisa Kwan says, "From where I want to see the photos." This is just from observation.
He's alleging. Vic keeps forgetting to say allegedly. He is
allegedly, but
I mean,
These
when
are
you draw enough,
tools.
it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Like, and especially if you do advertisement, like looking at how to make advertising and doing all that and how adverts work. Yeah, you could see that.
But I mean, y'all guys
You can
aren't
see
the
all
first
that.
ones because I remember Zach, your boy Zach, saying the same thing. It looks like they took, they Googled it, and they just used the photo and then did that app where it makes it look like a drawing. Now, I'm not saying that's what he did here because I know that's not what he did here. But there are comic book artists that have done interior work like that, where it looks
Oh yeah,
too clean.
definitely,
To
definitely. It seems to be.
I'm
It
actually,
seems to be
I actually like collage,
acceptable.
but
It seems to be an acceptable industry practice, one which I don't. Other people can say that's fine, and they can agree with it. I don't have to, though. That's my opinion. I don't have to. Like
yeah,
there's people who could be like, that's a perfectly acceptable practice, and it never will be for me, but it will be for other people, and that's fine. We can have differences of opinions. That's what I was trying to say to Vicky. Like she was getting her and the others. They were getting very salty and turning to name calling on me, and I'm like,
well,
I
you did call him a piece of shit. That's probably why.
I called Mark
Yeah,
Brooks a piece of shit.
I
Not
think that was worse than being called a tracer.
Yeah,
I
no, but
didn't. Yeah, but I didn't call. But he is a piece of shit. But I didn't call.
How y'all started.
I didn't
but
call them a piece of shit
I
though. It
exactly
was
that's
nothing against
but that's
them.
that's what they're calling you out on. They're not calling you out on whether you're right or wrong. Well, some of them aren't, and some of them are. I wasn't. I just went
Mostly you
past all.
sketchbook.
Hey man, this one wasn't mine. I fuck with Vic all the time, and this one was not mine. I claim the shit I messed with him. I mean, now we were.
At this point, you mess with them so much, like, how am I supposed to know that you weren't there or not?
You do really mess with me a lot, bro.
Don't give
Not
him
only
away
that, you
now.
do, like, once you get back from work, you always tell me what happens. So, yeah.
You're like, yeah, I totally tooled on Vic today.
Yeah,
I
it
know
sounded
it.
just like that.
I can hear it. Like
I am proud of myself.
in
I
Sketch's
messed
voice
with
in my
Vic
head.
today.
I hear it
I
every
told
day.
the shit
Oh,
out of
that's
him.
bad. He's a bad voice to have.
See, Vic, are you liking it? I'm not saying anything. I'm not challenging them to a draw off, Vic.
Though I still want to see that happen.
You will
Do it.
eventually.
Eventually.
I'm good with this challenge. I approve. I want to see it.
Shut up, or I'll throw you in the mix.
Do it.
the one drawing that looked like a collage, I just couldn't, like, I had a hard time seeing the different individual figures.
Vic, why do you have
You couldn't, like,
naked
it was all
dudes
kind
on
of
your-
like dark and kind of all blended together. That's a problem I had.
Yeah, the color palette on that.
Yeah,
one.
the color palette.
It's really
Yeah, that was
warm,
pretty bad.
like way too red for my taste. Like every time I see that one, it's like I wanna adjust the.
I'm still bothered by that pink thing in the back. I want someone to tell me who the hell that is. What the hell is that thing?
You're going through that so fast, I'm getting a little nauseous.
Look away, Lorenzo. Look away. I'm trying
Close
to
your
find,
eyes.
I was trying to find
If
that.
you're looking for something, you're
Just
going
don't
to
stare
hell.
at
I was
Don't
trying to
look
find.
at
I was
me.
trying to find Vic's artwork.
What the heck?
Well, with the
Are you on
piece that
this page? No, we already tore that one apart. We shouldn't have to rehash that one again.
Oh, you guys
And
are
It's just like in the
she's on the
Thomas
window.
Gate posting their L saying, Vic really should trace,
That one was funny.
That was a pretty slick burn or whatever.
And again,
You
I
know.
laugh when burns are on
He
both
finally
sides.
said something funny with that account.
I laugh when both sides make good jokes.
Well, geez, thanks,
Most of
Lorenzo,
the
for
time,
having my back, bro.
I just thought it was funny. But the thing is, what's cool is like it seems like pretty much every day, like for hours a day, several hours a day, you're on. We can see you in live streams drawing, and like owning your craft. That's really cool to see.
You check the chat.
Well, that
Just
era's
look up
over
Brooks' YouTube
because
channel. Shows him drawing stuff from start to finish. Oh, well, see, Vic didn't tell me.
I'm sure he can draw some stuff start to finish. Absolutely. Like I said, he's not without talent, but there's too many pieces where it's of that nature.
I think what you're trying to go for is like, well, if you've done that much tracing, you should be able to do it by now.
Well, there's that too. There's that too. You should
Don't
be
worry,
able
I'll
to
say
pick up you should be able to pick up something from tracing.
it.
Dillard says, I don't know I can do this without photo bashing. It would take me a long time and lots of redraws and light boxing sketches and such, but it's possible if I did it
Yeah, it would take a
physical.
lot of sketch work to. But I mean, if you're gonna do that much sketch work, you would be able to position that entire group a lot better than that.
Lisa Kwan would like to know who
You-
would win in a draw off between Vic, Brooks, and Keon. My money's on Keon.
Keon,
I love
hands
you.
Yeah,
down.
I love you, Vic,
Keon
but
would own that.
here's the
Always letting
thing.
Vic down.
Here's the one thing though. Brooks does have something over Keon because I've never seen Keon paint. I've never seen him color his own stuff.
Well, okay, so just based on drawing alone.
Well, we were looking at Brooks's actual sketches and inking and stuff, and he's good. He's really good, but Keon is just that's a different level, man.
Yeah.
That's a different level. Okay, we
Yeah.
had this conversation. Who was it with you, Vic, when we were talking about Mike and Ethan? And I said that's the big difference. Oh no, I think it was with Captain Evil, but not. It was off stream. Um, like Ethan is detail oriented, and both of them draw like to actual what do they call it? Anatomically correct proportions for human characters, but there's much more detail and skill in Ethan's drawings than in Mike Miller's drawings. I know I threw him
I
under
would
the
say
bus there, but
Basic.
Yeah,
their
or
styles their
maybe in a way
styles
that you understand there was quite a bit more rendering, right?
there's yeah, well, yes, Ethan does more rendering, definitely. There are different skills being used between the two different styles, though, right? So, um, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Mike Ink, but the dude is a beast
yeah, he's good at inking. But can he ink something
with
as
a quill. Like,
can he ink something as detailed as Ethan's work?
I think my only issue with Mike's work is that he draws specifically to be reliant on the colorist for shading. Like, he doesn't do a ton of black spotting blacks. Like, he's not. That's not in his
Yes,
style.
he
He's
leaves
more
he leaves the
line
detail
work.
for the colorist. He leaves the detail and the
Well, not
shading and
detail,
the
but
lighting.
shading.
The
Shading. He
depth.
doesn't
You're
do
talking about
shading.
the depth of the depth of the artwork is done by the color, right?
Right. He doesn't do a lot of setting up blacks, spotting blacks, and stuff like that. No.
Hey,
Gray tones.
don't get my channel taken off on the first stream, all right?
I
Talking about he doesn't do blacks and all this.
And he doesn't spot them either.
What?
should
What is
I
this?
should respect.
Oh look!
I
Wait,
should
wait, wait.
respect your channel.
Hey,
Huh?
Don't expect your channel to just be vanished the next day.
we were talking about his
I don't
pencils and
expect this to last very long.
this is one of his channels.
Everybody's always slipping up on my channel. Like, no, you can't say that. Stop.
He
Ah, no, stop it.
Well, thank you, Lisa Kwan. I know I do. I'm working on it.
Yeah, Rain Mike's art can seem boring because it's kind of flat.
Lisa, that is why he has friends like us to give him crap till he gets better. Then we won't have any crap to give him, and then we'll go move on to another artist that needs our help. Hey,
He's your heckler.
believe it or not, it works. This guy in the stream with us, Captain Evil.
Yes, that's accurate, Dillard.
He gave me a lot of crap. That's how I started getting better. I'm telling you, he was there the day that one of our other friends says that girl looks like she has Down syndrome, and it wasn't meant to look like that. He's off, but his drawings are way more dynamic. Mike's art might as well be traced, very flat, no life. Ethan looks heroic. Yep, that's spot on, Dillard.
Yeah, very accurate.
See, I respect Dillard sometimes. I like Lisa because she's giving Vic shit. And I'm the one taking everything right now.
Again, play your role.
So Vic, we go back to the same question. Where is your art and where can we find it? Because you have just pictures of nude dudes that says only God can judge me on your Twitter thread.
I'm gonna be posting some
and some other questionable things.
I'm gonna be posting some new stuff very soon.
Yeah, because we need more art to show whenever like we're on stream and stuff like that, and you need more art to pay bills.
There's that naked dude again.
There's new art that's coming that I'll be posting up on Twitter very soon.
Yes, do this, Vic.
Now, where did you get the? Was that on my Twitter? Did I post that?
Which was
the stuff in progress? Yeah, I guess I did post the stuff in progress from Artifice, a couple pieces.
Yeah. I would like to see Vic and Dillard go on a draw-off. Vic versus Dillard. Let's make it happen. You down, Vic?
Yeah, Ethan's Man Bat was fucking insane. That issue of Batman was like out of this world.
Dude, his Sinestro's badass. And I'm not even a Sinestro fan.
Don't worry, Lisa. Vic is organic. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. Never mind. It's all good.
The wheel looks like those caveman stones.
It looks like a poached egg.
We already gave him shit earlier. Oh, I didn't. Captain Evil did. I'm not throwing myself under the bus on this one.
Yeah, I was saying horrible things.
Where's Lorenzo? Lorenzo, you still in here? Yeah, he is.
He's been awfully quiet, so I don't think so.
I'm really tired.
He's muted.
It's
And
late.
Yeah, I probably should get going pretty soon.
Pigeon's in here. I don't know. I didn't even notice that.
He joined because I was in here, which he wasn't supposed to. Can't get rid of them. They're everywhere.
Oh, I love Arcolect account. It always posts some really cool pics for inspiration, you know.
I see that you because I actually like when you tweet and stuff, I do look.
Yeah, a lot of my stuff is stuff that inspires me, you know.
Did you sell this already?
No, I haven't sold it yet. No, the Dark Side, no.
I had a brain fart earlier. I couldn't remember his name. I kept calling him Doomsday.
Dark Seed, Dark Side, depending on how people pronounce it different, but
Dark Satanist.
No.
Oh.
Some people pronounce it Dark Seed, some pronounce it Dark Side.
Why would they? I mean, it's if you watch cartoons, it literally says Dark Side.
Yeah, that's the way.
Yeah. Most of them, but I forget. I was watching one where they refer to it as like Dark Seed, and it was like, all right. I
Where
forget
are
which one it was. It
where
was
are
one of
these
the.
weird circles that you hang around in that people call it like that? You should draw this, Vic. This should inspire you. This is very inspiring.
It is very
Why do you
inspiring,
have this
actually.
on here, Vic?
That sounds good, Diller, but it also sounds very restricting.
It's because of the curves, I like the curves.
Two artists would
That
draw
dude's
my
just the
prompt
funniest racist I ever
very
heard.
and I will also describe the angle to draw. That way, no cheating.
Oh yeah, well, hey.
That does sound actually. That sounds kind of an even way to see if they could pull it off.
It seems very limiting. Like, I mean, it's enough that he chooses the character, but like, and the scene, but seriously, the angle too.
I
Like, damn.
figured. Hey, I figured this because I
That's
actually went to the channel. Lisa Kwan's channel is Lisa is actually Mark's wife, and it's Mark using her account. He says he was busting
oh
our he was busting our balls. Uh, I appreciate the ball busting. Sorry,
Oh, is that what he was? Is
I
that what
don't.
he calls it?
He says I don't trace and never have, but it's fun to hear you guys pontificate.
who says this?
Mark, I
That's a
told you,
$10
Where?
word.
Mark
I'm gonna
Brooks.
need.
Where?
I told you Mark Brooks. He subbed to me earlier. Fuck Vic, keep up with the damn conversation. I'm gonna tell you like Donnie in that movie.
Right.
Oh
The
man, I can't
conversation
believe
doesn't
it.
stop and start at your convenience. Right.
Was it what is that's on Twitter? So he posted that up to you on Twitter.
No, it's in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
I'm not seeing him in the chat.
Lisa Kwan is his wife. That's his wife's account, and I can say that it is because I actually looked through the channel earlier because I don't know the names, and I saw that Mark was on Mark's picture. She's right here. See, they're together.
Look, he's like, look right here.
Anybody that's willing to do that is okay in my book. He's been in here the whole time. I just didn't say anything. Just laughing in behind the scenes where this doofus kept saying he's a piece of shit on stream. Just waiting. There you go. Your other nut just dropped, didn't it, big boy?
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, I guess so, Dillard.
Dillard says, I have not rain. I'll go look it up now.
Oh, he has me blocked. That's why I'm not seeing. That's why I'm not seeing his chats. He's blocked me. That's why I'm not seeing his chats.
For example, classic Ghost Rider straight on 3/4 top view, walking
What have
down
you
halfway
done that you
towards
blocked
viewer.
you?
They can use reference all they want, but the angle has to be what it is. This will showcase real skill. Dillard, why don't you
That's
do
good.
that?
You need it if you're really doing art.
Well, I figured your skin was pretty thick there, Mark, because he kept saying it and you weren't saying nothing. But I kept wanting to hear something or like you say something in the chat, so that way
I'll
Vic could
give you
react.
I'll give you props on that, Mark. I'll give you props on that, man.
Oh, don't go back on it now, wussy.
I'm just saying, I'll give him props on having a thick skin.
You need to if you're doing art.
Yeah, when he like subbed really early, and I'm like, I even told
Let's
Captain,
put it
I'm
this
like,
way:
hey, the guy whose art we're
Mark did
looking
not
at.
have a thick Mark did not have a thick skin when we interacted on Twitter. He blocked me right away, straight out. So
I don't know about that. I'm not
I
blocked by
appreciate.
half of the people that you guys are blocked by, and I'm always in your comments.
There's always that to talk shit about, right?
You have nothing to worry about yet, Mark. You have nothing to worry about yet, brother. But
There you
soon.
go. There you go. Not yet.
That's the right attitude. Oh god.
Is that Yoko Ono?
Yeah, I think it is. I'm horrified like it is.
And
Oh,
I would never stop anybody from getting work ever. That's not what I do.
If you're on a
So
blockchain, Mark, you he's probably on a block list. So if you're on a blockchain, you could have just blocked him without knowing. But Vic could spurg out on Twitter. I too agree with that. I love Vic, but I've messed with him enough to know that he could be made to spurg out.
I haven't in a long time. Oh damn! I post a lot of GI Joe shit, don't I?
Yes, dude, we were saying that. It's like this motherfucker could buy and sell GI Joes on his Twitter.
Oh no, that's all stuff I wish I could get again. That's a lot of it is a lot of it is what I have.
It's just window shopping.
Yeah, just for like this is cool stuff,
Vic, you ever think that your artwork isn't improving fast enough because you're window shopping for GI Joes half of the day?
I'm drawing a half of the day, brother. You know that.
I'm busting your balls, Vic. I've been in your streams. I know you're drawing. Half of the time you can't keep up with the chat because you're drawing, and then you go back to reading. You're like, "What are you talking about, brother?"
I know, right?
This thing got me to thinking. Death's Head. What say you, Mark? Did you ever read Death's Head, and are you a fan? Since you're in my chat. Rain says, "Thanks, Dillard. I had to trace it."
Coffee table flip.
He says, "Don't tell Vic that you traced. You drew Death's Head." Okay, you're just the ears. Doggone it. Stupid boomer. Is the pigeon still in?
Yeah, but he's not talking. At this point, you're not gonna hear him anyways. You guys talk so loud.
There you go, sir. I sent him the link to the Discord.
Mark says he drew Death's Head 6 years ago or so.
Sweet. Like I said, he's a good artist. I'm not taking anything away from him. But that shit must have been hilarious hearing us all call him a tracer.
Well, that one was a little confusing. Looked, the one that was, it kind of, what was it? A lot of red. One where I said the colors were kind of off. Other stuff he drew, I thought that was quite good.
I did. It's in. I DM'd it to you. To your actual account. Where's chosen? That's not the one I want. Yeah, see?
Oh, he probably doesn't realize that you're doing this from.
Oh, I'm doing it from Discord. I don't use StreamYard. This is my first stream ever. You'd have to join the Discord if you have a Discord.
So are you not following Chris, or did you try to follow? Sometimes I'll try to follow someone on Twitter and I can't follow them because
if Vic is willing, I'd say Vic start
up
a stream and send him a link. I'll go join you over there. I'm pretty sure Captain Evil kind of wants to go memes. That's why he's getting quiet over there.
Yeah. It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah, what is it? 3 a.m.
There he is.
Welcome, Mr. Mark Brooks.
Am I on here now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
I can barely hear you guys. Hold on.
Don't run, Vic. Don't run.
Oh, there we go. Am I on here now? You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Hold on. I was watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Got to turn this down. Hey, guys.
Did you say you were watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Good show. Good show.
Yeah, it's a great show.
I've
How are
only-
you guys doing?
Good, good, good.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I have an actual professional artist. This is my
Yeah,
first,
I mean,
my first
listen.
stream.
No, I have I've been invited on every. I can't think of a single CG stream or YouTube channel I haven't been invited on, and I'm not doing any of those. But you guys tagged me tonight, and you guys, we may not agree on a lot of stuff, but you guys seem like good guys, so I thought I would jump in and listen, and then fuck it, let's do this.
Yeah, I saw you sub to me, and I'm like, did I read that right? Was that Mark Brooks, like the guy whose art I'm actually talking about right now? So I went over to your channel, and I saw you and your wife on the photo, and then I see Lisa Kwan, and I'm like, I don't know who that is, so I check her channel, and I put two and two together real quick. So I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything. If he wants to be listening, that's fine. I mean,
Well, no,
it's just
when I jumped
opinion
on to
based.
listen,
Mhm.
oh, I actually didn't realize I was on my my wife's YouTube. My wife has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
She
Yeah, I saw
uses
that.
it for my son's in music and band and all that, so she does that so she can share videos with my family. I didn't realize I was on my wife's account. I thought I was on mine, and it wasn't until the second or third comment I realized, oh, these guys don't know it's me. So,
No, I knew for a while. Like, I was like, well,
He just wasn't
maybe.
sharing.
Yeah, but I was
Yeah.
like, maybe they just want to listen in. That's fine. I always say you should leave the door open anyway, so let them listen. It's not gonna hurt.
no, it's cool. I don't mind. I did feel bad after a couple of comments. I was like, you know what? It's not fair of me not to tell them that it's me. So that's why I figured I'd let you know.
I figured it was you when Captain Evil was going on about that bike, and you were giving some comments, and I'm like, either his wife is an artist or that's him using the account.
Well, now you know. I don't like to deceive for too long if I'm going to. You know, I'm not one of those like ghost account like users. You know, it was fun for a second, but you know, I thought it was only fair that I'll let you know it was me.
Mm. So, other than watching the show, how are you enjoying the back and forth?
Oh, it's good. I really enjoy it. And Vic, is Vic still here?
Yeah, he's.
I am.
Okay. Well, no, Vic. So I know you perceive me as a piece of shit, and that's cool. that's that's your
Well,
prerogative.
just to clarify, I didn't always, man, but the way you've been coming at CG, all of CG, so hard, like without even knowing anybody, that's where my opinion comes from, man. Like attacking people that you don't even know.
Okay, so Vic, can I ask you a couple of questions?
You sure? Yes, absolutely, sure, man.
Okay, so who in CG did I go after?
You were like CG is just a hate group. They're all hateful, and when people were trying to reach out
I
to you and
don't.
tell you like,
well, no, Vic. Listen, I appreciate your opinion. I want to hear what you have to say, but
yeah,
you can't misquote me. I would defy you to go and find anywhere I've said anything close to what you just said.
That's what I was responding to you. In fact, I responded to you with, look, you may have a problem with Ethan, you may have a problem with this other person, but you don't know everybody in CG. You can't blanketly say that CG is a hate group.
Which I don't think I've ever said is a hate group. So here's what I think happens, Vic. And listen, I appreciate your opinion and I appreciate your passion. That's all good. What happens is, and the same thing happens with people that are against CG. They do the same thing that you're doing right now. As much as you don't want to say that you have anything in common with them, you actually do. And that is that you're hearing things said by a large group of people, and you're equating that same verbiage and that same things to everyone without actually paying attention to what each person is saying. Now, I would agree that there are people that are against CG doing the same thing to you. So the only reason I bring this up to you, and I hear what you're saying, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I'm a nice guy, you should like me. I mean, that's up to you. I'm not here to convince you. And honestly, I don't know you. You're a stranger to me. So whether you like me or don't like me, that's cool. But it's important that we don't do this thing where you look at one individual and equate everything that group says as if they said it, because I didn't. I've never said anything like that. Listen, CG as a whole, I really don't really care. I don't. You know, there are a couple of guys that in CG, and you know who I'm talking about, that I got a problem with. I think they're really, really shitty people. And I think, and that's fine too. You could be a shitty person, but I find that they're abusing you guys, that they're using you, and that bothers me because not only do I love comics, I'm a comic fan. I don't just work in this; I love it. And so when I see people that love comics as well being taken advantage of, that bothers me. So yeah, I've spoken out, and I've spoken out against individuals higher up than you. When I talk about this stuff, I'm not talking about you. I've never said CG is a hate group. There are people that have said that. That's fine. That's up to them. But I think that if you actually stop grouping me in with these people that you're talking about that you dislike so much and just read what I've written, I think you're going to find that I'm not as bad as you are either being programmed to think or are being told to think. That's my only point. Because the thing is, you're a good guy. You seem like a good guy. You seem like you're an up and coming artist. Your stuff has a lot of potential. It's nice, you know. And I just hate that you're being like fucked with like this, because I got nothing to gain from you. They got everything to gain from you. They got money to gain from you, money and loyalty. I don't give a fuck. I'm just telling you the honest truth. You can buy my books tomorrow. You don't have to. Doesn't matter. I really don't care.
I have bought your books in the past.
And keep in mind, I definitely appreciate that. But I'm not gonna try to manipulate you into buying them. If you buy them because you like them. That's great.
Would you? Let me ask you. Would you unblock me on Twitter?
I will unblock you right now if you can be respectful when we speak.
I absolutely can.
Okay, so what is your handle on Twitter?
At Vic King Arts.
VIC?
VICKING. Yep. ART.
Hold on.
It's all one word, but it's like I capitalized the V, the K, and the A.
Bad things that are. That's fine.
Let's see. I got no VICKINGARTS.
Yeah, but the V and the K and the A are all capital. Sometimes that Twitter algorithm.
Let's see. I will. I'll do this for you. Because keep in mind, when I block people on Twitter, and I do it liberally, I don't use blockchains. I don't use anything like that. I'm getting nothing for Vic King Arts, dude. Sorry, Vic.
It's just art. Vic King Art. I'm sorry.
Let me show.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good.
Let me show his thing so you can see.
Oh, I did have you blocked. All right, I just unblocked you. So, yeah. I mean, I just want you to understand. Listen, I block people liberally because, honestly, and you guys should feel this way too. Life is too fucking short. I'm not going to reply to everybody that comes in. That I can tell they're not even trying to read what I wrote. They're just acting like assholes. I'm like, okay, well, you're an asshole. Bye. I mean, your Twitter account, just like mine, we should all treat our Twitter accounts this way. This is your house. If someone walks into my house and goes, "You're an asshole," I'm going to kick them out of my house. So I kick people out of my house, which is what you guys should do too. Vic,
I can't do that.
It is cool that we don't that we disagree on stuff. If we can talk about it respectfully, I am cool with that.
100%. 100%. I'm cool with that too, man. That's, I mean, to be honest, like, That's all pretty much any of us have ever really wanted with, the people that we've looked up to in comics. You know what I'm saying?
My only thing I would say to that is, and I understand, none of us are ever going to agree on what we like and don't like or whatever.
This is true.
There's an old thing I learned. I used to debate in high school. Yeah, I was one of those geeks that was in debate club. The thing about debating is that you don't speak to be heard. I'm sorry, excuse me. You don't speak to say what you want to say. You speak to be heard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right.
A debate is not to convince the other party; it's to provide the information for those listening.
Exactly. It's not. You don't just go, and that's what Twitter has become like. This really weird soapbox where you stand up on the soapbox, you scream out whatever you want to scream, and then you get back down and you don't hear anything. And that's not what I'm about. And so the minute you come in and you reply to me and you are disrespectful or rude or insulting or whatever, yeah, I mean, you're like, okay, well, I can tell you're not someone that's going to listen to anything. You're not going to hear anything. What you just said isn't worth hearing. So I block you. You know what I mean?
I get that.
So, but that being said, listen, I'm not going to do any other CG live streams. I did this on a whim because I'm on my third gin and tonic, and I'm sitting here on a hardcore deadline before I fly to Abu Dhabi on Tuesday. So if you guys have any questions, you better ask them now because I'm not going to answer any more after this. So go for it.
Can you see the screen?
And Vic, listen, be honest. Yeah. It's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I got a thick skin. Hit me.
Go for it, Vic. You have the floor.
All right. So let's bring up the piece that we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Okay. You want me
honestly, that's the only piece that to me looked like it could have been traced. Like you could have used reference pictures that were, what they call photo bashed together, because it just,
you're talking about the Inferno piece,
definitely have some awesome pieces. To me, that piece did not meet the mark for what I usually see from you.
Okay, well, now how come that went not the HOXPOX, which was, I was literally homaging myself from my very first piece I did in that style. Why the HOXPOX is okay, but the Inferno's not?
So what were you doing with Inferno? So let me ask, since I'm probably ignorant on what you were trying to do with that piece. Mm-hmm. So were you paying homage to an already existing piece, or?
Yeah, my own piece. That was the whole point.
So
can
all right.
I'm sorry. What's the name of the guy hosting the show?
Sketchbook.
What's your name?
Sketchbook. My Sketchbook.
Sketchbook. All right, Sketchbook. Can you pull up HOXPOX, that piece that I did for the introduction of Jonathan Hickman coming on to the X-Men books?
Do you know what issue it was?
Yeah, HOX #1 and POX #1. You actually pulled it up earlier. You had it earlier.
Really? It was it's on your feed?
No. You pulled it up at one point.
Really?
So it's on his Twitter feed, is what he's saying.
That's Inferno. That's the what I would call a bookend. That's the bookend piece. All right. If you're scrolling through my Twitter feed, you're going to be scrolling for a while. This was like 2 years ago. Can you go to Google? Can you type in Mark Brooks HOXPOX?
All one word?
Just Mark Brooks space HOXPOX.
This one? or part of it.
Well, that's a small part of it. Yes. There you go. There you go. All right. So this was the announcement piece that I created for HOXPOX
I
number
remember
1.
this.
Huh?
I remember this. I remember seeing this
Okay.
in stores.
So I did this piece, and you know, and then I did the big event piece for X of Swords, and then I did the big event piece for Extermination or Inferno, excuse me.
Yeah.
And the idea for Inferno was because this was the beginning of Jonathan Hickman's run. The Inferno piece was the end of Jonathan Hickman's run. So I would do an homage to myself, which is what I did.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering is because here's the thing. I attend 8 to 10 conventions a year. You can stand in front of my table and watch me sketch freehand. Anything from quick head sketches all the way to fully detailed pieces like this. And I do it in front of everyone as they're watching. Again, 8 to 10 times a year. I'm trying to and the thing is, I realize that CG is really mad at me right now because I made the awful mistake of critiquing one of the thousands of pieces that Del Keown has done. Still think it's a great piece. I just think that it's hard to read. For some reason, that Star Wars girl went on a stream and decided to insinuate that I trace, which anyone that knows me or is a fan of mine that has looked at my YouTube channel, watched me at conventions, anything knows is fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
And I find it comical that this has become like the new narrative with you guys, because somebody that, by the way, still owes you guys a calendar. We're almost 3 months into 2022, and you guys still haven't gotten your calendar. She owes thousands of dollars to people that have commissioned her for work. Yet she goes in and goes, Mark Brooks traces, and because she said that, you guys are like, oh, well, obviously he traces. I mean, guys, come on! I've been doing this 30 plus years. I know what I'm doing. I know how to draw. You can not like the artwork. That's cool. I don't mind that. You can look at it and go, you know what? Not for me. That's cool. But this thing where that she wants to like come after me because I hurt their fifis is the most snowflake beta cuck weird shit I have ever heard. And you guys have got to be smarter than this. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah. So I will I'm just gonna say it,
Hey, don't be bringing up
do
quartering. That was.
I do apologize. I do apologize for accusing you of tracing.
Vic, it's all good. Listen.
Clearly, I was wrong.
It's okay, no, dude. It's okay. The only reason I came on because I heard you guys kept bringing it up, and listen, if I never came on this and CG wanted to start running this like narrative that I trace, fucking have fun with that. I mean, that's ridiculous, but you know what? Have fun with that. I mean, honestly, it kind of comes off as a compliment because I said it earlier. I replied to somebody. I said, if I'm so good that she thinks I have to trace to draw this well, then wow, that's quite the compliment. I appreciate that. But that being said, there's plenty of problems with my artwork. I look at everything I do. I produce a piece of artwork and I finish it, and I may go, I'm kind of proud of this one. Give me about 30 minutes. And I'll start picking my own shit apart, which is what every artist should do. But I'll be damned if I'm going to trace anything.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, that's like the philosophy that I have going forward with my work is that every time I sit down to draw, I'm trying to draw and better my skill set every single piece I do.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we all do. I mean, the artist journey has no destination, man. You're going to spend your entire life, no matter how good you get, beating yourself up. It's like I always say every time someone wants to. This is the saying I always say to myself whenever somebody wants to come after me or thinks that they're going to get me by saying some mean tweet or something. I'm like, your disdain for me is nothing compared to my self-loathing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
it's like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not beating myself up. I mean, I like myself. I think we all need to like ourselves, but I think the only way we're ever going to get better as artists is you do have to have a little bit of self-loathing, and that's what makes us better. It's torture, but that's
not
what
being
leads to
satisfied.
improvement.
And you have to take the crits too. Like my friend Sketchbook here, he keeps me humble every single day. He tells me I'm.
I was listening. When they were giving you shit before you came on, I actually thought, whoa, they don't like this guy. But then when you came on, I was like, oh, okay, they're busting his balls. That's no problem. All right. Well, no, that's what kills me. And this is what I want. And if anybody at CG hears this after this is what I don't understand. Because CG keeps acting like their whole thing is about criticism and being able to take criticism and being able to say how you feel and saying, I don't like this, and then being heard, right? Would you guys agree with that?
That's part of it, definitely. Yep.
Okay.
That's what it was supposed to be.
Okay.
Before these pros came in, and some of these pros are good, but nice to customers, and some of them are real assholes. And it's the exact same sort of thing we were complaining about in the beginning of CG was unprofessional behavior, people beating people over the head with a message and stuff like that. But you can see that in CG as well, like some of these big guys.
Well, let me address that. Let's address that for a second. Well, by the way, Sketchbook, while I'm addressing that, will you pull up what I said about Del Keon?
Yeah.
For the screen. So let's address that for a second. So I'm very much into customer service. I think that anyone that you ever talk to that says I met Mark at a con is going to tell you, wow, what a fucking nice guy. Because I've been on the other side of that table. I've done that. I've been there looking at an idol of mine and being like, man, I hope that they're a nice guy. And when they are, how happy I am. And I remember that. I always will. I'm like, I don't care if I was up till 4 a.m, half drunk, hungover, in a bad mood. My wife just left me. When you walk to my table, you will never know it. That because my job is to make sure that you feel welcome and good. When you walk away, I want you to feel good that you met me. That being said, you cannot expect us, because we are human beings, you cannot expect us to smile and shirk it and say thank you for your feedback when you guys come to us and tell us to fuck off or call us assholes or something like that. That's unrealistic.
No, I agree with that.
That's not helpful at all.
So the number of I mean, I'll put it this way. About a month ago, I stopped screenshotting because I was screenshotting every time someone said something fucking super fucking shitty to me. I screenshotted it, not because I was going to use it, but I was like, you know what? If someone was to challenge me and go, "You don't believe in customer service," I'd be like, "Okay, check this out," and check out this folder of 40 to 50 different screenshots. And I finally just stopped. I'm like, well, this is fucking enough. I mean, how many more do I need? I mean, the old, you guys know the phrase, the customer's always right?
Yes.
Okay. That's not the full phrase, right?
No.
The full phrase is the customer is always right in terms of taste. And basically that just means that you like what you like. And that's okay. That is absolutely okay. But the customer is always right, meaning I can behave like the biggest Karen I want, and you got to take it. It's not how it works, guys. You guys should know that because you guys wouldn't accept that.
That's funny.
I've never agreed with that. Yeah, I've never agreed with that either.
Since it was you using your wife's account, and I answered you when you made that comment about when we were bashing something, and we said no, we're only pointing out what was done wrong, not what was done right. It's not about subjectivity, about taste. Everybody has different tastes. It's about what techniques are used properly and improperly. That's why I looked at what you said that says there is no focus and it's over rendered within an inch of its life. And I'm like, no, it's not over focused. If you've seen the first book, you know what Dell's going for, because he's going for that busy look that Ethan creates with the massive amount of detailing that he does. And in fact, Captain Evil and I both said, if anybody should have been on Twitter talking crap to Dell about this, it should have been Ethan saying that he outdid him in his own style, because it kind of is. And I mean, that's kind of a compliment or a backhanded comment, but we were kind of picking on the fact that you did kind of do a backhand comment where it says it's Dell though, so it's still good. And I understand where you were coming
No,
from.
I wasn't being backhanded at all. First off, you're absolutely right. Dale is 100 times the artist that Ethan is, but I wasn't being backhanded at all. I literally, someone said, "What do you think of this?" And I said what I thought. Backhanded would be backhanded. I think my tweet, and that's why I wanted you to pull it up. That's not backhanded.
Mm-hmm.
I gave a legit tweet. I gave a legit criticism, how I felt about the piece, but then also paid homage to Dale because I like his work.
Yeah, and I read that
So,
because I went and
but
read.
but I want you to realize, like read that tweet again. I want you to realize that this one tweet, I didn't insult anybody. I didn't use any foul language. And in the end, even after my critique, I still complimented the artist as someone I really like.
See, I can maybe clarify some of the confusion, because I think a lot of people are taking that last bit as like a snarky kind of statement, but because it's Dale, everybody's gonna love it anyways, you know.
What, Sketchbook, can you put the tweet after that tweet? I did another tweet right after this one.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to be fair, I love super rendered artwork. Yeah, and we went through these earlier too, but only the stuff that's still readable, like the master at art, the Arthur Adams art.
Mm-hmm.
A hand cramping level of lines, but every image is crisp and clear. It's not detail for detail's sake.
And I think I also put another tweet up about Dale.
Yeah, I read that earlier.
Yeah, listen.
It's where you said that you were a fan of his.
Yeah, that's the thing, guys. I mean, I want you to. You guys all know what projection is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not. Listen, I got a thick skin. If you could read the kind of shit that's been thrown at me by these chuds the last few days, it's fucking hysterical to me. But the fact that I want you to realize, read that tweet where I gave Dale a critique, and then all the stuff I said afterwards, and look at how everyone's hair caught on fire. Like the SJW, Snowflake, Cuck, Beta, whatever. The projection is insane, guys. Come on. No, you got to realize how silly this is.
But you're accurate that in a way CG and anti-CG are basically the same. They act the same.
At this point, and I'm not either. Different. That's the thing. I'm not either, guys.
Yeah, but
people would go, anti-CG, SJW. What the fuck does any of that even mean? I'm not any of that stuff. I just think Ethan's an asshole, and I think he's using you guys, and that bugs.
Oh, I think so too.
I also agree with you there. Trust me, I haven't said much here because I haven't disagreed with much of what you've said.
I know I'm doing a lot of talking, guys. I really want you guys to talk and ask questions, and I'm gonna do my best to, like I said, 3G and T's. I get talky when I get this way, so I'm gonna shut up. You guys talk. Well, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have and all that good stuff.
I'm going to say the same thing that I told Vic earlier, because Vic actually literally said the same thing you were saying, but talking about Vicky and the anti-comics gates coming after him because of the critique that he gave you about tracing and calling you a piece of shit. Where you put that end, why I called it a backhand comment, is because that's all they're focused on. And since you ended it with that, they focused on that primarily being like, oh, so he's attacking him. It's
I
not.
guess I guess I would also, if I could throw something in, I would say it's probably because that sentence is kind of spaced off, and at the end, kind of
Yeah,
like it's
that's why
that's why it
that's
seems like
why
a backhanded compliment. It kind of
that's why
happened
we
at the end,
that's
like,
why
oh yeah,
even
I just remembered.
that's why even me and Captain
I
Evil took it that
I
way.
just
Well,
remembered to
no,
like this guy,
That's
but
exactly why we
you're
took
not
it that way
wrong.
as well. And then I told Vic, because Vic called you a piece of shit, and I kept telling Vic, it doesn't matter what you said, whether you called him a tracer or not after that. It's when you called him a piece of shit, and that's what they're focused on. They're calling you out for calling him a piece of shit. Just like a lot of the CGers are calling or coming after you saying, oh, he's saying just because it's Dell that we only like it because it's Dell, and now he's CG. That's the way they're thinking in their mind. That's what I'm assuming. This is just conjecture at this point, but what I'm saying is that that's could be construed that way, and that's why.
That's what Mark was saying with the whole projection thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
like
I interpreted it, and I'm wondering if if this is correct, but is Mark saying, you know, it's still good because this is a skilled artist I'm a fan of. This is a skilled artist, and it's just too busy.
Yeah, which is why.
That's just how I interpreted it.
Which
It
is
was
what.
you know what,
it
you
was
interpreted
overly
it
rendered.
absolutely correctly.
That's
That's exactly what I
It's
said.
this guy's got a lot of technical skill. It was just a little too much. That's all I interpreted it as.
That's all I intended was, listen, this piece, it doesn't pass it's called the 5-foot squint test. It doesn't pass the 5-foot squint test, and that's fine. Dale, I mean, when you zoom in on it, and you look at the details and what Dale did, it's fucking beautiful, but it just lacks a lot of stuff. It basically is leaving a lot for the colorist to fix and to create depth.
Have you seen the skill of Kyle Ritter though? I mean, yeah, I mean, you may not like Ethan, but I mean, Kyle is an amazing colorist.
Kyle is a fine colorist, but you have to realize that when it comes to a colorist, and Vic, this is something you need to keep in mind as an artist. A colorist's job is to enhance, not fix. Okay, and what this is going to be left up to Kyle is fix this. Give it depth.
If I hit that button that just says correct,
right,
I'd be pressing
that's
it right now.
not Kyle's job. I mean, a colorist job, you should not your colorist job should not be to fix your shit.
And yeah, should be making it look better. Yeah,
they got to make it better. They're there to enhance. They're the icing on the cake. They shouldn't have to bake half the cake. They just got to put the icing on, make it a tasty cake. You know what I'm saying?
Very accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree with that because Kyle Ritter complements Ethan's art. That's what makes Cyberfrog's book look good because it's a compliment to each other.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, Kyle basically spends every page of Cyberfrog trying to fix Ethan, not enhancing, fixing, because you can't read that shit for shit.
Yeah, it gets pretty muddled on a lot of the pages.
So that's my take on it. Look, and like I said, guys, Ethan is a very fragile individual. Okay, you say something against him, and he is going to come at you full bore, and that's what he's done to me. I don't mind. I kind of wanted it because it takes his eyes off of other people whose lives he made miserable. So I don't mind it at all. But I instead of believing everything he says, because I'll be honest with you, Ethan lies a lot. He embellishes, he lies, he makes things up. If you hear anything about me, from this point forward, number one, go to my Twitter feed. Just go look. It's not hard to see exactly who I am. Everything I say is honest and earnest. I mean what I say. I may get snarky sometimes, for the sake of humor, but I'm a pretty straightforward guy. So come and check out my Twitter feed next time he wants to try to convince you that, I'm the Antichrist. I'm the, I'm the new boogeyman. And if that doesn't answer your question, send me a PM. Ask me. I'll tell you.
Fair enough. Definitely, fair enough.
I didn't know who you were before this, and I can say I still don't know who you are.
That's fine.
But I'll say this: I can say this. I appreciate you as a person. Uh, I hopefully I can learn to love your art. And if anything, I want to apologize and say
no. But if you don't, that's cool too.
I do want to apologize for assuming that you traced that in one point. Again, if you've been doing it as long as you have, amazing, sir. So that's all I can say.
Well,
and
I definitely get that, but like I said, you don't need to like my artwork. It's okay if you don't. I don't mind that. You know, I just really bothers me when people start putting words in my mouth or making my intentions different than what they actually are for their own self benefit. You know, I just think that all of you should ask yourself whenever someone is telling you something or trying to convince you of something, ask what they have to gain from you. Because once you realize that I work for Marvel and DC and whatever my client is today, technically I have nothing to gain from you guys. Yeah, you're going to buy X-Men or Batman or whatever, regardless of me. I have nothing to gain from you. So when I'm talking to you and I'm being honest with you, because I don't want anything from you. You know, if you buy a Marvel comic, you're paying Marvel, not me. You know, you're paying DC, not me. I got paid long before you picked up that book, and I'm not going to really get paid anymore because I'm a cover artist. Cover artists don't make royalties. So I'm not going to get paid anymore whether 5 people buy a book or 500,000. I'm going to get paid the same. It doesn't matter to me. I have nothing to gain from you. What do they have to gain from you? And I want you to really think about that. Because I know you guys are smart. I know you are. But I know there's a lot of things in the works that you may not be aware of. And you are through repeated information, repeated slogans, repeated things, being convinced of things that aren't true. And I'm not trying to convince you of anything right now. I'm saying just think about it a little bit. That's all.
Oh no, I agree. What was I gonna say? I have no horse in this race in any one capacity. I'm not CG. I'm not anything. I'm an outside observer for most of everything. That's why I can agree with most of everything that you've said. And like I said earlier, it seems both sides seem to act the same way at this point. Whether you're CG or not CG, it seems to be the same attitude, the same snowflake rage and zerging out, and I don't know what else.
There's a lot of vitriol going back and forth between I guess I would say 2 or 3 different sides of this situation. You know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's just there's more factions happening all the time because this thing just keeps splintering.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of like pro wrestling too, where people can like one day they're one thing and then they switch sides.
Well, I mean, be honest with you, that's mostly on the CG side because, the other side is just like they just don't like what you guys are doing or what CG's doing. I don't say you guys. I know some of you guys aren't CG, but the CG side, it's basically what you got is you have somebody that's leading you guys that demands fealty in a way that is really kind of scary. Like I know you guys get called a cult a lot, but I'm not going to say you guys are a cult. But I will say that he leads you guys cultishly.
So, maybe this is a clarification that maybe could help you to just think about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ethan is the loudest voice in CG. Absolutely, he's the biggest. He's been the biggest voice for a long time. I'd say right now Dale Keown is the biggest name in CG. But what I would say is even though he's like the loudest voice and he gets the most attention, he is in all of CG. There's a lot of CG that they don't follow too many of the pros. You know, they're just independent comic creators or independent comic fans. So, you know, like, just realize that Ethan doesn't speak entirely for all of CG, and he's not the only voice in CG.
You realize that, I mean, you can say that, and I understand that. You realize that Ethan himself cringes when you say stuff like that.
Yeah, like he has always tried to say that there is no de facto leader, but he is the de facto leader. He is.
Yeah, he pretty much
he has
been since the since CG started the whole crowdfunding thing took off in CG. That was EVS and Richard C. Meyer, though.
He's the dictator in all this. I mean,
yeah, because I mean, I would say Richard C. Meyer should have been more, if anything, because he was the one that really started.
Yeah, but those guys, I think, were friends even back when EVS was working at DC. Because there was a Richard Meyer who was, I think it was the same Richard Meyer, hassling people on Facebook. You know, I've seen pictures of him hassling this guy Elfie, who, you know, back when EVS used, you know, Facebook more than he used Twitter. So I mean,
so let me ask you this, Vic.
Yeah, but Ethan did admit that he messed up a lot on Facebook. He admitted to that, and I'm not defending Ethan, but he did admit to a lot of his shortcomings.
There's a lot he hasn't and will never admit to, so that's not an excuse. But so, Vic, let me ask you this: everyone that's been kicked out of Comicsgate for the most part, who was pretty much in charge of kicking them out?
I would say, okay, so that's a weird terminology. Most like the people
who led the rodeo got kicked.
The people that would think that people were kicked out, most of those people did it to themselves. We definitely had a few people who ran campaigns, took the money and screwed. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Vic, listen, I appreciate that, but I'm saying who leads the charge basically who is in charge of who's allowed in Comicsgate, who promotes the books to get the most money, and who gets kicked out of Comicsgate. Pretty much who is the one in charge of all that?
Well, Ethan's the loudest voice in that.
Okay, there you go. You guys have given him every bit of power. He has all the power. He gets to decide who gets to be part of this, who doesn't. He's for you guys, which is really sad because Ethan, in my opinion, is pretty fucking pathetic. But it's really sad. He gets to decide for you guys. You've given him all your power. This is why I make the joke every once in a while. I'm like, you guys are all beta cucks. Because, and I'm saying that ironically because it's you guys, one of you guys' favorite terms is to go, you guys are all beta cucks, snowflakes, SJW, whatever. You guys all behave like what you're accusing everyone else of.
You're saying you guys all. I like a big anti-EVS. You know, I mean, if people want to buy its books, that's fine.
No, that's
fine. But you know, it's their money to waste. You know, on a book that might never come out, but.
Yeah, exactly. You've been waiting 2 years.
You know, the guy who singles me out on live streams, and then again, I consider myself kind of OG CG. You know, like it used to be, you know, a bunch of reviewers.
Well,
and some of these guys would have not everything these reviewers said was correct. You know, I mean, like Richard C. Meyer. You know, I don't agree with a lot of what he, you know, said or did, you know, like his trans stuff, and
well, that's the thing.
See, it was started off as a group of consumers, and then these ex-pros, you know, EVS came in, and
he pretty much took over, and that's, and I think during the time we were testing this particular stream. And I was commenting on this that that they have no gatekeepers, but you know there's EVS gatekeeping.
You have gatekeepers. You have big.
Yeah, there's gatekeepers all over it.
I've
Like,
actually seen
You guys
do
have
it more than
gatekeepers far
EBS.
more than mainstream comics do.
I've actually
100%.
I've seen others do it a lot more than EBS. In fact,
Well,
no,
I think.
well,
but
Are you saying, Mark? Are you saying that? Okay, so I'm trying to make sense of this because nobody can actually tell anybody whether they're CG or not. Nobody can actually tell anybody whether they can promote their campaign as CG or not. Ethan can't do that. Nobody can do that. However, like Ethan does because he has the loudest voice in CG. If you get promoted by Ethan, if you get a good nod from Ethan, you're going to get a big boost in your funding capability because of his loud voice in CG. He came with like 30,000 of his own fans when he came to CG anyways. So he already had a huge like following of people. But
that's decent. But again, that's not enough to say that he can be de facto wielding power or anything like that either. But he does. He does though.
I mean, guys, listen. He's not benevolent.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know that.
Dale Keown came in with a fuck ton of fans. I don't see Dale out there deciding who and who doesn't get success. Have you guys seen how many CG campaigns have failed in the last couple of months? Have you guys paid attention to that? You probably haven't because that stuff doesn't get promoted. And these IG campaigns are failing left and right. Ethan, listen, guys, if you hear one thing I say tonight, please hear this. Ethan does not give a fuck about you or about CG. Ethan gives a fuck about Ethan. And that is it. And
he's even said that. He's even said he'd draw.
He's pretty adamant about the fact that he's just about money.
Like a liberal book or whatever, if that would get,
Yeah, he's pretty adamant that he's about money, but for some reason, no one seems to
correct. I should,
no one seems to care.
But like, really if I have another CGer come into my mentions talking about Ethan's money as if it's their own. I mean, the number of CGers that think that the money that Ethan's earned is theirs, and they talk about it as if it's theirs. I'm like, dude, that's not your money. You're not getting a dime of that. He has you out here screaming about his riches and his success as if it's yours. It's not yours. He doesn't care about you. He does not give a fuck, guys. And you know what? That's fine. If you're cool with that, that's cool. But you guys have got to start seeing what's happening here and who you're dealing with, because it's not whatever he's convinced you of or whatever you convince yourself of. And the thing is, lately, he's been being really honest with you guys by going, I'm in this for the money. I don't care about the fans. I don't need new friends. He said all these things. And you guys,
that's what I'm saying. He's pretty clear on his stance. Like,
exactly. So when he's trying to like convince you to go after his enemies for him, don't you feel kind of used? I mean, don't you feel kind of like? Don't you feel like a patsy? Don't you feel a little bit like a pawn? I mean, listen. If you don't, that's cool. But from everyone looking in, you guys it looks really weak. It looks really, it's kind of, and I'm sorry to use this word, I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings, but it looks kind of pathetic. My reputation and what people think of me is my art. That's it. Only about 5 to 10% of the comic reading public read Twitter. So even though you're like, oh, Mark, maybe you're trying to create a brand for yourself on Twitter. No, I'm really not, because I know that the majority of the people are buying my books and buying my covers and liking my art never have interacted with me, never have looked at me, never have talked to me, never have seen me in person. They just like my artwork. And that's what it's about. It's about my art.
That's very true. You will love a person's artwork and never know their name.
Exactly. And that's but that's not what's happening with Ethan, because A, he's not producing shit. You guys haven't gotten your book in 2 years. All he has is this fucking cult of personality he's created.
Yeah.
That you guys.
What do you think about that when he called himself the Human Sunbeam?
The Human Sunbeam. He calls himself
strange.
Caesar and all that.
the human
Caesar, the Human Sunbeam. It's like he's like some sort of deity, like those Roman emperors that would.
That's what I mean, guys.
I thought he was like perpetually happy.
But this is why people who are against CG are laughing at you guys. Because everything that is CG is doing, everything they say to everyone else is what we all see. Every time you call them beta cuck, soy boys, whatever, that's you guys. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to like, and I don't mean literally. I'm not calling you guys beta cuck, soy boys. I'm just saying that the image you're trying to portray when you call people that is the way you guys are behaving when it comes to him. And that's why people laugh at you guys. And I'm sorry, because Vic, I think you're a good artist. I think you got a future ahead of you. The rest of you guys seem like smart dudes. And this is why, because someone asked me today, someone tweeted me, they're like, why are you doing this? What are you hoping to accomplish? I'm like, fuck if I know. But maybe this is what I'm trying to accomplish, is just the three of you guys. Maybe if I can get through to the three of you guys and go, you guys don't need this bullshit. You don't need it. You're smarter than this. You're stronger than this. You don't need this garbage from this dude that is using you. If I can even convince one of you, maybe that's enough for me. And maybe I'm done after tonight. I'm not trying to convince you guys to join me. Don't join me. I don't give a fuck. I'm fine. I've got a job to do. I will, whether you guys tell me to fuck off or think about this a bit more, I'm going to go back to my job as soon as I hang up this phone. And I won't think another thing about this. But I do care about the fact you guys are fans. I care that you like comics. I care that you're into this. I'm into this. And I want everyone to be into this.
Well, the sad thing is I'm hearing people, some people are giving up on comic books altogether because they're backing crowdfunding campaigns and they're not getting their books. And that concerns me for my friends who are comic book creators, like small-time creators that, they're not getting helped out by EVS or something. They
I'll say this.
might call themselves Comicsgate, but...
I'll say this. From the very beginning, before I was mysketchbook340, I was Panda340. And if you go back and you find in those years ago chats, I constantly told people crowdfunding is not, and I say this again, it is not a long-term business model. It is meant to provide a financial look at what something can be so that you can put it into the market.
It's an access point.
Yeah, I want to see the day where Vic's art is on the shelf at my LCS, where Dillard is on one of the top books because he's one of the top artists coming out of this. I always said it was going to be between Dillard or Who is Rob Willis, and Who is Rob Willis is late. Dillard is at least being honest with what's going on, but he constantly works and puts his stuff out there. He's not dishonest. He answers you when you ask him things. And he has great art, like this piece that's on the screen right there.
I agree. That's the thing is that you guys listen. There was a moment where I was trying to break into comics. I know that no one ever really thinks about the pros that you guys are directed your anger at or whatever. You don't think about what we went through. The stuff we went through is the same as you guys. We all started indie. All of us did. I started indie. I was drawing indie books for years before I broke in to any kind of mainstream. That's the we used to call it earning your bones.
Yeah. And we were when CG first started, we were never against any of you guys. We were against the ones that were what we called back then diversity hires. People that were coming in through the back door when they didn't pay, they didn't pay their dues. They didn't work to get there. Now, I'm not saying that.
Can you name one?
Like art or writing, like Max Visaggio from writing?
Okay, so you think Mags was a diversity hire?
That's what I saw most of the time, and she kept failing upwards. Her books
Okay,
weren't selling
so
very well.
This is where this is an area where I long disagreed with Richard C. Meyer and like I'm against corporate consolidation, and I just didn't like characters that felt tokenized. But I don't I think it was wrong to focus on like actual individuals and to speculate as to why they were hired.
Yeah,
well,
I
let's
have no clue
you
why
know,
Megs was hired. Maybe Megs was hired because but she brought some sort of interesting perspective or something, according to whomever hired her.
okay.
let's take Mags for example because she seems to be the
Yeah, one of
a
the.
big target for them. So let's take Mags for example.
Oh yeah,
Um,
she's a huge target for them.
yeah. So Mags did what you guys are doing. Mags did her own indie books. She came up through the ranks, published books, did as best she could, produced work she enjoyed, and eventually got noticed by a company and got hired. I'm not sure how that's a diversity hire. I don't know what race you guys are. I'm going to assume that not everybody on here is white.
Oh, I think diversity in this sense is not necessarily just on race. It's just like it's all these other quotas, like the
There's no quotas.
LGBT and the genders and
You
the
guys
blah blah
got to
blah.
get the word. Listen, when it comes to comics, you got to get the word quota out of your head. That does not happen in comics. It's like I every once in a while I get a kid that comes up to me at a convention. She wants me to show me their portfolio, and I look at it, and they're like, I'm going to go to Savannah College of Art and Design. I'm going to go to Kubert School. I'm going to go to Pratt, whatever,
Yeah.
to get a degree in illustration. And I'm like, that's great, cool. And they're like, so that'll help me. Or I get the number of people that graduate Kubert School and come to me, and they're like, I graduated this summer. I'm like, cool, that's great. But if I walk into a studio or walk into an editor's office with a portfolio and they walk in with their portfolio and they have a bachelor's degree of sequential art from Kubert School and I have an 8th grade education, if I'm better and faster, I'm getting hired. They're not. It's that's comics, man. There is no quota. There's no quota, guys.
So, um, and maybe this is a result of Twitter, because I mean, I think both sides of whatever can agree that Twitter is an S show. You know what I mean? And so here's one of the things was like we've been called a hate group like since before we like almost since before we even were a group, and and a lot of it came from like we would have some critiques on some of the content that was being put into comics, right? And we'd immediately be called an ist and a phobe and all of this because of that. And it's like one of the things that really kind of stuck with and kind of galvanized a whole bunch of people together is that we are none of that. We have like one of the books that I'm working on is written by a trans woman, right? There are probably more people of color in CG than there are not.
I would disagree with that, but I hear your point.
Well, you don't see us. You know what I'm
No, I do
saying?
see you. I see you a lot more than you think.
There's a lot of us out there. And we have quite a few LGBTQ in general. So I mean, we're not, and that's both not only in the fans but in the creators.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and I would counter with this, and this is something that I can't make you reconcile. You have to reconcile this yourself. And if you can find a way to excuse it, then that's cool. That's your own moral compass and decisions you made. But the fact that Heather Antos has left you guys alone for years now, and she's still to this day, people tweeting at her. Gail Simone's the same way. Dead naming mags, making transphobic and homophobic comments to mags. This has all gone on within the last week. Okay. Now, barring all that, let's forget all that for a minute. Let's go back to the beginning where women working in comics were called cum dumpsters and told that they only got their jobs because they slept their way through the top. So these are all things that have never been apologized for, never been reconciled, never been addressed.
Actually,
No.
Richard C. Myers did apologize for that, and it was a private stream.
Ethan never has. A lot of these guys never have. But here's the thing, and I'm going to be a little hyperbolic right now, realizing I'm not saying CG is the Ku Klux Klan. So before anybody mistakes what I'm about to say, but I'm going to give you an example just to illustrate my point. The KKK is what the KKK is. If tomorrow the KKK went, we're not. We disavow everything we thought. We disavow everything we believed. We're going to become a children's charity organization now. I still wouldn't join the KKK. You know what I mean? So like you can say that you don't believe any of that stuff. You're not in any of that stuff, but you put on the same jersey that they did. I mean, you are standing shoulder to shoulder with them. You're wearing the same jersey, but you want to be part of them when it's convenient, but want to claim that that's not who I am. That's not what I believe when it's not. You see what I'm saying? That's where people have a problem with it. Like, I'm not going to be a part of any organization where they're going to believe things or say things or have said things that
we're not an organization, though, Mark.
You kind of are.
No,
you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. If either CG is an organization, which you guys are, or it's not, in which case CG doesn't exist. So you want to be part of CG, you want to be part of this movement.
Mm-hmm.
You're part of this movement.
Yeah.
So just because a couple people say
it's
some
not
bad
a couple.
stuff,
It's not a couple. Come on, Vic. You're smart.
A lot of the stuff, honestly, a lot of the stuff that people point out as being CG saying stuff, they're not even CGers. I've been in CG from the rip, and a lot of those people, I've never seen their names. They're just out there to try and make CG look bad. They're
Vic,
they're edgelords taking advantage of a situation.
Vic, now you're pulling the January 6th people were all Antifa. You can't do that. You can't sit there and go.
No, but a few of them were.
They're just out there. They're out there trying to make us look bad.
There were actually a few of them.
Oh God. Okay, Vic, come on.
The majority were old people. I mean, honestly, that's not much of an insurrection.
Let's not get into the January.
Yeah. I don't want to get into the January 6th thing. The point is that listen. You have two choices in this. You either own it or you don't. And the thing is, the stuff I'm telling you is true. This is not. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is all true. The things that have been said to me, the things I've seen said to other people, the videos. I mean, there are literally hundreds of videos of horrible things said about people by whether it's small channels like this or ones that get 100,000 views. It's horrible things said. So look, the way I look at it is like this, Vic, and you can't make me look at this any other way. Either you own up to it and accept it and admit it, or you don't. But you can't make excuses for it. If you're a man, you look at it for what it is, and you go, I see it. It's true. I'm accepting it. And you can fight against it or whatever, but don't do that thing where you're telling me it's not happening. Because I'm not gaslit that easily.
Well, I've had friends who were part of Comicsgate, and then like people would like make pornographic images of them, making it look like they had sex with dogs and stuff. And then people are like, well, why are they no longer calling themselves Comicsgate anymore? Why are they anti-CG now? You know, and it's like, well, that's what they're opposing.
So,
It's not that
Well,
they
no, I mean,
suddenly wanted to make it become like
that's
uber
fine.
politically correct and and or whatever.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not sure what that has to do with what I was talking
Well,
about, but
well, aren't you talking
I'm not
about
aware of any of
harassment? Aren't
that.
you talking about harassment?
Well, no, I'm telling you, I'm not aware of any of that. If you would like to send me
No,
some,
no, I'm saying, but
happy to
you're
look
saying
at
that
them.
people have done like they've been doing
Well,
like
I
saying
guess
things
I guess
against
what the
you or
point
doing.
of what he's trying to say is that there's the toxicity is so much that it's on both sides. Like it's not even enough that they do it to any of y'all or
Yeah,
any of their targets because they're doing it to themselves too.
Well, it's done in also a method of like to discredit. Like for instance, um, the number of times people are like, "Oh, Marvel's making you say all this." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I'm a contractor. I don't work for Marvel. I'm a contractor. I have a contract with them. I'm not an employee of Marvel, not an employee of DC. It's why I work for like 5 different companies right now." Like the idea that like Disney lawyers A, care enough about CG to call me about them, and B, would call me and say, it's very important that you go onto Twitter and go against CG. I mean, the level of conspiracy theory bullshit that happens that so many people are like, oh yeah, that's exactly what's going on. I mean, it's crazy, guys. Come on. You
Yeah,
guys are smarter than this.
yeah, that's absurd.
It's very absurd. The fact that Ethan is like, the government is convincing Marvel to have diversity quotas because that's what they have to worry about. Not a war in Ukraine, not the economy, not gas prices. They have to worry about a black character in Marvel Comics. That's what the government's worried about, right?
Oh, well, it don't need the government for that. I mean,
That's the thing, guys. I mean, listen, you just think this shit through. Think it through. It doesn't make any sense. If you really think down, boil anything that they're telling you down, it doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous on its face. And I mean, again, I'm not trying to convince you that right now. Just from this point forward, boil it down, think about it. What do they have to gain? What is the motivation behind all this? Boil it down, and you're going to go, yeah, this is fucking stupid.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, like like I said, Ethan's all about the money.
and they have to some of these channel. He operates kind of like those blood sports channels that like I guess Ethan Ralph's the only
Ignoring
channel
the
like that around anymore. But where they kind of there's got to like there's always got to be some sort of villain and.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
And that's how he uses to sell books.
That's what I am right now. Why do you think every time I put up I didn't do anything but put up a little critique of a page. Ethan needs me far more than I need him. I put up a critique of a page, and you guys have been talking about it for 5 days now.
Well, I haven't. I just heard of you today. But...
Okay, well, that's fine.
Have,
but I think Vic can tell you they've been
chat.
talking about it for about 5 days now.
So, I just want to, because I wanted to let people have a chance to talk, but I want to address something, right? It was a valid point that Dilla brings up in the chat. Okay, Mark, what you were just saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds exactly like you're putting on the same jersey as the people who are saying that CG is a hate group, right? Like you're saying, like we can't convince you that CG isn't a hate group, and so that kind of goes against what you. Huh?
I don't think CG is a hate group.
Okay.
I think it's a grift. I think it's a grift. I think you're all being conned, but I don't think it's a hate group.
It's not.
I think that Ethan is going to stay or do whatever he needs to do to get money from you, money and loyalty.
The loyalty as long as it earns him money.
Putting in the big guys, really. So I don't necessarily think I'm being conned, though I was a little. I think I was conned into thinking that one thing was a collage. At least one of those drawings, maybe.
Well,
You
I mean
know, or
that's fine.
that
Like
was
I
a
said,
trace or whatever.
no, like I said, I really, I mean, you can think whatever you want of my artwork. It really doesn't
I'm
bother
really
me.
sorry about that. That was
No, no, dude,
I
dude,
don't know
you don't
how.
need to be
I'm not an
sorry.
artist. I'm just
No, you don't need to be
a
sorry. It's
customer.
all good. I like I said, it honestly, dude, it doesn't bother me. You
I'm
Look,
know,
I'm gonna go
I
ahead.
really
as far
appreciate.
as CG being a hate group, no, I don't think
Mhm.
CG is a hate group. I do think that there are some members of CG that you guys need to clean your house because you got some guys in there. There's some real hateful shit coming out of
Well,
people claiming CG. And before you guys go against anyone who's against CG, you guys need to go against your own. And the only reason I say that is because, and I can see where the people against CG are coming from when they're like, okay, you may not be a racist, but I don't see you saying a whole lot of these people that are saying some really shitty things.
Well, the thing is that
uh,
most of us don't even talk to those people. See, like a lot of these things that you said, where like Mags has been messed with this week, you've been messed with in this. We don't see them, and I remember way back when we would always say we want to see the receipts because we don't see this because we don't know everybody in CG. We don't know
But
everybody that's
the,
in the group. Just like Dillard brought up a good point, we're all individuals. Dillard is not in it to make money for Ethan. He's in it to make money for himself. He got like
and,
a
Me
and,
few
too.
and no,
minutes of a
he's
spot.
in it. He's in it to make money for himself by kissing up to Ethan.
He doesn't kiss, but
That's the grift.
Dillard doesn't kiss up to Ethan.
Then
No, it
Dillard's
doesn't.
probably not going to do very well in CG. That's the thing.
Yeah, he's gonna be on
you
the
got to
outer.
kiss
He's
the
gonna be
ring.
on the outer edges of CG forever. Then.
Yeah, you got to kiss the ring, baby.
Yeah, but not all of us want to be a Graham Nolan. Not all of us want to be a Shane Davis in CG. Some of us just want to be and grow the side that we're at.
Then
That's the
why do you
thing.
need CG?
Because we do believe in certain principles, right?
I
So
Because
think
one of
Nick
the
Okay,
maybe
we're
well,
with certain
then
No,
make your own
people.
group.
I kind of see what Brooks is getting at here. Basically, CG's outgrown its usefulness. Like whatever good it could have accomplished was thrown out the window a long time ago.
Well,
I think
not
we don't
just that.
necessarily need the
CG is
name
broken.
anymore. You know, the name itself
Yeah,
has a lot of baggage attached to it. That's why people are like,
Ton
people
of
wonder about
baggage,
why I don't
guys.
always
yeah, yeah.
use a
Guys,
That's
label.
CG is far more negative. It connotates far more negativity than it does positivity. Like you guys, and like I said, you're showing me some of this artwork you guys keep put up on the screen. You guys got skill, and CG at this point, unless you are John Malin, Shane Davis, Ethan Van Sciver, you're fucked, guys. You're fucked. And I hate to put it to you bluntly, you're fucked
Oh no, no, I
if you
appreciate
stick with this.
it. I appreciate bluntness.
You know, and I only say that because, like I said, you guys seem like some good dudes. We may disagree on some stuff, and I'm happy to debate about whatever. But you seem like good dudes. Vic, you got talent. You guys seem to have talent.
I
You
appreciate
don't.
that a lot. Actually, that means a lot. Thank you.
Well, then do it without this bullshit. You are trying to enter the comic book industry with an anchor tied around your ankle, and you don't realize you think you're helping yourself, but I promise you're not. And I'm not talking about with Marvel or DC. Fuck that. You may never want to work with them ever in your life. That's cool. There are plenty of artists that are like, I never want to touch the mainstream. I want to do indie my entire career. Fucking bully for you, man. Please do that. That's awesome. We need more indie creators. Don't hinder yourself this way.
I
Go
do.
out there
I
on your
do
own.
agree. Yeah,
Prove it to yourself that you can do it on your own.
I
You
do
don't
agree
need
with you on.
Ethan or this label. You don't need this.
I do agree with certain parts of what you said. People don't need CG, but it's also something that it's where they've made their friends, it's where they've made their groups, and that's why they've clung to it and they've kept it. That doesn't mean that they're not going to put their book out there. I've even asked a few of these people if they're going to try to put their book out there. If it makes enough money where they're able to produce a good amount of extra copies, I keep telling them put them out at LCSs. Go talk to your your local comic book store owner and see if they're willing to put them out there. You need to put them in the market. Some of these books need to be in the market, the actual market, not the crowdfunding market.
This is that. This is
Look,
this.
Dillard, I know that you don't like what you're hearing, but I'm basically letting most of this go through because a person that actually works in the business is saying what I feel is actually true that y'all need to listen to. That apparently y'all don't want to fucking listen to.
None of them do, because, and I understand why. And Dillard, listen, man, I understand you think I'm a piece of shit. You're going to continue thinking that after I hang up this phone. That's fine. And again, Dillard, hear what I'm saying. I got nothing to gain from you. I'm just telling you the way it is. You don't need this bullshit. And Sketchbook, was that you that just was talking about that? You gained your friends from comics or from Comicsgate. You have your friends or whatever.
Yeah, that's where I met all the people that I'm working with right now.
Okay, if you were to leave Comicsgate, are they going to stop being your friends?
No.
Okay, then why do you need Comicsgate?
Well, I don't claim Comicsgate with Ethan and them. I don't even have. I may have Malin sub because I haven't unsubbed to him, but I don't have Dillard. I mean Dillard. I have Dillard subbed. I don't have EVS subbed. I unsubbed to EVS years ago. I follow the stuff that happens going. I only happened on your whole thing because somebody put it in my thread about Del Keown, and I saw, because I know who Del Keown is. I like the pit. I talked to Captain Evil here, and I said, "Hey,
I like the pit too.
Let's do something because I know you have actual training in graphic design. I know you went to arts, an art program, and I want a proper critique because I don't care what he said at the end. I don't care what people on Anti-Comicsgate is saying, and I don't care what Comicsgate is saying. I want to see if his critique is on point or if he's off point because I like talking about art that way. I like talking about comics that way.
That's cool.
I like reviewing art by
everybody.
my portfolio got accepted into an art school years ago when I was still in high school. I just didn't go. But the guy told me you don't critique art, and I'm not going to tell you how to draw, teach you how to draw by drawing better. I'm going to tell you what you're doing wrong so that you can fix what you're doing wrong. That's how you learn how to do art. Because you already have some talent and some skill. Your style is always going to be your style. That's how you draw. That's how you. Basically, art is what you see in your eyes and how you put it down onto paper. That's how you see things. That's how you produce things. But I'm telling you that this is not going to fit. This is not working right. Kind of like the way we were tearing up Vic's or Captain Evil, and you guys in the comments were tearing up Vic's art. That this is off and he just needs to adjust this and that, and it's a good piece already. It just there's certain things that need to be tweaked.
Yeah, the perspectives need to be fixed.
We bust people's balls, of course, because like I said, we're friends. I'm friends with Vic. I'm friends, hopefully with Dillard. Sometimes I feel like it. I'm friends with Cross. I friends with Ryan here, with Tank Ferret. All these guys claim CG, and some of them are fans of Ethan. Some of them are not fans of Ethan. Some of them have certain problems with Ethan. Some of them have no problems with Ethan. Some of us have problems with Richard C. Meyer. I no longer watch Richard C. Meyer. I have a problem with anti-culture thing overdoing the same subject over and over. I only brought up Mags because I remember the upteenth amount of videos that Richard used to have on Mags. That's why I brought up Mags, and I literally just reiterated one of his points just to see what you would say, because you have more insight into it, like Captain Evil said. Not because I was backing up what he said, but I actually wanted to see what was, in other words, there's three sides to every story. There's my side, your side, and then there's the actual truth. And the only way to get to the truth,
that's where I'm coming from.
The only way to get to the truth is for us to both come together and, hey, you tell me, we called you a tracer earlier. Vic apologized for it because we assumed by what we were looking at. But you came and told us, I have 30 years in the business. I have videos on my channel, which I know that because I saw you sub to me earlier. So we can put two and two together. You called us smart. It's kind of overestimating us, but I appreciate it. The truth is, though, I appreciate that you came on here, but I do agree with a lot of what Dillard is saying. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I do agree with what a lot of Dillard's saying. You are doing the same thing where I reiterated the points that Richard used to make. You were reiterating a lot of the points that used to get thrown at CG. I, like Vic, have been watching and hanging out with CG people since my old channel, way back in the day when it first started, and it started as a customer-based movement.
Oh my God, Dillard, shut the fuck up.
From back in the day when we used to actually tell them, hey, we don't really like this kind of stuff, and we really care about these characters. Can you not do this? So then we that's when we started getting called names and stuff like that. And I'm not saying we're
no,
complete.
well, no,
Hold on,
no.
let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not saying that we were completely innocent, and I'm not speaking for everybody. I never bashed anybody. I never made any transphobic comments. I made comments based on story, based on art, and much like I was doing to the Del Keown piece today with Captain Evil, I've made comments based on that. Have I made a crude joke from time and time again? I grew up in a very rough place, and I went to the military when I was older. I have a very dark sense of humor. I could understand how somebody could really take it bad. If you don't believe me, you could ask Vic. Vic constantly tells me.
Dillard, I don't care about you, and I don't care about Brooks either. So that's funny.
So here's the thing. So I hear what you're saying. You do have to realize that I get it. I got a dark sense of humor too. I'm very snarky. You could look at my Twitter feed. I can be super duper snarky. I mean, my thing is either I'm going to block you, or if I reply to you, it's because I'm going to cut you to the quick. And I'm actually pretty good at it, and it's why I'm so frustrating to people like Ethan. And I take a decent amount of joy from it, because as much as Ethan spends all day thinking about me, I think about him for the 3 minutes I type that tweet, and then I go back to my job. So I find it humorous, and I understand the dark sense of humor, but you have to, and I do the same thing. I always remind myself of this. If you're going to go out there and say certain things or behave a certain way, you have to expect a certain repercussion from it. So when I go out there and I'm snarky, or I say something that cuts someone to the quick, I fully expect them or anyone, of their ilk that they can direct towards me to come back at me. And that's the way it is. So you have to expect that. And I do feel like there's a fragility that people like Ethan and those guys accuse others of that they have.
Prediction, yeah.
I have never seen anyone freak out or dedicate more time to somebody than Ethan has to me for a tweet or two, where I literally stopped thinking about him the second that I stopped that tweet. And he sat there.
He could actually work on finishing his fucking book.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry for dropping that. Guys.
No, it's true. And so, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I know where you're coming from. And Dillard, I mean, the thing is, I want you to look at the chat. Look at what Dillard has said. Okay? Do you really expect anybody that disagrees with Dillard, much less a pro, to accept that kind of language, that kind of verbiage coming at them that way? Dillard doesn't want to be heard. Dillard's not saying anything to be heard. Dillard just wants to type. He just wants to, do this lizard brain typing and say how he feels. But he doesn't.
I'm a lizard.
But I'm saying is Dillard doesn't want to communicate with anybody. Dillard doesn't want to convince anybody the way he feels, which makes me think he probably doesn't truly believe what he thinks. He's just saying all this stuff because he's frustrated with whatever's going on in his life, so he feels like he has to do this publicly to a stranger. I got nothing against Dillard. I wish Dillard well. I'm sorry that he can't hear what I have to say, even if he doesn't agree with it, even if he thinks on it and thinks that, think Mark's full of shit. He's not willing to hear anything. He's not listening to us. He's not listening to me. He'll listen to you as long as you say something he agrees with in his pain. But otherwise, he's just gonna, he's gonna just fly off the handle. No, and that's cool. That's why it doesn't bother me.
Dillard's not a fly off the handle kind of guy. And when he posted, he even said he's like, look, I don't think that you're a bad guy. He said, I think that you have good art. He said he was defending your art earlier. Okay. Now, Dillard's point is this, right? See,
Dillard's accusing us that apparently we're too intimidated by your celebrity, and to be intimidated by your celebrity, we'd have to know that you are one, or to know whatever status that you actually have.
See that's the thing, Dillard, man. I mean,
Dillard's also a
so
troll.
far
So
on this thing, you guys have disagreed with me on a few points with no problem. I think I've gotten angry at that. You've called me a piece of shit multiple times. Dillard's called me a piece of shit. I don't know how this comes off as intimidating. That's ridiculous. Dillard, man, you know what? Someone give Dillard a link. Let's get Dillard on here. I'd love to talk to
Dillard
Dillard.
has the link. Dillard has the link. He's in the vault. He can get in.
Dillard, come on in, man. Let's talk.
Well,
Here
this
we
would
go.
be
Here's
the
the
first
thing,
time
right?
that Dillard
So
will debate with somebody else other than me.
It might just change.
I respect how much of an adult I respect how much of an adult and mature you were in coming on here and confronting somebody that was calling you a piece of shit. Right? So you were very mature about it.
It's all good. You can still call me a piece of shit. That's fine.
Well, I don't
Just because we call someone doesn't mean that we're literally calling you a piece of shit. Okay, that's not how that works. All right.
It's all good. It's all good. I swear.
So basically, what I want to say, like in response to like what Dillard was saying, was this, right? It's not about.
Who's talking? No, I'm just kidding.
It's me. Yeah. No, it's not it's not about like agreeing with necessarily with even anything that you're saying, but there is something to be said for people having a conversation and actually just stopping and listening to what the other person's saying, right?
Yeah,
Stop,
agreed.
listen, and hear it out. If there's something there, then there might be something there for you. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there for you. But at least you'll understand exactly the other person's position. I believe in fairness. I do believe that Twitter has been awful in this whole comic sphere. In regards,
I'd agree with that. Absolutely.
Because some of these people that I have been shocked by some of the stuff that is, this has been come out, like I don't want to call out, bring anybody else's names into it, but there have been pros that I've met in conventions and talked with for like long periods of time,
Mm-hmm.
and we're I got along with them. And then I turn around and I see they're basically calling me an ist and a phobe. And then when I, explain to him, look, that might be some of us, but that's not all of us, to get the pushback from that. And to be like, no, if you're even associated, then you're an ist and a phobe. And then they block me. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've been like a fan of yours since I was a kid, and I didn't even say like,
I know. Listen, I absolutely get that. I get what you're saying, and the thing is, I mean that's the downside of Twitter, is that it's very impersonal.
Yes.
And I though I've never used a blockchain, I won't use a blockchain. I refuse to. But yeah, I liberally block, and I'm gonna tell you from a professional in the industry's point of view. I'm gonna give you my point of view, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can figure out a way to come into the middle together and understand each other a little better. I have this is not a flex, just a reality. I have 46,000+ people that follow me on Twitter. Okay, that means that if I put up a tweet that someone disagrees with, like for instance, lightly critiquing Del Keown, the number of replies, retweets, and DMs I get is fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to take, and I understand that you're an individual. So when you tweet to somebody, when you say something to somebody, you're thinking that this is me to them. But you have to realize that if you're replying to something that got the goat of a large number of people, you're one of dozens and dozens of tweets that they got. So by the time maybe they get to yours to reply to you or not reply and just block you, they may be so frustrated that they're just like, fuck this. So the thing is that I don't take any of this stuff personally. But at the same time, I also don't feel like it's my job to put up with it either. My job is to produce artwork that people like and that sell books. That's it. So anything I do after that, like humoring you and replying to you and getting in a debate with you or whatever, that's superfluous. That's not my job. I don't get paid to do that. Marvel's not asking me to do it or asking me not to do it. I'm doing it because I feel like it. So yeah, if you're the 23rd comment that I got that tells me I'm a piece of shit, yeah, I'm going to block you because I kind of don't need it. At the same time, even after I block you, if you walk up to me at a con and be like, "Hey, I'm that guy that called you a piece of shit," and then you blocked me, I'll be like, "Oh, that's funny. How you doing? Nice to meet you." Shake your hand. I'll give you a nice experience. I'll say hi. How are you doing? I'll have a chat with you. It's two different things. So this expectation of like customer service, I know you can't see me doing quotation marks right now, but customer service,
Can hear.
I will absolutely give you customer service. I will do that in a heartbeat. I'll do it whether I like your tweet or have a conversation with you at the table or reply to an email or whatever. I will absolutely give you customer service, but there's a limit to that. And you can't expect you as an individual coming to somebody like Dan Slott or Joe Quesada or anybody that is getting dozens and dozens and dozens of replies a day, a lot of them calling them a piece of shit, and then expect them to treat you with any sort of like deference. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I get that.
One of the things I should mention though about Blacklist, which I know you don't use, but I think one of the reasons people don't in Comicsgate don't see what's going on is with some of this harassment, or at least some of the people on this panel, is because like Megs Visaggio and a bunch of other people, ran a blockchain a long time ago, like years ago, and blocked a bunch of people. When
honestly, I don't blame
certain
them.
comic skaters start going and attacking other comic skaters, I think is because they, had to stir up some of these big,
They needed the drama.
yeah, and I think it was orchestrated by some of the bigger guys, like EVS. I strongly believe he orchestrated it,
Oh no,
Even if he didn't say go after this person, he'd have these people on his show who are harassing people. And harass people, they make fun of people right on the show.
Well,
So
this is true on both sides, Lorenzo.
Hey, guys, hold on.
We need to remember that from both sides that people are human. We are going to take things personal. You know what I mean? Like
all of us are.
Yeah.
Okay, Dillard's on the stream. Go for it, Dillard.
Hello, good afternoon. What's all the misunderstanding about? You guys just aren't reading my messages in chat, are you?
I can't keep up with it, but I'm dyslexic.
Oh yeah,
the main thing in chat. Let me tell you
that
something.
chat's
The main
going
thing
like
in
a
chat
mile
is me
a
and
minute,
Rain
man.
talking to each other because you guys are ignoring the chat.
Can I say something real quick? So I want to talk to Dillard, but I want to clear something up real quick because I think this is important. The something has been said like, oh, Mark is jumping in to like just to stir up shit with CGs. You mentioned drama. I don't like drama either. This all started because Ethan does this thing that he's been doing for years, where Ethan takes someone's tweet that has nothing to do with him, a tweet that doesn't mention him, a tweet that he has no business even replying to. Because I blocked Ethan, years ago. But he'll take a tweet and he'll post it on his timeline. And I can always tell when he does this because when he does it, suddenly my mentions start blowing up because he's done what he always does, which is direct his flock towards me because of a tweet that I put up. And it's his MO. It's what he does. It's a really cheap way of doing it.
That's exactly what he does. He fishes for drama and he uses tweets as clickbait thumbnails.
Yeah, and he's been doing it for years. Now, he's been doing it to me.
He knows what works. The things you guys are saying is 100% true on both sides. And these guys are unwilling to admit it. But yes, in fact, when people have been kicked out of CG, it was Ethan. There have been people that I wanted out of CG because they're just bad. And fucking Ethan was sitting there sticking his fucking nose in everybody's business saying, no, this guy's a good guy. And we couldn't actually officially get the guy out until Ethan gave it the go-ahead. So Ethan is, in fact, the person that kicks people out of CG.
Thank you, Dillard.
Yes, and he is the leader because, again, you cannot criticize him either.
But the thing where you can't. The guy can't take. I think I've said that Ethan's artwork is dog shit a couple of times already. But
no, you can say it again.
If it's misconstrued, it's dog shit. And just me saying this on this stream, he's going to come after me again for another couple of days just because of this, because he can't take the blow to his ego. But the point I was trying to make was that I don't fuck with CG. I don't care. I'm doing my job. But once again, about a month and a half ago, Ethan did to me what he does every few months. He took a tweet of mine and put it up and directed a bunch of harassment towards me. And I went, okay, I'm done. It's time for Ethan to pick on someone his own size. And I came back. And ever since then, Ethan has been freaking the fuck out. Because he finally met somebody with a bigger following than him that he can't pound into the dirt. And it's fucking scared him. And finally, about 3 weeks ago, Ethan blocked me. So
I was going to try to sneak a fat joke in there, but you went too fast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do your fat joke.
No, it's okay.
And Dillard, it's nice to meet you, man. And hopefully we can have a conversation and this, at least come to an understanding. You could still think I'm a piece of shit. We can come to an understanding, maybe.
I take offense to that because I never called you a piece of shit, and now this is the third time you've said that. I wonder what.
Okay, you didn't call me a piece of shit, but maybe you will after this. Who knows?
I did.
I certainly hope.
Did and.
What is the name of your channel? I'm trying to pull up your channel so I can get the chat from before.
It's my name.
What is the name of your
Sketchbook
YouTube channel?
340. My Sketchbook 340 with a capital M.
Okay.
Never changed.
Hey, you guys talk. I gotta go take a piss. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
This gin and tonics ran through him.
Just admit it, Dillard.
Admit what?
You know.
It's true. I have taken it in the butt.
Oh, we didn't need to know that. I mean, we already knew that.
This guy sounds like Nasser. I can't handle it.
340 can actually relate with books because they always talk over each other.
Who does?
Oh, he's
Sketchbook?
saying that myself and Brooks both talk over people.
Great
They
debate,
talk way
you
too
guys.
much. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, there seems to be a common issue, like in YouTube in general. Like it's difficult,
It's extraordinarily difficult, especially in Discord, because there's a fucking 2-second delay for everybody.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, right. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I
This
don't
is
have
a whole
everything
ploy to
set
just
up.
get me to join his Discord.
No, it's not, and I'm gonna get StreamYards pretty soon.
Don't worry, we'll ban you after this.
Ban me.
Good shit.
You don't want to be here, don't worry about it.
I do think there is like I do think that's true about Ethan. Like it's funny how people were like being harassed by like say, and I wish the work campaign well with whatever the hell they're doing now, like making books and the trucker thing or whatever. But it was funny. Ethan couldn't do anything about the war campaign. They're just a bunch of customers, and when they're going around like going after all these people and driving them out of CG, and then suddenly they say something about
there's the
Anna.
thing, right?
And some real
You
horrific stuff
talk about people
them,
that have.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, when the
And
war
turns
on him,
suddenly
people
they're
what
out
to
of
do.
CG.
Hey, hold on.
Yes, the thing is, Ethan couldn't tell Ro what to do, and he didn't want to tell Ro what to do on top of that. The thing is is as charismatic as Ethan is, he don't got nothing on Rokabir Kumar.
Yeah.
Rokabir Kumar will charm
But they were suddenly out of CG when Ethan said so, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to rewatch.
He couldn't tell him to stop doing what he's doing, but he could kick him out. And he didn't want to do that.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, we can't do that. They're just customers,
Okay.
Well, they could do that when they went after Anna. And I...
Can I ask you guys a question?
What's up?
Of course.
Sure.
Why do you guys care so much? Like, listen.
About what?
About any of this shit, any of this drama. Like, all I can think is like, first off, I've been around for a while. I've watched many comic companies come and go. I've watched, CrossGen, all these companies come up and then go away. And I got to tell you guys, CG's got about another year on it.
Surprised it lasted this long, actually.
We
Yeah,
follow CG the same
if you
reason
guys
they
are
follow
lucky,
Rockgen or Image Comics. It's their entertainment. That's their sphere. That's what they like to talk about and read.
but
That's
this is
exactly what I like to talk
entertainment.
about.
Like those guys, at least they did books.
Mhm.
CG, you know, they keep talking about that they're like taking over. They're the next new thing. When each creator's barely putting out a book a year.
No, well, you will agree that Ethan is the leader of CG, right?
Right.
And Ethan himself has said about a year ago that they are not trying to take over the mainstream. They have lost that fight, and they're just building their own thing.
Why do they keep trying to tell me
They
that?
don't, though, because the leader said so. So that's the way it is, right?
The leader said so. I'm just like, and I've heard some streams because every once in a while, like what you guys did, I'll get tagged in some YouTube stream and I'll go listen. And I got to tell you, the number of names and the number of so and so hates so and so said this and so said that, and then they said this, but they really meant that, and then they did this, and they really meant that. The level of soap opera 90210 Melrose Place drama that you guys it's become kind of a drug to you guys. Just fucking make books. Just who gives a fuck whether somebody said something?
Let me tell you, this
else?
is the whole contention. This is the main contention between me and the host here, Sketchbook. Books
we'll see.
Books are just basically T-shirts. They're merch for the YouTube personalities. That's what this is. And I don't think that anybody, if they really stop and think about it, would think otherwise. I don't think that anybody's actually trying to make a. They're not going to try to get their books to be in every LCS in the country. They want their Patreon, they want their OnlyFans or whatever, and they want to have their product.
Yeah, that's what
they
it
mainly
is.
want to get online. They mainly want to get
That's
online
what it is. It's
stream
OnlyFans.
and chit chat, and occasionally come out with some merch that people will pay them money for.
But it's fleeting. It's so fleeting that it's almost like, with the exception of Ethan. Here's the thing: I'll never say Ethan's dumb. Ethan's not dumb. Ethan's an asshole, and he's not a good artist in my mind. I think that he needs psychological help, in my opinion. But he's not dumb.
Evil, conniving.
He is the only one in all of this. He's the only one that is going to walk out of this with something. The rest of you guys, and that includes John Malin and Shane Davis and all those guys, you're fucked. You're all walking out of this fucked. And he is playing you guys like a harp. And
why would you say walking out?
I wish I
fucked?
could
What does
get you
that mean?
guys to see it.
Oh, because at the end of this, somehow he'll miraculously return to where he feels he rightfully belongs, which is probably along with one of the big three. And everyone else will be fucked because they're left with all the baggage and all the bullshit that was CG.
But there is no baggage. Mark Brooks just told you that there is no baggage. Nobody in the mainstream comics is talking about CG. He just said that. There's no baggage.
I didn't say that. Oh, I didn't say that.
No, what he said was that there's no one in the main Twitter sphere that concentrates on comic material.
Telling him, hey, don't talk about CG. In fact, be anti-CG and go post on your Twitters about that. He said,
yeah, no one's saying that, but everyone, plenty.
So it's implied then, right?
Oh, no, Dillard. See, this is the thing. Don't do that. Come on, man. You're smarter than that.
No, I'm calling you out for being disingenuous.
Of course, people are aware of CG. People know what CG is, and but it's not. But CG likes to pretend that all these pros in the industry are walking around thinking about you guys constantly. That doesn't happen. No one is thinking about you guys. We know who you are. We know how you are when you pop up in our mentions, and we're well aware who's members of it. But we're all going about our lives. But yeah, it's got a bad reputation. You know, you know, there are plenty of people that I'm well aware of are not good people or that I don't like, but I don't spend all day thinking about them. You know,
there's some in the mainstream that do hyper focus, and again, it's like, I mean,
I'll give you one example. I can turn off my heater if you need me to turn off my heater.
No, you're fine.
I'll give you one example, and the only reason I'm not bad mouthing him because been a fan of his, you know, forever, and I have talked to him in conventions. He's awesome. But every month or two, our good, probably the greatest painter in comics, Bill Sienkiewicz. Bill Sienkiewicz. He will post. He will find some news article outlet to post a rant against Comicsgate.
Yeah.
And it's
first off,
man,
Bill hasn't done that. Bill hasn't done that in a long time. And listen, Bill's actually a close friend of mine. I know Bill very, very well.
He's a great guy. I've talked to him at conventions. I love him.
Bill's a fucking weirdo, and in the best way possible. In the best way possible.
You do know him then.
I know Bill extremely well. Bill's a fucking weirdo, and Bill's like me. Like Bill will be like, he'll be sit there and paint for 18 hours, and at the end of the 18 hour, he'll go, I got a wild hair at my ass. I'm gonna go post this, and he'll post it. And you notice he never replies to anybody because he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. He's like, I'm gonna throw this bomb, and then I'm gonna retreat back to my studio and go paint some more.
Yeah, just walk away.
Yeah, like the number of times in the last few days that people have been like, oh, CG's living rent free in your head. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've finished one cover. I'm actually getting work done. Spent some time with my wife, hung out with my son, played music, and CG can't stop talking about me for, like I said, 3 to 5 days now.
Mark, you're welcome for the free rent, by the way.
Oh my God, you would not. I mean, the thing is, and they think it bugs me. And I know Bill. I know they're like, oh, we're bugging Bill. You're not bugging Bill. You're not bugging me either. It's kind of comical to us. And
nobody's bugging Bill and nobody's bugging Mark Brooks. The thing is, we talk about this even in our own sphere here in CG, that there's about 75 to 100 people that go around doing that stuff. And most of us ain't them. And you see the same exact names on every single one of those posts. Those when they get directing an attack at somebody.
Yeah.
It'll be the same 75 people over and over again.
And
a lot of those people are not even welcome on our chats. They're like kicked out. Like people like Sketchbook 340. Not Sketchbook 340, but what's his name?
Mad Rad or whatever his name is.
Sketch Therapy.
Yeah, Mad Rad, Sketch Therapy, Pan, Testify
Omega.
HD. All these people, they're all the same guys over and over again. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Get out of here.
Well, no, they are, but see, that's the thing. Those guys, as far as everyone outside CG is concerned, they rep you, man. They rep you.
There ain't nothing I can do about that.
There is.
Yeah, don't be CG.
Tell them to shut the fuck up.
I tell them to shut the fuck up, and I don't let them on the panel.
Yeah, don't even bother. Just don't be a part of them. Again, if they want to own CG, then let them have it.
He was even banned from Ethan's channel.
But
like I said earlier, I'm an American. There's a lot of people in America who are shitty people, but I'm still going to own America.
Well, no, don't go. See, here's the thing that I disagree with that, because I have had plenty of people. Like, this is going to shock you guys. I have blocked far more people on the far left than I have the far right, including Comicsgate. A. And B, if you actually follow me on Twitter and look at my replies to people, you'd see the number of times that someone who is against CG says something that I find out of line, and I'm like, whoa, back down, slow your roll. You guys have to be able to call out your own. Just because they agree with you doesn't mean you have to accept their behavior. And I don't accept the behavior of people who are against CG saying things. If it includes violence, if it includes anything, I'm just like, whoa, no. We're talking about ideas here. We're not talking about anything involving physical violence or wishing harm or anything like that. That's not how this works.
Well, it seems that there's no argument here, because then me and Mark Brooks are basically the same person.
Yeah, that's actually why I started being on Dillard's. I got on Dillard.
Again, Dillard, that's why I haven't said much in this, even though I usually talk shit about everything and everyone. Again, I've allowed this man to talk because I figured you'd listen to him more than me, because I don't have any credentials that you'll listen to.
Go ahead, Sketchbook. Talk shit about me. Go. I want to hear it.
I don't know you. How can I talk shit about you? I know Vic, and I seen his crappy art. Other than, like, I don't know if... I don't know, like, if you can't see the fucking color red or something. Because your shit is warm. I don't even feel the cold after I've seen a few of your pieces.
That's good. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you use red a lot.
I do like red.
And I'm fucking
that's what
colorblind.
I
That's the
remember.
sad part.
He's like, oh, no, well, now that
The
we're
colors
talking,
seemed a little bit off on some of the stuff, but
The thing, like freaking
What
sketchbook
the
is
hell is wrong with
colorblind,
drawing
and he
red
can.
characters?
oh yeah,
It's why I like drawing Scarlet Witch so much.
Oh my god,
Got
just
ink
red
for her?
everywhere.
So
All right, guys. So listen, I'm about to hang up with you guys. It's getting late. I got to get back to work. But
Yes, sir.
if you have any questions, I just want to answer any questions you guys might have, and or comments or whatever. You know, Dillard, you just jumped on, and you know, I'm here for you guys. This is the only time I'm doing this. So you know, I don't enjoy this kind of drama. I just want Ethan to leave you guys alone, and I want people to see what. And keep in mind, I don't just think this of Ethan. I've known Ethan. I've known Ethan for 15 years. I know him personally, so I know what kind of person he is, and that's why this bugs me. It's not just I've seen the way he behaves, and therefore I have a problem with it. I know what he's doing to you guys. So you know, ask away
that's what I'm
now.
saying is I think he's been this way all along because there was this guy Alfie who was talking about back when Ethan was at DC how he had a group of people go around harassing people on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened again with this war campaign group.
So Dillard, you got a
question.
War
They're no
Renzo,
longer
you in
there,
war
but now
campaign.
there's
Get over
another
yourself.
group. But now there's more people. But then he started hanging out with Testify, and Testify's dead. But then he's got JDA and those other. He's always got a group that's.
Hold on.
And I'm assuming that's what happened
All right.
back when.
All right, this gentleman wants to leave.
Was with it.
If y'all need to ask him something, do it now.
Lorenzo.
All right, I'm gonna say
I'm
one
just-
last thing
Lorenzo,
before he
Lorenzo.
leaves.
Lorenzo, hold on.
God damn it! I just got on. Let me say something.
Well, my point was, I was wondering if this was going on. Mark was with, back when he knew Ethan or whatever.
It's always been going on.
Okay.
Ethan basically started the idea of setting up ghost accounts, puppet accounts. Him and his little flock of guys over on Facebook were doing it long before Twitter, and now they're doing it now. Where like the number, and the thing is, you can tell when Ethan is sending you a text or a tweet from a ghost account because A, it literally was set up yesterday, and B, the verbiage that he uses, you can tell it's him, and he's still doing it. Which for a guy that supposedly has made millions of dollars and is so successful with thousands of fans, it's so weird that he has time when his book is 2 years overdue to go and set up ghost accounts so he can tweet things to people just so he can literally get blocked immediately. It's really
incredibly soy.
Oh no,
that's
really
far more soy than anything that any of his opponents do.
It's so weak. I have one Twitter account. I have never created another Twitter account to get around a block. I'm just like, if someone blocks me, listen, all these people that act like I'm the soy boy, Yanzi, Shane, Ethan, they all have me blocked. And I've never thought once that, I'll go set up a dummy account so I can go see what they're tweeting. I don't give a fuck. So anyway, Dillard, you were about to say something. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was about to say, if there's one thing that if I could impress upon you, is that people are adults.
Yeah.
And I think that more people than you realize know exactly what's going on here in CG. And they're playing it for what it's worth, for what they can.
Yeah, I hope that's the case.
I'm sure people are smart enough to make up their own. And if they're not smart enough to make up their own decisions, I got no pity for them.
The thing, I agree with you. I agree. That's why I keep saying to you guys are smart guys. I think they are smart. I think that while I do agree with you, I think that groupthink is a powerful thing.
Yeah.
And groupthink can override common sense. And I know that I'm not going to say I'm innocent or guilty of it. I know it's happened to me. It's happened to all of us. It always takes a moment where you take a step back and go, okay, wait a minute. That was pretty stupid. You know what I mean? So yeah, people are smart. People as individuals are smart. Groups are dumb.
Yeah. A person is smart, but people are stupid.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. So yeah, Dillard, I absolutely agree with you. And I do like to think that it's only a certain number of people in that group that do go out there and say the really horrible things they say to people. I will go back on what I said earlier, and I don't know how you guys can change this perception, but regardless of what you feel like CG is now, CG was tainted, and it's tainted. It's badly tainted. So it almost doesn't matter what you guys do at this point. You could give every bit of money you've ever made to children's charities. It's not going to change the fact that people are like, well, I was badly hurt by those people, regardless of what they're doing now. So, that's why I think, like, you guys, seeing the work you guys are posting and the stuff you guys are talking about, you guys are talented enough to start your own shit. There's enough of you right now. Start your own shit. Do your own thing. I agree. It's great. Safety in numbers, you can do a lot better, when you have like a bunch of creators involved instead of just by yourself. I get that. But, I just think that what you guys have aligned yourself with is it's doing more harm to you than good for the ability and talents you guys have. And that's my 2 cents.
All right. Anybody else? No.
I shut you
just want to thank Mark for the discussion.
I agree 100% with what he says. Well, let me tell you this. No, hold on. I started talking first, so I get to go.
No, you were here last.
Great. Yes,
you were here last. That's why you get to go now.
There's a lot of places you can go. Shut up, Nasser. There's a lot of places you can go and be part of a comics group. But unfortunately, some stuff I posted, I got kicked out of a couple of comics group on Facebook and stuff like that, and turned stuff into places. And they're like, "Well, we're not really looking for this. Do you have anything like this?" And I'm like, "Well, no." And so it's like, and I found that I'm friends with Vic King and I'm friends with Lorenzo, and pretty much that's my group. And being in this group and having access to a bunch of different creators and people that are trying to make comics has afforded me the ability to change my work and do this full time, which is fantastic. And
so
I've gotten now. I'm starting to get
found your group.
I'm starting to get work from people that are even outside of CG now.
Good. Excellent.
Like, okay, that's fine, whatever. And I like the group. I like CG. I like all the friends that I've made in it, and I don't really see a reason to leave. But I understand exactly what you're talking about, and I understand how it has been tainted. I'm not blind to that.
I guess my thing is, like, I'm super glad you found your group. That's awesome. I found mine when I came into comics. It took me forever to break in, and I hooked up with Cheeks, Sean Galloway, Scotty Young, Sean Murphy. We all broke in together because we did it together. So I feel you.
The thing is, I'm relatively new to comics. Like, I've read when I was younger, stopped for my entire adult life until some guy was like, that I was working with, I was driving trucks. He was like, "Hey, you want to make a comic with me?" I started, how to make comics, watching YouTube. And that's when I stumbled onto all these people. I said, "Oh, this is an easy way to make comics. Fuck it, let's do it."
No, but see that it's not. Keep in mind, it's not easy. Comics is probably the hardest jobs you could ever do. It's difficult. And you said you would sit some samples in and got rejected.
I don't know. I used to wrap insulation. That shit was terrible.
Well, but I'm saying that all that rejection you got, same rejection I got, man. I could wallpaper my studio with rejection letters. That's the stuff that's you making your bones. This idea that, well, I don't have to work on it. I don't have to get better. I just need to join CG, and through Ethan's, hate YouTube videos, I'll get money. That's a bad way to look at this, man. I mean, you gotta
his Ponzi scheme-esque influence.
I'm not gonna lie. I've run into a few people in CG that believe that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I know they do, but like they were talking earlier, that's not longevity, and not to mention, it has nothing to do with your craft.
Nope.
All that has to do with is basically selling books through a cult of personality. That's not going to make you a better artist. It's not going to make you a better writer. That all that's going to do is give you a false sense of entitlement and a false sense of accomplishment that doesn't exist.
I think what's interesting is there are people who don't necessarily call themselves Comicsgate, and then yet they might get promoted by Comicsgate channels anyway, and so I don't know how useful the term is anymore. I mean, it's kind of useful to have a word, to, sometimes I have to say, well, this are part of the comic book community because there's something like that, because there's people I would include in that no longer call themselves Comicsgate. Like a lot of my friends have dropped the term.
You know what? I'll give you guys a term. I'll give you a term that I coined on Twitter a few months ago. You can have it. Stop being Comicsgate. Be Go Comics.
Pen.
Go Comics. Dude, be Go Comics. Hashtag Go Comics. Just go
comics.
Fucking
trademark
comics.
John Dillard.
I'm telling you, man, you guys don't need this. And the thing is, but if you do want to stay in CG, that's fine. But just like, a certain political party in this country likes to talk about personal responsibility, if you're going to stay in Comicsgate, you want to do this, that's cool. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to stop with but that's not what Comicsgate is about. Yeah, it is. Regardless of whether they do it or not anymore, they've never apologized. They've never gone back on it. They've never put out a full-throated apology going, we were wrong to do that. They never have. So because of that, if you want to align yourself with it, that's cool, but take personal responsibility for it.
Well, this is an interesting thing because I think Richard C. Meyer apologized in like a live stream a video about Mags Visaggio. But I think Mags even told me in a tweet that before she blocked me that he didn't ever email her or anything. So
exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he never apologized to Heather. He never apologized to any of the women at Marvel. He called cum dumpsters, or that they slept. He never apologized to any of them. He especially never apologized.
No, he called Heather a cum dumpster. That's it.
Okay, but he said all the other women slept away to the top. When all they wanted to do was.
Well, now we found out that that's true because now they're trying to sue the people that they slept with.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about mainstream Hollywood. I'm making a joke.
Okay, we're talking about comics. Don't misconstrue anything. We're talking about comics here.
Yeah, don't Voldemort.
I think he was referring to the whole Warren Ellis stuff.
Oh, he doesn't work for Marvel or DC. He's a contractor, just like me. He's not an employee.
So you can only hate him.
Well, you can hate him or not hate him. He's not an employee.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Like Warren Ellis is.
I just hate the fact that you guys are being told all this stuff, and I'm listening to it, and it is such a massive pile of horse shit, and which I don't care about. I mean, I watch Alex Jones and people like that shoveling a massive pile of horse shit. And I'm like, well, you know what? If people are dumb enough to believe that, they're dumb enough to believe that. But then I watch guys like you who are creators who are believing that stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's a step too far for me. Because this could be the next generation of comic artists, whether it be mainstream or indie or whatever. But there's a whole flock of you guys that are being tainted by this fucking potato-shaped asshole, and I'm sorry that bugs me, man. I'm sorry if that bugs me. And
I would say you gotta really try to not let it bug you too much because it's not really happening in the numbers you think it is.
Maybe it's not. I really care about this industry, and I really care about my job, not in a term of losing it or having it. I'm not going to lose my job. I care about my job because I love this job. I love it. I love getting up every morning, even if I'm having a bad day. A bad day for me at work is better than a good day off working a corporate job. I love this job, and not only do I want to keep loving this job, I want to share this job. I want you guys to have this job. I think there's room for all of us. I don't care whether you're gay, straight, black, bi, trans, it doesn't matter. This is a great fucking industry. And there are people that broke into the industry and keep in mind, it's harder to break in this industry than it is to break into Major League Baseball. There are more people professionally playing Major League Baseball than there are working professionally in comics. That's how hard it is to break into this gig and be successful at it. And when you have somebody like Potato Man who was able to break in and abused his position, abused the job, was fucking rude and just telling people to kill themselves and just all this stuff. And then finally, after the umpteenth time he was told to stop, they finally went, we can't work with you anymore, man. You're bad. You're a bad image for us. That he now wants to go off and taint you guys, that bugs me. And so I'm sorry if that bothers some people that are just so enamored by him that they have to, like, you know, do his bidding and believe every word he says. But I promise you guys, I don't care what political leaning you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your race is. I promise you guys, it is not what he is telling you. It's not. And I say that as a white man.
I had another question that that reminds me of the very first question that I asked in the chat that nobody read. I wanted to know, because I hear a whole bunch of news from Ethan and the ilk. What?
I probably read it. I just didn't care to answer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I hear a whole bunch of information from people, and then there's been some tweets from actual people who work in the mainstream. How are you? And I know this is, you don't want to ask this question. That's fine. But how are you doing financially?
Me?
Yeah. Like, I don't mean like how are you doing personally, but do you make enough money doing cover art and doing, you know, your time that you spent and your bones that you put in? Do you make enough money that you set yourself up for the future? That you're okay?
Here's what I'm going to tell you.
Here, maybe ask it with some tact. It's like, do you live comfortably? Like,
no, okay. So here's what I'm going to tell you, and I'm only going to say this because I know what they're going to do. I know someone's going to take us out of context and go, "Oh, Mark was bragging about XYZ." Ethan has no problem bragging about his millions he claims to have made. So I'm going to tell you this, okay?
I don't think so either.
I live in a 6,000 square foot house. My studio is 2,000 square feet. I just put down a down payment of $50,000 on a Porsche GT4 that's supposed to be delivered in the next 60 days. How's that?
Sounds pretty good.
That's it sounds good. I don't know anything about cars, but that sounds good.
That sounds like you will be able to afford to adopt Rick later on.
So listen, but
because I know what people do with their money, that you can make a lot of money and end up broke. But I'm just saying, did you make enough money that you could in theory set yourself up? And it seems you're saying yes.
I could quit my job tomorrow and never work another day for the next decade and be fine.
That's good.
So that's pretty good. But hear me out. I say all that. I've been doing this 20 years though. I've earned my spot. I've earned my position where I am. There are plenty of artists in comics that are not in my position. So I know it sounds like I'm bragging and I'm flexing, but you know, I am sick of like being told that I eat cat food. But
hey, some of them do though.
No, they don't. No,
I'm playing.
I know. No, listen.
But that's
I mean,
by choice.
I know truck drivers that eat cat food. There has to be some comic creators that eat cat food.
I mean, look.
Again, I sleep on a pissy mattress.
I'll say this. You know, Lanil Yu drives a 911. Olivia Coipel has 3 homes. We're all doing fine, and even the guys that aren't, you know, been doing this for like 20 plus years for Marvel or DC, if they're working a regular gig at Marvel or DC, they're fine. They're real fine. You know, look at it like baseball or football or Major League Sports. Okay, even the punter is doing well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I got it.
So the idea that, you know, that all these comic artists are going broke and all poor.
Thank you for giving me an actual answer.
I'm giving you an actual answer.
Yeah. Well, no, I can see why they wouldn't. Why they wouldn't want to say anything to anybody.
No, of course not. It makes us look like assholes. You know, Ethan doesn't mind because Ethan doesn't mind looking like an asshole, but none of us.
Well, no, like Ethan's an asshole because he is boastfully bragging about how he's taking all this money from people. Like,
yeah,
if the way you've done it, at least I can say, look, you just told us matter of factly. Like you just
I earned my money. I didn't get you guys to give me $25 a pop. It's for something that I promised I would deliver to you and never did. Every penny I earned was because of pencil to paper. And I didn't get paid till my shit was done. So every penny I have, the work has been turned in. And that could be said for everybody else I just talked about. That cannot be said for Ethan.
And not right now.
So there you go.
I haven't backed any of his campaigns, so I can't say anything. I just bought.
So that being said, with everything I've said, I wish Ethan well. I hope that he is super successful. I hope he continues to be successful. As long as he is making other people's life miserable, and as long as he is using and abusing people like you guys, I will speak out against him. But I hope he's successful. I hope he continues to be. I hope his Robotoad book is awesome. I hope it continues to sell millions of copies. That's fine by me. But I want him to stop using people and abusing people.
Yeah, I feel the same way. People have accused me of hating him. It's like, no. He actually got me interested in comics with his. He helped get me interested in comics with his YouTube channel. I mean, there were some other channels like that I found, but he was one of the primary people.
Oh, one last question for Mr. Brooks before he leaves.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on people? Because this is more along the lines of the beef that I have with my sketchbook 340 here. What do you think about people that use crowdfunding as a long-term thing, like Brian Polito and Ethan, like that? What do you think about the long-term? Do you think it's possible to do that long-term?
Short answer, yes. Yeah, it is. The long answer is that you have to have such a great system in place that you can do that. Like Brian Polito. I did a Lady Death cover. I put a cover up that I just did for him last year up on my Twitter feed today.
Yeah, we looked at.
We saw that. It looked beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Brian has got a great system in place.
You say that now, Vic.
Well, actually, before he continues, Captain Evil Stopper and I have talked about this before, and we actually made a comment. It's not Lady Death, by the way.
It's not Lady Death.
No. Captain Evil Stopper, can you take it from here?
Yeah, your proportions were a little slim there.
Oh,
she's a little bit too realistic looking.
All right, fair enough. I'll take that criticism. But no, I mean, Brian has an amazing system. He has a staff. He spaces out his crowdfundings equally, so he makes somewhere between 100 and 200,000 per crowdfunding. He launches events when he does it. He does like in-person events. He puts so much marketing and so much effort behind it that, yeah, it can be done. And the other great thing is that by the time he does it, all the work is done. The book is finished. He doesn't put that out there and go, okay, now let's get to work. He does it the smart way. So yeah, you absolutely can make a living off crowdfunding. Jimmy Palmiotti is kind of doing that right now. I think he's on his 13th or 14th crowdfunding, and he quit writing Harlequin because he was doing so well on crowdfunding. But he does it the same way Brian does. He does huge events. He markets it, and the book is done before he even goes to Kickstarter. So yeah,
we're seeing that right now. Actually, with some people over there in Image. Oh, what is it? Imagine Comics, the guys that do the Common America. They're finding great success. They got a real good system set up, and they're like doing over. I think it was over 100,000, 150,000 this past campaign on Kickstarter.
But also keep in mind that, I did a cover for Berserker, and that was through, Boom, and they did a Kickstarter which raised $1 million or whatever.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that as well as doing Kickstarter, whether it's Brian Polito with Lady Death and Purgatory and all his stuff, or Boom with Berserker or Jimmy Palmiotti. Keep in mind that even though they're doing the Kickstarter, that their books are also appearing in shops.
I know. I bought Berserker at a shop.
Yeah. So I mean, while yes, you can
they also
sustain
have
yourself.
basically a big following too.
Yeah, or having a big following helps.
Yeah.
But where Ethan's going wrong in all this is that Ethan's the only one drawing and writing everything, so he's got no help, and B, he is putting out these Kickstarters before he's even put pencil to paper, which is that's a recipe for death. And now he's created this cult of personality where he's got to do a video or two every day and show up in other people's videos and spend fucking 8 hours on Twitter a day. You guys are never getting your books.
Yeah.
Because for him, it's not about the work. It's not about the book. It's not about the character. It's not about the story. What he wants to try to tell you, we just want good comics and story. What good comics and story? There is there is a cult of personality that he has harvested, and he makes a lot more money from you guys giving him money during his super chats than he does from finishing this book he owes you all.
Do you think did he contract the Rainbow Brute thing to somebody else to draw or write?
Bill Willingham's going to be writing Rainbow the Brute. I'm not sure who's drawing it yet, though.
That's because I think that there hasn't been an update on that in 10 months. I think it was supposed to be done a while ago.
Yeah, I remember you saying that in the chat.
See,
here's been movement on it for 10 months.
Here's why Comicsgate has about a year left on it. Comicsgate, I do remember in the beginning when it started, it was a lot of different artists, a lot of different people, a lot of different people involved. Ethan has successfully made it about him. He's kicked out anybody that has gone against him, and now it's just Ethan and the people that are subservient to him.
Yeah,
therefore,
yes.
Yeah, so therefore, the entire movement is stationed around this guy that has not done the work. The books aren't being produced. They're not coming out. They're late as shit. Comicsgate's dying, guys. This is why you start your own shit now. Don't wait till it's over. Leave now. Because, I mean, Hitler has already killed himself in his bunker. You need to quit now. Don't wait for the bomb to get dropped on Hiroshima. So there you go.
I don't know how, but I knew a Nazi reference was coming in at some point.
Hey, listen. I mean, it's the one thing you can bring up that everyone understands.
If the shoe fits, right?
I like this. Leo's baby says, "Hail Dillard, the human sunbeam and Caesar of Go Comics."
I will
say, really weird. Like Ethan's shows have gotten so boring. I think maybe he's trying to distance him. He's not going to have necessarily have whatever is left of the Etsy boys or whatever on his show. So he's going to, the testify, supporters or I mean,
but
so he's gonna have these CG kings. It's just they've got some talented people, but it's a boring show to watch.
The Emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, like when CG crashes and burns, trust me, somehow EVS will find a way to wash his hands of it and walk away clean. Somehow, I know it.
I don't know about that. I'm not going to speak on that. I'm just at this point. I'm talking to you guys.
I think you're wrong on that.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Trust me, he's Weasley. He'll find a way.
He is Weasley, but
he's got building up all caps. Before he wasn't really. Some time ago, he had talked about all caps, but now there's all this merch and all this.
Yeah, merch.
Yeah,
even if he loses, even if say Preston ends up with a Comicsgate name, he has his own backup plan.
Yeah, all caps. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He'll find a way to wash his hands clean of this, and he'll keep doing his grift. So,
well, remember, guys, you can take my logo. Go Comics. It's all yours.
All right.
Do your own thing. But listen, guys, this has been a lot of fun. I really appreciate you guys hearing me out. I know I pontificated a lot tonight, and I'm sure that a lot of this is going to be taken out of context and used against me on Twitter. And I look forward to the craziness that's going to ensue from this.
Oh, I'm sure he is against all of us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. No, just the fact you guys let me talk without telling me to fuck off. You guys are all in trouble, so get ready for that. So, but listen, guys, I appreciate it. I wish you all the best of luck. If I've got any of you blocked, if you want,
are you done talking? Now fuck off.
Yeah. Send me a PM. I'll unblock you if you want. Okay.
I think Vic was the only one that was blocked.
All right. Cool. Good deal. All right, guys. Thank you
Wow.
so much. Hopefully I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Thank you, and take care.
All right.
We appreciate
Have a
it.
great night, sir.
All right, man. Later, guys.
Night.
Later.
Mm.
All right. Okay, is he gone? No, I'm just kidding. Well, that was interesting.
Now he's gone.
That was definitely. I have to agree with him on a lot of the stuff. I might.
Yeah, I mean,
What,
Not
not
everything,
fucking
but-
Fraser?
That's what you said, Dillard.
What happened? That sounded creepy. What was that? What'd you say?
Oh, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Is my audio too low?
No,
I don't know. I just didn't catch what you had said.
but he didn't say
Lorenzo the whole time's like, yeah, get him, get EVS, get him, burn him.
Well, AVS, I don't know.
Finally, someone's taking that bastard down a notch.
AVS is like, in a way, it looks like he's burning himself, but he'll probably find a way to weasel his way out of this, like he always does.
Oh my
telling
god, I
telling
don't. So look, everybody's got their rights to people and stuff like that. I don't have the same view of Ethan as that. I think Ethan is a businessman, definitely, and he definitely makes choices
Wait,
based on
what? You
what's
cut out.
best. He definitely makes choices based on what's good for his business, but I don't know if I would go so far as to say
Of course
he's
he does.
weaselly.
The thing is, the problem that Vic has is your guys' choice of words by saying weaseling out, when it's very clear that Ethan is much smarter business-wise than most of us here, and for us to say weasel
I'm
out
saying
of
when
something
comics,
is kind
when shit hits the fan, we're
And
comics fan,
presumptuous.
it becomes like
Hey, you know what?
something
The
like
captain goes
Gamergate
down
that
with the
nobody
ship.
wants to
It
talk
almost makes
about.
it seem as though you are.
He'll still be successful.
the term weasel makes it seem like you're a large, domineering presence, and he is small and trying to get away from your ire. When that is.
Oh
far
no,
from
no, no!
true.
It's not even mine. It's gonna be the vitriol of his own people. But
Yeah.
the thing of it is like, how can I say this? The captain should go down with the ship, and he's not going to. He's gonna take a rowboat and right the fuck off.
Like he did with War Campaign. He didn't go down with that ship.
Oh my god,
Yeah, exactly.
Lorenzo! That was like years ago. Calm down about
Was
War
it just?
Campaign.
Yeah.
Well, that was years
No,
ago.
he's just bringing up past behavior as evidence. That's all.
Died, encouraging him, and the same guy who had gone after Anna. And I'm not even going to repeat on air what all he said. Because get the channel struck. All the stuff he was doing.
I don't think you could get a channel struck that just started.
I don't know.
Oh, we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
And when it comes
Let's
to
see.
when it comes to the war,
there
when it
might be
comes to
some
the war
backlash.
campaign and
Go ahead.
Anna, I think 100% Rose should have apologized for what he said about Anna, and I also believe 100% that Anna should have apologized to Rose.
I don't
Wasn't
even
just
know what went
Roe
on there, so-
testify was part of like.
Oh, really admit it.
Yeah, she should apologize to all of them.
I don't want to know.
Death.
Yeah.
It
They were
was
mocking her
really
sister. They were mocking her
gross.
sister being missing because she went missing in like what was it, Barstow or something, which is like the meth capital of the world. So they were
but
making jokes,
testify
and then when it turned out she was
mocked her
dead,
death as well.
yes, but that was after Anna was like, "You sons of bitches, you shouldn't have been talking, yada yada yada." And since she came out like that, she was emotional. You got to forgive her for being emotional,
Yeah.
but she also has to come back later and apologize for being emotional.
Well, for making a weird comment like, "Oh, you jinxed it" or some bullshit like that, I guess.
She was being venomous and stupid, and she you forgive her for that. Rose should not have been egging it on, but then again, Anna should fucking know better. She's a goddamn adult.
Oh, I made that same
My
mistake
point was
today
that,
about
like-
joking about someone that was dead and they actually were dead, and
Yeah, it's like shit. You motherfucker! Like, no, you should no. You know that if I would have known she was dead, I wouldn't have said that.
You
want to
just
make it
gotta
like
laugh
I'm an
it off.
asshole.
I mean,
so fuck you. That's what it is. You want to make out like I'm an asshole? Well, fuck you. That's exactly what happened.
Even my point was even
but everyone's
not too long
an
ago. He was hanging out with Testify, telling, "Oh, you bullied Lorenzo. Well, give me a high five." Obviously, it's a virtual one because they're not even in the same room or.
I know you got your own
the same state. I'm just saying
Lorenzo.
that, like,
I know that you're biased.
Continue to encourage people.
I know you're emotional right now. I can't.
No, I'm saying he encouraged people to continues to encourage people to harass people he doesn't like. That's what he does. He's always done that. Mark confirmed that he was doing that years ago.
There's been tales from other artists about how EVS was like that.
He's always like that.
So this is not new.
He'll probably always be like that in the future. I think he's going to escape this whole.
True. That's probably 100% true for most men in general. When I saw Ethan when he first came on YouTube and he was very soft-spoken and mild-mannered, I was like, this guy's kind of femme, right? He's kind of a weirdo. I don't like him that much. And it wasn't until he was doing a brutally honest portfolio review when some guy brought in a character that he was referring to as the Shmoo, because it was just like a little blob of a character that was like stuck in a jail or something, and he started like just busting up laughing because he couldn't take it no more. He couldn't handle being serious and talking about this like it was actual artwork for that long, and he started cracking up and laughing, and then he couldn't stop laughing. He had to end the stream. It was like, there he is. There's the actual person. You know what I mean? Because that's how most people are. Most people are, they like to joke around. They're not going to sit there and be like, oh, and then if we draw a little line here, it looks fantastic. Look at that. And it's like, no, people don't talk like that in real life. People don't want to hear that.
Wait, Dillard, say that again really slow. Speak into your mic like an ASMR video.
Oh, my God.
So maybe that's Dillard's future from when Comicsgate becomes like Gamergate, where he can't talk about it anymore. Dillard's gonna be doing ASMR videos.
Sketchbook already has like an audio like file on him.
I'll say this: if there's a metric showing that there's money involved, I know EVS will make ASMR videos.
Yeah, and I believe that everybody, and I do mean everybody, whether or not you are predisposed to it, I do believe that everybody who's on YouTube and is trying to do indie comics and trying to get people to buy their comics should be as entertaining as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. But you also have to like provide the thing you're telling them you're providing, like the comic book. You actually have to give the goods up someday.
I just don't think there needs to be like this blood sport.
But we don't disagree then.
Or harassment or whatever. But yeah, people should be entertained and joke around and stuff.
Let me guess, Lorenzo. My war campaign? Is that what you're going to say?
No, I literally just told you about like just not too long ago when Testify was alive. He just recently passed away. That EVS was around him.
What?
Oh, fuck Testify.
Testify's dead?
You're talking to me or you're talking to Lorenzo? Yeah, fuck that piece of shit.
Who said Testify's dead?
Piss on that fucking turd. Testify.
He didn't die.
Well, that's and then there's guys like JDA going out,
Are you sure he's not dead?
When did he die?
Who knows?
No,
he probably is dead if they don't remember.
Nobody knows. I don't know. There hasn't been a death certificate, as far as I know, or an obituary. So
there's been no obituary and no.
You see what Lorenzo just did. Now, if War Campaign would have said, "I want to see Anna's sister's obituary," right? Or Lorenzo would get his pennies all up in a twist.
Right? Some receipts. Give us some receipts of the death here.
How dare they?
Why the hell am I gonna try to mourn for someone that isn't actually dead? And even then, I don't care.
But then Lorenzo will say the pre-scripted bits so that he manages, so that he hopefully doesn't get targeted by War Cabinet. He'll just be like, "But I like what they're doing now, and I think that's really good. I wish them a lot of success with Dragon."
Well, I don't have any problem with the making comic books.
Shut up, Vic, you tracer.
That shit again.
I'm starting tracing tomorrow, dude. I'm all set. I got my gear.
I want to see you. I want to see you trace something. I want to see you trace something, and I want this shit better be tits. It better be the best thing I ever saw.
The Comicsgate posting their L's. That was like the first time they ever like made any sort of comment that I thought was impressive. Was, hey, Vic should start tracing.
Yeah. So. Lorenzo,
okay,
you realize
that's exactly
Lorenzo. You do realize how that sounds, right, Lorenzo?
Of course, I realize how it sounds. It was pretty fucking funny. It was just like, okay, they made it. Like,
True.
They
did find a really bad drawing that Vic did. What the fuck was up with that drawing anyway, Vic?
That's exactly what I thought.
That was a mock, like a sketch. It wasn't even the final hour.
Don't blame
I don't
me for that
shit. If that's what's on the Lightbringer campaign, I'm going to be very upset.
It was colored. It wasn't no sketch. You had already colored it, fucker.
No, it wasn't colored. It wasn't completed either. The one we were talking shit about.
No, you haven't seen it. You haven't seen the one we're talking about.
Oh, there's a worse one?
So that part was kind of funny.
I guess it's shit on Vic.
Oh, there was another one where they got all upset that Mr. Yanafui got Ethan to sing him happy birthday. And even though I don't like Ethan, I thought it was funny that the Comicsgate posting their L account got all butthurt over a happy birthday song.
What are you typing?
That's his name. It's like a tribe called Culture.
Oh, okay.
You say the whole thing. Here it is.
Right, the whole thing.
Here it is. Maybe you should switch to tracing, Vic.
Yeah, that's not even the final piece. That was the mock-up.
That dude looks like
he put a lot of work in that mock-up.
Santini from Airwolf and shit.
Why is it? Well, it's kind of the character does kind of look.
Why the fuck does everybody in?
Yeah, I don't even know why
Airwolf. I never even heard of that shit.
Yeah, Airwolf.
It's such a good shit.
I'm assuming you're humming the theme song to Airwolf, but I wouldn't know because I never seen this shit.
Again, fucking Chopper Dave, right?
All right, we could take this off from this. We can move along now.
That right there is the best. Like,
I want to see this blonde dude shimmy those
shoulders. Give me that quote in a soundbite.
I love how the blonde dude is literally telling you to look at the fuck up of the pink that's right in front of him. He's like, look at this shit.
Admire it.
Look at this.
Yeah, but is it me or the eyes are like off, right?
They are. That's just the mock-up, though. That was like the sketch with some sketch color in there.
Okay, but he's not supposed to have eyes like that, right? With a drifting eye like that?
No.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
Vic, do you have that problem that Debo had with his eyes?
No, but the problem is like a lot of times while stream, and because of where the camera is and where the computer is and everything, I have to sit like kind of pony and about a foot away from the table. You know? So sometimes when I'm drawing, as I'm trying to pay attention to the chat and stuff, because I'm drawing at such a weird angle, things are skewed. So that's one of the things I have to do is I have to pull. If I start drawing, I got to pull it down every so often and fix where it might be going off askew. You know, because it'll like
why is she covering her ears?
Fine. Huh?
Sorry, why is she covering her ears?
Because the colors are so loud.
Colors are so loud.
This is like kind of unintentionally surreal. I kind of like it in a
That's
strange
Pope
way.
Raven's new drawing
It's
right there. You see
actually-
Pope Raven's new drawing?
It's intentionally surreal,
Okay.
Lorenzo.
I wouldn't have chosen surreal. Probably more like haunting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's like some 1970s horror film or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's that?
This is Trevor Gore in the USA. This is what Dust is gonna turn into. He keeps drawing
Making
the same
waifus.
shit. He keeps drawing the shit he's drawing. He's gonna turn into that.
Hey, now you want to be talking?
Hey, we remembered you were here.
Now, I gotta say this, right? All those dudes doing that type of shit on Twitter, they definitely trace. All this anime shit.
Oh no, I'm not gonna blame you if you ever again about tracing. After
Right?
this last conversation.
Yeah, this guy fucking just straight up traced a picture of me at the beach.
I'm gonna be tracing agnostic from now on.
I don't know. I'm inclined to believe Dillard. I mean, this guy's got his chin.
Yeah, but why does the why does the helmet look like
the chin? And I'm talking about the gold chains that I wear at the beach.
My comments about the helmet, it kind of looks like a trash can.
Does stuff look like a pimp?
You are a trash can.
It looks like he's wearing a trash can on his head.
That's the style.
So
That's
you
his
wear
style.
gold.
It's a very stylized trash can. But
For
it's a
some
trash
reason, Dillard, you say you wear gold chains at the beach. For some reason, I picture you in Speedos with your hairy chest out. Are you Iranian or something?
No, I'm very
He
Mexican.
thinks
I have
he
no
is.
hair on my chest. No, you don't understand, Vic. People that have color on their skin like me, we look very good in gold chains.
And Speedos.
And Speedos, yeah. When you're not white, you don't see all the cellulite and varicose veins. I got a nice golden god kind of color to my body. It hides everything. That's why all black people always look at like they're fucking ripped.
I think Mark's not here anymore. That might have offended him.
Oh, I was gonna
Why,
say
Mark
it's like
Black?
all they can do is go swole. They can actually get actual muscle.
No, he's
They
not.
just look like they have muscle.
At this
Go
point,
swole.
that guy could. I don't think he can take any joke.
I used to have a fucking t-shirt. It was great. I got it from my sister for my birthday. It said fucking beast mode on it. She was like, yeah, you can wear this when you go to the gym. I was like, bitch, I don't go to the gym.
I just look like it.
You go to your brother's garage where it says strike fast and strike hard, right?
That guy's garage is just covered in BMX bikes. That guy needs to get out of the 90s.
Damn.
He just sent me a message like, hey, there's going to be a
Maybe
bike.
like 80s?
There's going to be a bicycle expo. You down to go with me? I'm like, fuck no, dude. What the hell do I care about BMX bikes?
I would have been like, they still do those?
Yeah. Like, that's his thing. Like, he buys and sells them on eBay and shit. And he makes good money off that shit because people apparently love BMX bikes to this day.
Remember that being a big thing in the 80s?
Yeah, they're kind of hard to get. I'll say. No one's gonna be fucking
right,
riding
let's
with
get
10
this guy
speeds.
for
I think that this picture has worn out its welcome. Here you go. Okay, I've been seeing this thing a lot everywhere, which is like get yourself an AI companion. What exactly is that? Is that just an animated face for like your Siri?
I'm not sure. I don't have
Um,
an Apple.
I'm a what is it? A Luddite, so I have no idea.
Sack, stop it with this.
It's an AI that texts you or DMs you like sexy love messages.
Oh, that's gay.
Anything from like, oh, you're so awesome. to "You're so awesome in bed and you have money."
Like this, you are worth it.
Yeah.
So it's just so it lies to you.
Gun sketchbook.
What?
That was your gun sketchbook.
Mm-mm.
It's like Al Franken's character, right? But in a phone.
Right. Hey, so
People like you, and I don't know what else, right?
who's the dude that sounds like Nasser?
Captain Evil.
That's
Captain
evil. There
Captain
you go,
Evil
that
Stopper.
guy.
Oh. Yeah, a couple times I was like, wait, is that Nasser?
No, it's not Nasser.
Damn, Ryan Cardinal is calling somebody Tracio Iglesias.
Is that Vic's new shirt?
Oh.
Looks
Lorenzo.
exactly like him.
Wow. Lord Helmet.
How come all of these images that you're pulling up all look really skewed tall?
Probably because of the way the OBS is set up. I have it at 480. I didn't mess with it before I got on the stream. I barely got the stream to work.
Oh, see, it was all your fault. You made everything look like it was traced.
Oh, that probably improved your artwork. What the hell are you talking about?
Right?
Oh, I heard myself laughing.
It's like we didn't have to see all that rendering.
Dude, he was in the chat for
Hey, can you zoom in on this image? Just anywhere on the image.
Oh yeah. Really but here's one thing I will say though, right? Like where he said, "Oh, I didn't know I was on my wife's YouTube," right? But I do remember in the chat he was saying like, "Oh, I just went over to Mark's channel and it shows videos of him drawing from beginning." So I think he was like intentionally playing us, like using his wife's. I think that was
for a while.
Yeah.
Until he finally got tired because he's like, these motherfuckers.
No, that he actually said that already. He said that when he hopped on, he didn't know it was his wife's, but when he did, he just kept on going with it. But then he said, I couldn't pull it off for too long.
Oh, all right. Yeah. No, I thought honestly, disagree with him on some stuff. Definitely, think he's, he's got some wrong perceptions on CG and different things. But at the end of the day, I do give him credit for coming on. Give him credit for.
I think everybody does on both sides, though.
Yeah. Well,
I think that was pretty cool, and
because I mean,
I really do think he was trying to give us some good advice.
It's hard to see them getting so much criticism when they don't even actually work for the company that y'all hate or that you have a disagreement with. Like they're just contracted; they're not an actual employee. So that's kind of, you know what I mean. It was informative in that, in the sense.
Well, no, it's true. It's true. Like if you go off and you go after, like, say, somebody that hired me to do a drawing 2 years ago, and I'm not currently doing any paid work for them, I'm not going to get in the middle of that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my beef. You.
No, I think it's more like.
But then if you make it my beef, that'll be a different story, right? So I don't know.
I think if they're pulled in personally, if it's about their actual artwork, because that is theirs. They maybe have contracted, but that's something that they made, even if it was for someone else. Because like he was very adamant about not tracing and not being a tracer, and a lot of artists are like that.
And it really kind of breaks my heart that he isn't a tracer. That I was wrong. Because I'm usually good at picking them out.
Yes, because if you've gone to school, you're trained for that. You're trained to spot that. You're trained to look at things.
No, but I get it. I get why some of it looked the way it did. Like because he was trying to do a body for body homage to his cover from several years. Yeah, so I mean that totally made sense. Like, all right, yeah, no, that makes sense. Everything that I
that was a redraw, right?
Can you zoom in on the Salamandroid's cheek?
Like,
I'll say this though, I didn't like either one. So
Salamandroid's cheek. I don't even have Salamandroid up on the screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing
on the screen.
Spaceballs.
I'm seeing Joe Fetterman looking like Dark Helmet.
Yeah.
But does he color his own art, or it sounds like he specifies the colors? I guess I should have asked him
about what, the palette.
Yeah, if he was the one, if he was a colorist, or if he was requesting that, or because he said he likes.
Well, I'm sure that the colorist knows what color the characters are. I'm sure all he has to do is specify like what time of day it is or something like that. Make it feel like this, that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, I disagreed with him about Ethan's art. I think Ethan's a good artist, but also that I think that the deaf colorist does complement Ethan's work. Not that he fixes it like he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, that Dale Keown piece that everybody's
I can kind of see what he's saying, because there's some from EVS that I've seen that if you didn't have the color, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. And I've seen him when he's drawing them, and you can't tell what he's drawing.
It's called the 5 foot. It's called the 5 foot stare. Can you make out what the picture is from 5 feet away? If you can't, then the customer isn't going to be able to on the shelf.
Yeah.
It seems like if he really is interested in a scene, it can look really totally badass.
However,
if detail and all that.
If this is a splash page, though, this is on inside of the book, so you're already got this thing pressed up against your face, so that doesn't matter.
Right, exactly.
So it's weird because some of the stuff Ethan
also, even without having to go in there and fix anything, just putting color on this page will significantly differentiate characters from each other. Any kind of color.
I don't know what y'all are complaining about. I can definitely see everything.
That's not true, because if you put color the way Vic put it on that other page, it might fuck it up.
Fuck it out of here, dude.
So I think with Ethan's his own work, I think some of the stuff he seems a little bit rushed, and then some of it, it's like he spent a lot of the time and effort.
Yeah, like he might have spent the whole damn week on it.
But I have seen some stuff that looks like, oh, this page does look a little rushed, and that's just bound to happen, though. I mean, if he had to put out a comic book each month, it definitely would be rushed.
Oh man, I don't want to even think about what his shit would look like if he had to put it out every month. That'd be hilarious.
You're my boy.
Because it's not getting done in 2 years, so no telling.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a bad artist. I think he's got quite a bit of talent,
He wasn't an every month artist anyway, so like he'd get contracted to do like 6 issues, but those issues would already have been drawn like 6 months before they were printed, before the print run starts. That's how Marvel and DC works, because there are some artists that can do really good work in a 30-day period of time and make a passable comic book, but there are others that take 2 months to draw a comic book easily,
Yeah, so that means they need like half a year to finish their work before they even get it to run it.
And all that.
Right, exactly, yeah.
You got to go through
and that's how
and all that shit too. So I mean, because I used to own a comic book store, I would order books that were going to come out months in advance. So they have a lot of time.
Yeah, if everybody had to do a book a month, every comic book would look as rushed and as shitty as like a Jack Kirby comic book.
Oh shit! Shots fired. This is
I think at this point though, do we even get the same quality writing though?
I don't disagree with you, Dillard. I understand why people like him, but I can't sit there and say, "Oh, look at this beautiful piece of art." It's passable. It's good enough to put the story. I often have thought to myself that Jack Kirby is sort of like the Rob Liefeld of those days.
Yeah, he was.
Of that era. Yeah, but again, like I said, can you tell me at least content-wise, would we at least even get the same story? Because I argue probably the story is what kept Kirby going more than any of his drawings, obviously.
Well, no, he
Well,
wasn't doing the writing. He was mostly the art. The his stuff that he wrote isn't like it's loved by fans of him. It's not like big.
oh yeah. Well, I gotta throw in a correction here. So like all the stuff that Stan Lee gets credit for writing, that's just Stan Lee putting dialogue over the stories and action that Kirby wrote. So
Yeah, that
Kirby basically,
he did pretty much all of it. Yeah, basically.
yeah, and Stan Lee went in and he did all the dialogue.
Yeah, he
That's all.
filled in the bubbles.
Yeah.
And they do talk about that. So this is a known fact. But yeah,
It is
all he
in
did
fact
was fill in
known.
dialogue. To his credit
Definitely a
though,
lot of them worked back then. Anyways,
yeah, but
because
to
of
his
the
credit
monthly
though,
deadlines.
he tried to make them work. The fact that there had to be text in there somewhere into the drawings.
But with Kirby, it was, and it is similar to Liefeld in the sense that with Kirby, it was about the designs and the layouts, right? So there was the designs and the action of the layouts. It wasn't necessarily about his drawing prowess, you know.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
But
Like, so in other words, he told enough of a story with what he drew, and then whatever Stan Lee put on top was coherent enough for them to be popular.
So then, if Jack Kirby was the originator, and then Rob Liefeld was the '90s version, Vic King is going to be the 2020s version of that.
no, that's you, brother. You're going to be the 2022 version. I'm waiting. I saved that spot for you. I've grown out of it. I was the 2019-2020 version. So
I don't know. Do you need me to put that picture back up? Hey, what was that for anyway? That picture that got shot back at you. What was that cover for?
Lightbringer.
Lightbringer. I'm telling you, you need to put more of your art out there. Yes, it will get trashed,
I'm definitely.
I will at
I
least
got a
put
bunch
it out there for you.
I got a bunch of art that's going to be new art that's going to be being posted up on Twitter. It's just I'm in the process
See,
of.
Vic got himself involved with a couple of people who think their art and their story is so outrageous that it can't be shared with anybody for any reason.
Oh my God!
So
Don't tell me about it. Oh.
Oh, you
They got their head so far up their ass, they think that anything is going to ruin their story and all their IPs are going to get stolen.
Are you No, because Rick puts his stuff out there, but
yeah, I'm like, give it away, man. Just give them as much
career
as
advice from Rick Piper. God damn it.
Yeah, who was it? Was it Liam's baby or was it Rain saying that that Rick puts his business cards into the plate at church?
I think that was Rain.
That's awesome. That's great. I mean,
see, that's
if it was anybody else than Rick, I wouldn't.
So many people have a misconception that church-going Christians don't have a sense of humor. You should see us after the sermon sometimes. You could ask Captain Evil Stopper here, man. The jokes that we would be making.
Even
the pastors, dude. Like, you go up and you're talking to them, you're being all respectful, and then they just throw a zinger out of left field, and you're like, why didn't you tell me you were like this? I could have been more comfortable. I'm over here all prim and proper. It's on now.
Somebody posted a picture of a deer, and they said, "How could you eat these precious creatures?" And then somebody responded, "Is this rhetorical, or are you looking for recipes?"
I'm just picturing Sketchbook, like from the pews at church, heckling the pastor mid sermon.
Oh, there's a reason.
Actually, if you read the new international standard version, it's different.
There are reasons why me and Captain Evil Stopper don't go to certain churches anymore. So you're not far off. You're not.
We were kindly asked to not come back.
Yeah, and to stop stealing congregants, which we weren't doing, by the way.
We are kindly kicking you out of this church. Thank you for coming. Never come back again.
Everyone is welcome,
you out?
but
Was it
we
Ethan?
really like it if you two didn't come back. Oh man. Oh, you know the funniest part is like when they literally hold a midnight meeting to discuss something you said.
No, what are they gonna do about you? That was the discussion that they had about us. That was
Yeah.
And we have to hear from one sister that was bold enough to like walk out during the meeting and actually come and tell us like the next morning. And we were much nicer then, so it's not like the way we are now.
Which is almost like normal, so it's pretty bad.
So I'm doing the line work on that sketch there, Vic, and then I'll do the details and shading and.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys are secular.
Now, what was the brand name on the pen set that you bought? I hadn't seen that one.
Oh,
on Amazon.
Mr. Pen.
No, I think it was
called Mr. Pen.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Mr. Pen. Mr. Pen mechanical pencil set. It's a pencil set. I told you on Twitter it was a pencil set.
It's a pencil set, not a pen set. Okay.
Yeah, it's a mechanical pencil set, and I'm already kind of not happy with it because it's kind of thin. I'm gonna have to wrap some tape on it. No, we're not secular.
Oh my god, can you guys see my camera?
I don't know. I'm not looking at Discord. No, can't see your camera.
It was loading something and then it stopped. There it goes again.
Wonderful. Go on. All right. You have to look at this. I just came across this on the internet. They're trying to advertise jeans for big girls, and they had to put two mannequins with their legs together in the jeans.
Those poor big girls. It'd be better if you just send them to the back and said,
manufacturing a big
I don't know what.
mannequins.
Why couldn't they just get a real big girl and put her in the jeans?
They're gonna have to make what-size mannequin.
That mannequin is gonna be fairly.
They do that shit in Europe. They actually pay people to wear their clothes and act like mannequins. Why don't they just do that? Pay a fat girl to be in the clothes. They ain't doing anything.
I don't know what was funny.
Sketchbook 340. Sketchbook 340 was hired to do an advertisement for the Visit Malaysia, and I have it right here. Look at this.
Come on, fuckers. Let me see it.
There we go again.
I can't see. It's not clear.
Something misplaced the file for the ad.
That's just a fucking Microsoft Paint file that says Visit Malaysia.
You didn't put that shit on Twitter. It's hilarious.
It's probably hard for them to open Paint.
He passed out.
Who did?
Pigeon.
Is he still?
I forgot he was here.
Like the whole time he passed out. That's why he never left.
Mr. Pigeon. He's one of Dust's friends. He came in here thinking we were just hanging out. Like we'll play video games and stuff, and we'll be on the Discord. And he jumped in here, but he heard us all talking, so he muted himself. But he passed out.
Oh.
Oh my God! A man dug a hole 12 feet in his backyard. Well, to be honest, his backyard was like a couple of acres, but he dug a hole 12 feet deep on his backyard because he thought that he was picking up metal on his metal detector, and it was the steel toe cap in his boots.
Dammit, this thing keeps moving on me. I already dug two 12-foot holes in here. I don't find nothing.
Oh my goodness.
See, Vic wrote something in the chat at some point in time about Lorenzo definitely hates Ethan. LOL.
Yeah, you had just said at that point. You had said, "I don't hate Ethan."
Yeah, I don't really hate him.
I don't hate him,
I actually really like
but
him.
And then you went
Like
on
those
to
videos he used to do where he played the keyboards and not keyboards plural, but the keyboard and or like the early Comics Gate live streams. Those were a lot of fun. Those were hilarious when they would all like rip, all these guys who no longer get along, but they would just all rip on each other.
No, most of the time they would rip on either Nasser or Mike because they were easy targets.
Oh, you're right.
But Cecil versus Doug were probably some of the funniest ones that I like watching.
Yeah,
Cecil versus Doug. Yeah.
too bad.
Especially when
It was kind of weird
Cecil
though
came up
that
with
it turned out
Smuggler.
Cecil was serious.
Yeah.
I thought they were just joking around at first, and like the Smuggler's character.
Smuggler was the best thing ever, dude. There's a couple bits that I put up there. So Smuggler was a like top tier bit in Ro Kabir's Rawala the Koala. That was like
I remember that one.
That was Rose's best bit. It was hysterical. It was this evil, horny koala bear. And Ro would come on with a voice like this, a little tiny, squeaky voice. It was just hysterical.
Oh, I used to love their show back in the day.
One of the
funniest. I remember the one where there was like Mike ended up Ethan ended up making up with Mike, and so the war campaign had to regrettably, not Mike, JDA, and so the war campaign had to just like begrudgingly be nice to him on stream. And like Ro was like smoking his bong, and this Elmo puppet was on there to like talking about how, like getting pegged and all this stuff. Yeah, you guys have to get pegged, you know, like they're just like they basically had to go along with Ethan's like plan, but be nice to JDA or at least pretend to be, but they were at the same time talking about how they were being pegged.
I remember when
as a result of that,
the split happened with Mike and Malin was on War Campaign's channel doing Drawn and Quartered over there, or a form of it, and they were doing the cover for some book, and somebody was doing a cover with a human centipede on it, and they put fucking Malin at one of the parts of it, and man, he lost it. And Ro goes, I think we just broke Malin.
Yes, yeah.
That shit made me mad. I was in the chat.
I never saw that one.
I was just messing with Malin the whole time about it. It's like I kept saying, you don't need to sew Malin's lips to somebody's asshole. He'll do it willfully. Just kept like digging it in, and he's like, "That's just sick, bro. Who the hell does that?"
Wasn't Anna supposed to be on some cover, and then the war campaign like paid the money to have one of their guys on the cover instead?
Yeah, but that's what they like. To me, that's what
was that the one you were talking about?
It was a bunch of trolls. Yeah, it was. I think that was the one.
The Malin situation. Yeah, they were.
That to me, that's all it was. Is that they were a bunch of trolls. I never really took it as anything more than that. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, stuff like that, so I can't speak to that. But I know, like when Edwin and Mike and all them were complaining, I'm like, just ignore them. You know.
That's probably the best
because
advice.
if you're not gonna attack back,
yeah.
if we're not gonna attack back, all you're doing is feeding them.
Well, not just that, you're not capable of attacking back. Mike can't hit back like that. He won't. He tries to go, but then he goes like awkwardly far, like he did with Ethan and the dissecting the frog videos, and I'm like, So it's like, just leave it alone. The Methwin stuff was kind of funny too. So.
Yeah, that one was funny. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything personal against Edwin. It's just, I mean, those are trolls, and some people are just funnier than other people.
Well, here's the thing: like all the trolls on people like Mike and Edwin and stuff like that, it was their like lol cow reaction to them that made them even bigger.
Well, that's what a troll is. That's they put something out there, hoping to catch you. They bait you, and once they got you.
That's why I said either you fight back, and obviously they couldn't, so then you don't engage, because if you engage, then you're just feeding them.
The funny thing is, I ended up blocking, Testify, towards the end of his life, and he's like, "You're gonna regret this, Lorenzo," because I did check back I did check back once after blocking him to see how he reacted. He was like, "You're gonna regret this," and then nothing happened.
He went
well, it was
beyond,
that easy to get rid of him. Here I tried, going on the show and like trying to, maybe if I just like joke around with him and.
All right, guys, I gotta get going.
All right, I'm still waiting for a receipt if this guy's actually dead or not.
Yeah. Me too.
And I don't even know who it is.
All right, everybody, have a great night.
Well, thanks for coming on the stream. I'm glad
it was nice meeting you, and sorry for all that, but
I gotta end the stream already too. It was good having all of you guys on. Dillard, thanks for coming on and saying your piece with Mark. Mark, he's still listening. Thanks for coming on, Mark. It was good to meet you.
Yeah.
And I would say,
see you later then. Sketchbook.
Later, Dillard.
Take care, Dillard.
There's you.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.
You're closing down the stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna shut down the stream here.
Bye, Lorenzo.
Yeah, take care. Yeah,
bye,
sorry.
Stopper. Bye, Sketchbook.
Bye.
Huh?